testing 123，123。testing 123，123，123。喂 ，testing 123。有冇聲？有冇聲啊？有聲嘛？有聲嘛？有係咪有聲？有聲係嘛？有聲就得啦。咗啊！我瞓咗2個鐘，1個鐘。我瞓咗2個鐘啫。救命！
So Michael McCarthy making a case for his horse clearly unhinged, sitting up on the board right now.
大鑊啊！馬連必勝第4，我知道啊。呢個旋進軌跡都正常，合理賽果。OK。咁啊，我可能會好呆啊！我想講，我其實好眼瞓。其實我好眼瞓。阿根廷杯應該唔睇啦。阿根廷杯應該唔睇啦，等陣先。好焗啊！
Certainly makes sense. The problem is I got sucked into Timberlake yesterday.
That's kind of a high return on investment as well, though. $2.82 for a barn that is typically bet down very heavily. So that indicates that some of those wins were horses that were pretty solid odds. This is my top pick in the race. I thought, despite the lack of success so far from the Cox horses today, I thought Monterrey coming into this race was sitting in a very good spot. She has the ability to sit for a long pace. She's proven at the 7 furlong distance. She actually beat Goodnight Olive. And in watching her most recent workout, serious workout at Churchill Downs before shipping here, she had a very good work, but in a very impressive gallop.
OK， 好。
When you're talking 7 furlongs,
一陣呆下變成瞓覺 ASM， 我覺得好大機會我睇到一半會瞓着覺，我已經。你睇我把聲都搞不掂。係啊，所以聽日阿根廷杯，我可唔可以請假？可唔可以請呢一個阿根廷杯假？唔睇啦。睇完呢個仲睇阿根廷杯
figures.
我應該會死啊，應該
Horse race will be run. You get today's card
飲啖水先，
free.brf.com
唔得，搞不掂啊！
All right, caught up on how to handicap this race, but now we got to put it together and make some decisions. So, Kate, let me ask you, because we asked Simon at the top here, does Goodnight Olive defend this title?
I'm not leaving her off my ticket, but she is not my top choice. My top choice is the 4 Monterey.
好啦，咁啊，而家第幾場啊？而家第5場。
which is a really interesting
呢場
proposition
係
with
呢場係 MK 妹啊
the distaff
，MK 妹。
Classic and culminating with the Breeders' Cup Sprint. This race, I think you want coverage.
機會都唔大㗎啦
I want
，MK 妹
coverage
就
there. And I'm going to use Society just in case she can shake clear of the speed and keep on going.
The problem with Goodnight Olive, Toddy, she's one of those horses.
大家都係等睇第6、第8、第9場嘅啫，我估係嘛？
It's not an even money favorite you can just toss. And unfortunately, the price on paper, you say, well, maybe she's a little vulnerable this year, but you know, I think she can rebound. She can certainly turn it around off her.
好，大家都係等第6、第8、第9㗎啦。雖然第5場都有，第5場有力奇到 MK 妹轉嚟地難啊，我覺得。
This day is just moving far too fast for me, but I think this is an interesting one on paper. I think we can chase a bit of a number here. As we can see at the FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Racing, the prize pools are starting to grow pretty exponentially. And if you're looking for a prize, Goodnight Olive, yes, makes sense. Far too short for me, although the form has been consistent. Society, the number 7.
YouTube 嗰邊好多
Question mark from that 7 spot, too much for
好多
mine.
日本人喺度，可以睇佢哋一陣有咩反應。 我諗應該日本都冇乜特別，日本 fans 都冇乜特別期待齊叫好噶啦，應該大家都心裏有數，能力上係退咗落嚟，就算轉泥地都唔係咁容易。 唔得，我把聲真係好文啊！把聲係搞唔掂啊！而家。
On the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, the wagering menu on this race: win, place, show, exacta.
我唔理啊！一陣間睇完最後嗰一場比賽，直接收台瞓覺，早餐都唔食啊，直接就瞓覺啊！好啦，見到咪祈禱，不過睇落都精神嘅今日，精神仔。 遲添咩 K 友咩 K 腰唔係叫腰嘅咩？嗰個係點解佢嗰個主持叫做咩 K 友嘅叫做奇怪。
You do have to go back to 2022 last year. But when you do, she put together a series of nice races, including 2 back-to-back Group 2 races in Tokyo and then off the layoff again. So she has the class. It's just a question of whether she takes to the surface or not.
哇！呢個美國嘅主持都幾俾面佢喎。會唔會太過俾面？太過俾面？頭先佢話呢個。 咩 KL 其實上年都跑得唔錯，但係今年真係表現差咗好多。電話睇燈早晨，電腦補緊小鳳姐，好慘啊！而家佢哋已經變咗做小鳳姐。 其實個名應該叫佢做童井定係叫乜嘢？都可以叫佢做，因為佢嗰個馮係嗰個發音係日文嘅發音都係 I， 咁你都係叫佢做 I。 哀長奇怪。冇所謂啦，你中意叫咩就叫咩，冇乜所謂。小鳳姐，好慘啊！叫佢做小鳳姐。你有冇諗過真嗰個小鳳姐嘅感受？睇到第10場都係日本馬，我唔攞，我睇到第9場就瞓㗎啦，搞唔掂我。我已經係隨時會準備瞓覺嘅狀態㗎啦，已經。咩 KL？ 呢場入到頭5，我覺得都好好。唔好包尾就 OK 啊，好低要求啊！而家對咩 KL 嗰個，我對 MK， 我對 MK 妹要求好低嘅啫。誒，出得幾好喎，唔錯。哎呀，俾人阻咗下。本身仲諗住話佢出閘出得幾好啦，跟住就俾人閘咗一下。不過呢個角度睇呢，感覺又跑得唔錯喎。不過俾人逼咗去外搭嗰度。
Ida narrowly, Society pressing in second. Good Night Olive asked to get after the top pair now, and she's coming with a 3-wide move with less than 3/8 of a mile to go. And there goes Good Night Olive now as she comes after.
應該冇啦呢個。呢度轉彎都仲係攞唔到位出去，冇啦，應該冇啦，應該。
Compete with her today. It's going to be Good Night Olive back to back in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Philly. 第8啦，應該係咪第8？爆尾唉！ Good Night Olive defending her title in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint in very similar fashion to the previous year at Keeneland. A hot pace early on that was set by Society, and then she came.
點解完全覺得意外啊？呢個賽果。
broke sharply and was part of that first group of horses, and in fact at one point
完全唔意外啊！呢個賽果真係。等等啊，我擤一擤個鼻先。
They're always traveling. I mean, she had 2 horses in front of her. She was sitting in the pocket. The key moment for this race was around the turn when Giri wasn't fast.
都係冇啊！我都係食個喉糖先。唔係應該頂唔順應該。
Dominated here, 198.75. We had a camera dedicated to the trip of Good Night Olive throughout, and really kind of flawless here. Irad Ortiz has everything he could possibly want at every stage, despite the concerns about the rail.
Look at how loose the reins are at this point, as he's able to ease her through traffic and to the outside. This is like being able to steer one-handed down the freeway through traffic. I mean, she just goes exactly where she needs. She's push button. She glides on about her business, and really a remarkable achievement for Chad Brown and his team to have her at her very best through 2 straight seasons like this.
Yeah, you see more and more the long layoff is being more productive here into the British Cup, these North American horses. And like you said, when you
頭先日本嗰邊仲有人留言講 MK 冇有泥地血統，唔係你有泥地血統都要睇下個狀態係咪翻到嚟先得㗎。
Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Finishing second was the 9 Yaguri. Finishing third, the 8 Three Witches.
係咪先？最大問題啊，個狀態翻唔到去啊嘛。
over 30 to 1, over 2 to 1. Our three chimneys. Cheers to the breeder goes to Stone Street Thoroughbreds, who bred Goodnight Olive in the Commonwealth of
應該咧第一次跑嚟，所以見隻馬
by Ghost Zapper.
見到咁大沙都唔想跑，
Salty Strike, Goodnight Olive.
同埋都跑唔慣。我見佢其實去到
back-to-back wins.
大概頭嗰200米左右咧，都見到佢
Back to an appreciative winner
唔
circle
係
here.
幾中意跑嚟嘅啦，應該。
Money, and Ghost Zapper is one of those horses who still remains in Breeders' Cup lore with the fastest Breeders' Cup Classic we've ever seen. He's produced an amazing daughter here who, like him, could sprint really, really well.
Look at her poise after a contest like this. She doesn't look like she's.
不過前面都贏得幾贏到甩晒喎，真係贏到甩開晒喎，好勁！
In Rudolph Brissett's first Breeders' Cup attempt to come up second to a true champion.
Yeah, I mean, just clearly second best. That was a great effort. She was taking a big step up in class, and she handled it. And then the 8-3 Witches checked in third at 30 to 1 for Safi Joseph.
Waiting for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint to go official. And
Goodnight Olive 好勁，入彎撳住上嚟。
days of betting for horse players. Yes, Goodnight Olive wins at even money, but in behind her are two.
好似1倍台啊！我見最後好似去到1倍啊，真係。佢左邊嗰個係賠率啊嘛，係嘛？
Goodnight Olive going to return $4.20, but check out the dollar exacta 1/9, 35.60, and the 50-cent trifecta. Again, 50 cents, 198, $236.60.
我都有錢收嘅，唔係完全冇嘅。我唔識睇喎呢個美國嘅賠率，我唔識睇。
will take us back onto the turf. It is the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile
唔
presented.
緊要，係啦，呢度雖然 McKL 係搞唔掂啊，但係下場咧有機會噶啦，我哋前人足跡有機會啊呢場。
Breeders' Cup Classic, Caton, because we'll have two Breeders' Cup races after that, the Breeders' Cup Turf and the Breeders' Cup Sprint on the main track.
前人足跡都跑唔贏，就真係冇馬跑得贏㗎啦！依家日本。
Should be a fantastic sequence and one of the biggest pools of the day. The $1 pick six coming up next, starting in the
問題都係驚季泰離開呢個東京，係啊，季泰離開東京，仲係咪季泰啫？最驚係呢樣嘢。
FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment.
盈寶有機會，盈寶要睇臨場狀態喎。盈寶，你哋有冇睇？有冇睇呢個 Discord 啊？翻譯咗川田象壓嗰個訪問，佢話盈寶奇樂已經認得個閘，本身已經係一隻中意偷懶唔中意練習嘅馬，跟住話佢好快已經太聰明啦，認得個閘，然後就認得個閘之後就唔去跑。嗰個你嚟嘅係喎。 成大個池添棟喺度，要費咁唔係嘅，咁季泰都幾勁嘅 ，OK 嘅。呢1-2年係有進步嘅。 盈寶次次沙圈都係頭耷耷，佢係唔中意跑，佢係唔中意，不想努力了嗰啲嚟㗎，佢係嗰啲姨我不想努力了嗰啲 friend 嚟㗎，盈寶期我係咗啊，搞唔掂啊，我覺得。佢有心情就肯跑噶咯，呢隻馬盈寶奇樂。季泰贏開就冇理由特登轉係嘅，呢個都係。當然你問我最好就梗係呢啲位，梗係揾啊，求其揾個我諗唔到，揾個外國騎師應該會好啲嘅。但係季泰你始終叫做熟隻馬咯，跑慣跑熟。沙圈耷係因為揩大咗，反而係要撳住先耷。燈咁夜仲頂唔頂得住？唔係幾頂得住啊！所以我晏晝阿根廷杯唔睇啊，我諗住晏晝補眠噶啦，準備瞓覺。冇辦法，如果真係2選1嘅話，就梗係揀睇。2選1就梗係揀睇育馬者啦。
It sure is. It deserves to be heavy. Brittany, thank you so much. On behalf of PNC Bank, our wonderful partner, I am handing this to a wonderful group of owners.
就咁睇落咧，今日好似幾場都係大熱門係嘛 ？Cody Bishop 係大熱門嘅，啱啱呢場又係大熱門嘅，即係今日幾場都係熱門嘛。
defending champion. Last year, she was the favorite. She got the job done. Talk to me about the emotion coming in today.
You know, it's actually sentimental. It was sentimental not because, we obviously wanted her to win. We were sentimental because it was her last start. So that was the pressure I felt. And Chad's done such a marvelous job getting her to this race. It's our goal all year long to be a repeat champion. As we know, that's hard to do because Cody's Wish just did it. We know how difficult that was.
亦都未必頂得住。其實本身我諗住咧，我喺度諗咧，如果我起唔到身嘅話咧，我就將呢兩場咧擺喺晏晝，即係等睇呢個阿根廷杯嘅時候就開嚟睇。但係冇啊！我瞓咗1個鐘。我瞓咗一陣呢，我想講，我瞓咗一陣就俾我爸吵醒咗。我爸同媽媽喺度即係傾緊啲嘢，跟住就吵醒咗我，然後就諗下，咁不如直接開台睇啦，已經 skip 阿根廷。船進軌跡好勁，冇得買啊！本身我都諗住買船進軌跡㗎，其實呢場。
date of their career in the Breeders' Cup. What goes into that process?
Yeah, absolutely. So this year, Breeders' Cup employed a little more enhanced veterinary screening where we started immediately after the last.
頭先出咗去做嘢冇瞓過。如果真係唔得嘅話就瞓啦，係啦。
That was done about October 10th. We had pre-entries on October 23rd, and at that point, we reviewed that same process again.
當嬰兒捱夜冇計啊！呢個
CHRB and First Veterinarians. So again, we did that.
呢個真係
And then we did it a third time after entries on
今年日本出咁多隻馬，冇理由唔睇噶嘛。同埋我其實最想睇就係嚟緊第6場，係啦，我最想睇就係前人足跡。我巴食媽講嘢點解會捲埋燈入去？因為同我都有關係。因為同我都有關係。
What's the process like?
Certainly. So we started these, like I said, we started these exams back on the 27th of October. So for horses that were here, we started that process as we had this massive load-in of horses shipping out here to Santa Anita. As soon as they came on site, that process started.
拉我發出去打做咩？遠人青龍。你哋要知道咧，即係做創作工作嘅朋友咧，多數係呢個鐘數先起身做嘢。
To identify our concerns, and then from there, next steps are taken, whether that's advanced diagnostics or just a conversation about the history of the.
唔通燈開公司會請我巴直嘛？哇！咁激進，我都想做到可以開公司。
To say this is one of the most vigorous processes that we have in all of thoroughbred racing?
Absolutely. I mean, Breeders' Cup
唔係啦，即係有啲嘢係有即係工作上，跟住之後佢哋傾緊，跟住之後又同我有啲關係，係啊咁啊，所以就召喚咗我。或者唔信做到通宵朝早瞓，夜晚嗰個動力係大好多。不過我就之前都係啦，之前都係。最近即係之前大病咗之後咧，就開始調整翻。我係今日係大病之後嘅第一次通頂。星島煙姐講，我扮人表示，照一切正常呢，熱心將會來港出戰香港杯或者香港瓶。今年國際賽有 feel。熱心係講緊 warm heart 啊嘛，呢隻都唔錯，有做過血統計算，都係一隻唔錯嘅馬。
Stands for skilled hands at work. From cutting hair and mowing grass to roasting marshmallows, he's got a grasp on what matters most.
話說咧，我同燈之前差唔多時間病，但我病到呢個星期先開到聲講嘢，之前完全啞咗3個星期，我都係差唔多啞咗2個禮拜啊！我都2個禮拜講唔到嘢㗎，我都。因為我係第一次中啊嘛，我唔知道你係咪又係第一次中啊？啲人話第一次中咧係大鑊啲嘅，難好翻啲嘅。我仲要係打咗疫苗，而家諗下我都覺得打嚟都係冇用㗎呢個。你冇嫌知你似流感多啊？呢個又係呢個流感同埋肺炎係好難分辨。打 email 都冇話會唔中，係咪都中？即係嗰句咯，係咪都中？咁不如唔好打。不過算啦呢啲，唔好講呢啲嘢啦呢啲。 前2個禮拜中第2次同第1次一樣呢，都係掟到九彩。有廣告，佢呢個開咗啦廣告。應該可以 skip 嘅喎，你哋啲廣告應該。係啦，如果係啦，反正依家呢個時間都係未開跑未成嘅話咧，咁係啦。雖然咁講好似好衰，但係呢個廣告係啦，大家睇呢個廣告咧，燈都係有錢，有燈係會係啦 ，YouTube 係會出糧俾我。所以如果唔係話係啦，如果唔係大家可以其實大家可以 skip 嘅，係啦。但如果大家唔介意嘅話，就係啦，睇幾秒廣告啦，睇幾秒廣告啦。係啦，你等佢5秒之後 skip 咗佢都 OK 嘅。係啊 ，YouTube 都會俾 YouTube 都會俾錢登。5年1月、千年1月、8年1月咪防災用。我都冇驗過有冇中啊！我覺得最好都係驗一驗好啲，係啦，驗一驗，得個支持都好啊，係咪？得個支持都好啊！你都算係一個好同事，病都唔會戴口罩返工。要病就一齊病。如果唔係冇病嘅人，就要返工做到死。打救同事，打救蒼生嚟喎。30秒，應該可以 skip 㗎嘛？嗰個廣告。頭先幾秒係冇得 skip 嘅幾秒廣告，佢焗你一定睇幾秒㗎啦，嗰啲就。聽講廣告加速器呢，好似都會，總之你有睇就好似會收到錢。日本人講 Shawnee 佢 Shawnee 係一個當地嘅見地，都係一番人氣啦。咁啊，但係咧，呢個馬場同府中咧就唔係幾似啊，咁啊比較短啲。咁啊，護期有冇問題？咁但係其實佢話短，即係佢短得嚟都唔係咁差嘅，係啦。短得嚟都應該嗱，我哋應該咁講，係啦，應該咁講，係啦。我冇記錯，育馬者呢邊係啦，呢邊個馬場嗰個直路好似400米。咁啊，日本有冇馬場係咁上下短呢？都有嘅，係啦。我記得好似係咪京都好似都幾短下，中山都幾短下。京都好似都差唔多長。咁你睇下，你直接睇下 Shawnee 嗰個，係我哋又睇下，又咁講，即係既然咁講，我哋又睇一睇啦 Shawnee。佢冇跑過中山㗎喎，咁就弊啦，冇跑過中山。不過唔緊要嘅 ，OK 嘅，相信桑拉啦，我哋馬係有質素㗎嘛，係咪先？
for a long time hoped that they'd come over and contest some of the races in Europe, but they take their pause. I mean, we were hoping that Equinox would come over to Europe, but they do take a little bit of a break after that spell in the summer, and then they come back for the autumn races, the Tenno Show, the Japan Cup, etc. But Songline, as you rightly point out, Christina, she's dominated in Japan over a mile.
唔錯啊，我都覺得 keep 得幾好啊，今日行出嚟嘅感覺。
She's got speed, she's rateable, very few holes to pick in her.
Let's hear from another set of connections from one of our runners here with Joaquin Jaime.
The FanDuel Mile presented by the PDJF is coming up next here with Lee Einseidler and Amy. And Lee, one of the biggest supporters of the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund. You have Casa Creed in here, a horse that is making his 4th straight Breeders' Cup appearance. What has the ride been like with Casa Creed the last 4 seasons?
You know, Joaquin, it's been unbelievable. I mean, he's taken us around the world.
死啦！有啲肚餓添。
He's 4-time a Grade 1 winner.
我有啲肚餓。
Second back-to-back 4-star Dave. Took us halfway around the world twice, and to participate in 4 straight Breeders' Cups is really, really special. When you buy a horse, you can never imagine that could happen.
啱啱食完麵，喂，你哋咁識嘆嘅你哋。唔得，唔可以。依家食佢好肥。YouTube 咧，日本嗰邊咧就講緊日本美國草地 level 仲低過香港，所以幾有機。喂，但係佢哋暫時睇落，佢哋全部都係調翻轉嘅喎。日本網友競登喎，佢哋1次半次唔緊要，唔得，忍住肚我要忍住。
More picks you get right, the more you could win. Play for free at FanDuel.com or on the FanDuel app. The FanDuel Mile Pick'em game. Someone who certainly can pick 'em, and the pick of the paddock is Andy Biancone.
你呢個係晚餐嚟嘅，你中午先起身翻工，嗰個係早餐。OK， 咁就放過你啦。笑死，咁就放過你啦。唔討伐你。
Never seen this horse look as good as he has today. I've seen him at Del Mar multiple times, Santa Anita. This is the best this horse has looked. He is on his toes. He's very fit. The little break he had did him well, and he's got a nice run under his belt coming into this race. So I'd say he's worth the bet across the board at 60.
美國主要跑泥地冇錯啊，美國。你見佢3冠都係跑泥地3冠。
My jaw's on the floor. She's a 5-year-old mare, obviously multiple Grade 1 winner, but physically stands up against the male horses in this group. She's just towering over everybody, completely unfazed by everything that's been going on, and has been
有啲脾氣喎，見到桑尼。
She's looking so happy and so well. She will be my top selection, as well as the number 14, Master of the Seas. Master of the Seas being so well.
咁啊，除咗桑尼之外咧，其實仲有一隻係呢個日本嘅代表啊，就係4號啊 ，Win Canadian。咁不過就論質素有爭少少啦。
Enough of a concern, Christina. I spoke to Charlie Appleby earlier in the week, and I pointed out obviously that Modern Games had won this race for him in the past, and I said if Modern Games had had the same post, how would you be as worried? And he said if Modern Games was drawn in anywhere from 1 to 14, it wouldn't matter to him. Ideally, for a horse like Master of the Seas, you'd want a more favourable draw because he's not as good as Modern Games. It's simple as that. You want all your ducks in a row. You want everything in place for Master of the Seas to win this race, and that's enough.
咁我仲有10分鐘開跑，係嘛？11分鐘。桑拉3倍，其實又唔係咁 firm 喎，14號。14號4倍，6號5倍。
Well, 4 females line up in the FanDuel Mile this year, and owner Peter Brent has one of them with the 2-horse Ingino Romantica, who's looking for back-to-back wins. What was the appeal to putting your filly in this race today?
Well, I think Chad thought she was suited for the mile, and she just ran a very big race, only about 4 weeks ago. So we're enthusiastic about being here, and she deserved a spot, and it's a very tough race.
And she's been pretty lightly raced this year. She only has 3 runs. How have you seen your filly progress through those 3 runs this season?
She's here. that's progression enough. I mean, she's really a good filly, and she beat an Italian the last time they ran against each other, and she's tough to beat at a mile in Italian. So we're glad that she's here. But these are the toughest milers in the world, I think.
Thank you for the time. Good luck to you.
My pleasure. Thanks.
They really have found
好啦，緊張啦，緊張啦，嚟啦，嚟啦，入場啦，入場啦。
Simon with Cheryl Spite.
Cheryl Spite. Look, we heard Marcus Hirsch. I know Rishi and I. We think this is a massive.
飲啖水先。 少緊張。
To run well. I also respect the chances of Gina Romantica. You heard about that run last time out, where beating stable companion in Italian. She's very talented.
Casa Creedence up here. I think the turf sprint would have been ideal for him, but the 5 furlongs is just too short, so they elected to come here. He's got
呢度嗰邊已經俾日文佔據咗，咁開心，咁興奮。Canadian 人個行出嚟嘅感覺都唔錯。
Best effort was probably the 3rd place finish behind Master of the Season, Cheryl Spite and the Woodbine Mile.
都係三浦皇城。 唔通三浦皇城？三浦皇城嘅第一個 G1 唔係日本係美國。哇！如果真係嘅話，都幾癲喎。三浦皇城嘅 G1 第一個 G1 竟然係一個日本。 竟然係遠征先至破到，但係我覺得行出嚟嘅感覺都可以嘅 ，keep 起嘅狀態都 OK。Shawnee 都唔錯，係啦。要睇季泰點樣發揮啦呢度。
She had a good start to the season, then a little lull during the mid-season, but she came back strong and she beat Kin Ross, who ran a fine race here.
三浦本來就有贏過，有贏過咩？等先，有贏過，真定假？睇下，等我查一查先。三浦皇城喎。 三浦皇城海外 G1 應該未有係嘛？應該。JPN 1哦 ，JPN 1咁就其實都可以計埋嘅，係咪應該計埋佢？ 睇大家點睇啦，即係有人會覺得 JPN 係啦 ，JPN 1就唔係 G1。
Let's get back to Cheryl Spite though. Charles Fipke, this is a homebred for him. And Simon, this is what the Breeders' Cup is all about, right? A son of Speightstown, a Breeders' Cup winner, out of Perfect Cheryl, a Breeders' Cup winner. He might have been destined to be here and to be competing on this stage.
Well, he was nearly a winner last year. He nearly pulled it off over Modern Games at 55 to 1. Why not?
其實咧，我想講 Master of the Sea 都幾唔錯呢隻馬。
Been the hindrance to his season was the trip to Tokyo. It's setting back, lost a lot of weight.
我諗如果真係呢場，如果唔計 Shawnee 嘅話咧，應該都幾大機會係啦個 Master of the Sea， 即係14號，14號嗰隻有機會。
I would imagine you will get that pace today. There are enough horses that like to get on with it. I think there are a couple of horses that are desperate for cover, are desperate to drop in and behind. Master of the Seas, you know, is going to do that. Songline's going to do that. I'm expecting Morge to be handy. I'm expecting Oisin Murphy to take control of the early part of the race, at least sit on the girths of the leaders.
We're going to get another look at the 14 at Master of the Seas in just a second. He will most likely drop back. You'd want to, especially from that outside post, so you don't lose too much ground. going into the first turn. Let's talk a little bit more about Maj, though. I think we haven't given her enough attention. She's the 6th horse in here. She is 5-1. A quick look at that formulator fact at the bottom of your screen with regard to Master.
今日嘅地係 firm 喎，今日草地。
So she was so keyed up in advance of the QE2 at Keeneland. She was on the lead. She was really full of herself that day. Simon, what does she do today?
可能真係日本啱跑喎，如果咁計嘅話。加油啊！覺得其實呢場反而係我覺得最想睇佢贏嘅一場，最想睇日本贏到嘅比賽啊！反而呢場係。
6 to 9 lengths in front of those competitors, and she can turn for home. She's like a brother to me. She is built for North American racing. At this point, a month ago at Keeneland, with about 5 minutes to post, she was on her toes, hobby horsing around. She was starting to get very warm, even though it was a cool day at Keeneland. I like her body language today, much better. She's good on. They'll remove that as she goes into the starting gate. I think she's
做乜咁夜開台？美國跑大賽有日本馬比賽啊嘛，育馬者大賽而家先跑第6場啦，仲有幾場要睇啊！睇完可以瞓覺啦，準備。Modern Games 嘅半會啊，呢隻。騎師鏡頭喺桑拉嗰度。貴太加油啊！大心臟，相信貴太我哋。
She's had 1 or 2 little issues that kept her off the track since then, but Sybinser has always been keen to come to the Breeders' Cup with her, so I didn't mind the long gap between races. And then she turned up, and she was obviously fresh after that long break between May and October. And I wasn't surprised that she ran as keen as she did, but as Simon said, that freshen looks to have gone out of her. Fingers crossed she settles. If she does, I think she takes the beating.
雖然有時候我都覺得川田象牙係最後希望。
Yeah, I mean it's exactly right. The thing I would, I liked Lindy and the Philly and Med Turf is a little bit of a price on it. She didn't really run a race, and that's who Morge ran down. I mean, it's hard to compare those two types of races, but I think her tactical speed is going to be very key here. Tahira, I mean, she's a top-class filly, right?
If Tahira was in this race, she'd be the outright favorite.
Yep.
Back over to have a look at the 10, Songline, who continues to be our favorite at 5-2 in here. You know her lifetime record. She's 7 for 16 lifetime. The Japanese runners got their first 2 Breeders' Cups 2 years ago. Back in 2021, they look to win the mile for the first time.
同埋咧會有一個狀況就係三浦皇成其實係嚟幫貴太做部署，有冇咁樣嘅機會？不過算啦，我覺得我自己諗多咗，應該唔會嘅。但係我又不期然地幻想一樣嘢，就係三浦皇成會真係呢度，會真係呢度攞第一個1級賽冠軍咧？
And I like the fact his efforts coming into this race are two two-turn miles because
感覺上我覺得馬嘅狀態又唔係咁差嘅，係啦，馬嘅狀態就唔係咁差。
Sitting on a very big race today. I think to your point, he is getting a little better with age, and he just needs a clean trip. He'll come running late.
好啦，仲有2分鐘。2分鐘。緊張。
I think like from a workout standpoint and looking at the horses in the morning for the last 10 days, it looked like trainer Bill Mott was going to have a multiple win Breeders' Cup, and there's still more to come. Even I know Warlike Goddess is way overmatched on form, but I think she'll run a huge race later on in the Breeders' Cup turf, and I think this horse will run well as well.
Why is that, do you think? Because I would agree, his horses stood out amongst the best-looking horses in the world. Nobody coming here isn't a good-looking individual and a horse that deserves to be here. So why was it that the Mott horses, above all, were recognizable even to the layman's eye?
there's been a change in tactics, and talked to Bill. He alluded to it. You know, when I came to the Breeders' Cup and worked for him as an assistant trainer, these horses had a race a month out, and then they were told to go and work 59, 47 and change 3 or 4 days before the race. Something that Bill Mott would never do.
如果就咁睇嘅話咧，呢個馬場嘅彎位都幾窄。
For many years, and he said over the years it's kind of gone the other way, where now he's bringing horses that haven't run since Saratoga. Look at Goodnight Olive, she hadn't run since the Ballerina, Casa Creed.
唔敢話好定唔好啦，但係我覺得感覺上好似幾窄同埋幾唔知啊。我唔講太多，亂講太多陣間。
You've got to be selective about who you bring for these races. You've got to know the format.
Simon, what are we seeing here before we throw it upstairs with the blanket?
Oh, that's the blanket on the in the starting gate there. You'll see this quite often from many runners internationally, just to keep them a little more comfortable. There's 2 ledges in the starting gate there, and it can kind of tickle the horses, for want of a better word, and make them feel a little uncomfortable. That just alleviates that. It's kind of like a baby in a swaddle blanket. Yeah.
I like the word.
好啦，咁啊，入閘啦。
For the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile presented by the PDJF, here is Frank Maramati.
Thank you, Christina. Loading process continues.
桑拉仲未入閘嘅，點解？嚟啦！龜太！緊張，龜太。Canadian 入埋閘啦。好笑咧，就默默扭計。係咪仲有一隻？仲有 OK。哇，桑拉有啲唔集中喎。OK， 出閘都還好。哇 ，Winca 呢啲人好快啊！呢場自己帶啊 ，Winca 呢啲人。哎呀，有啲搶口啊，桑拉。
Lucky Score is just behind that pair. De Jour about a dozen lengths off the pace. Then comes Kalina racing outside.
唔係喎，等先，嗰個感覺真係似 Wincanadian 由頭放到落尾喎。
Is about 20 lengths off the pace. Down the back stretch, it's a lively one. Win Carnelian leading the way, 3/4 of a length, tracked by Astronomer in second.
Master of the Sea 留咗喺比較都比較後嘅位置嗰度。好啦，開始放慢咗㗎啦。
Then it's Master of the Seas, second to last, starting to move up a touch. And at the back is still More Than Looks. They're coming to the course.
有冇機會留一段爆一段？桑拉俾人逼咗去比較外少少位置嗰度。加速啦，桑拉！哎呀，冇啊，沉晒。大鑊！我頭先見到佢入閘嘅時候嘅呢個係咁揼腳，都心感有啲不妙㗎啦。但係冇諗過會完全係撻唔着喎，冇諗過呢樣嘢。其實調翻轉講，係啦。調翻轉講 ，Winca 呢啲人其實做咗一個好好嘅步速出嚟㗎啦。始終都唔係東京競馬場。
who I thought behaved perfectly. She settled nicely in behind.
大鑊啦咁就。
Perfect trim.
Win, lose or draw, no excuses for Morge.
我覺得季太冇乜點做錯咯，但係臨嚟到嘅時候就真係 Shauna 嗰個脾氣上咗嚟，前段又比較搶口少少啦，跟住入閘嘅時候又有啲問題，係啦，喺度揼腳。
Yeah, certainly, and drops their head right on the wire. I mean, do we see a repeat of High Chaparral?
14勁，
The dead heat and Joho?
最後真係14贏，真係 Master of the Sea。 都算估中嘅，頭先都講過，我覺得如果今場真係有邊隻要贏到佢嘅話，我覺得係呢一隻。
He was a very good 3-year-old. He finished second in our classic, the 2,000 guineas behind Poetic Flair. He was only beaten at Nostril on that occasion. And then he came back. He ran some good races after that, but then he had a long spell off the track in 2022. He had one run at Newmarket and then he had a long break. Things weren't quite right. And Charlie Appleby has brought him back this season. And the other thing about Charlie Appleby,
第五仲慘過馬連必勝，
know about this, his domestic success in the UK.
同埋呢場其實去到轉彎位咧，大家都有啲塞車，大家都有啲攏埋一堆嘅感覺。
Simon, he had pace to run at by virtue of that post position, ended up really far back and having to go very wide today.
Well, that's what you get. I mean, I think for a horse like this, to be honest with you, I don't think post position really matters because he comes from so far back. You know, if you're in the one hole, they're going to come on top of you. You're in post 14, you just come out of the gate, make a left-hand turn, and you can see Bill Buick here turning for home. He's only got a couple.
不過調翻轉咁講，如果攞住個14檔可以咁樣贏，係啦，攞住14檔可以咁樣贏，就真係實至名歸嘅，係啦，你可以大外檔咁樣贏。
One more look at Master of the Seas as he makes his way back to the winner's circle today. A homebred for Godolphin, the son of Dubawi out of the Danehill mare Firth of Lorne, connects in the Breeders' Cup this year. And this is after a fantastic season. He's been here for a couple of races. The winner of the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, second by just a nose after a beautiful trip in the Turf Mile last out at Keeneland. Bear in mind up to the mark.
日本啊冇希望唔係嘅，咁仲有盈寶奇我啱喎，但係盈寶奇我又有呢一個性格問題。
Godolphin, yeah, bred the top two finishes. Feel sorry for Sai Bin Surur. That's a tough way to go down by literally 2 inches. And then Bill Mott, again, we're talking about his horses running well. Casa Cree came there with a big threat mid-stretch, just was beaten by better horses today. 14, 6, 3, 2, 10. The official order of finish there for the top 5.
I know we're talking about Godolphin and some of the best, brood mares and stallions and breeding program in the world, but for this mare, Modern Ideals, to have thrown Modern Games, a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner, and now this filly so close. I mean, she ran a winning race. It's just a remarkable achievement.
She has been a wonderful mare for the team. Other horses she's trained have also won.
話唔定會喺杜拜見到佢，
Modern News, etc. But yeah, absolutely wonderful.
或者可能今年嚟香港咧，我唔知啊，可能咩都有可能噶嘛。嚟香港。
He would be noble enough to accept it from Charlie because they do get on really well. And I'll tell you, Charlie will be heartbroken.
有冇機會啊？同咧金槍60鬥。
Team effort, right?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Team Godolphin, on a thrilling edition of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup.
即係我覺得老實講呢一場係咁劣勢嘅狀況之下，咁樣可以贏到，我覺得係呢隻馬都幾犀利。
It's unbelievable.
Lots of happy people in the winner's circle out here with Master of the Seas as he has his photo taken. William Buick with a bit of a salute out there, and Charlie Appleby, congratulations to him as he continues his success here at the Breeders' Cup. 31 minutes until our next race on the program. We'll keep it with this winner circle celebration for just a second here. Let's circle back and take a look one more time at the replay of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile.
Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Gold Rush made with Maker's Mark bourbon and a local California honey. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud
紅白海上今年
anticipated. Longines
杜拜咪輸咗。
The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a
原來你講下年，
exquisitely expressive in equal
下年
Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance.
下年去杜拜啦。
Experience and commitment.
上年輸咗唔緊要啊，今年再去過，唔係嚟緊嗰年再去過。
And the qualities that define John Deere. John Deere has been an enduring supporter of the equine industry and is proud to be the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup.
唔得，我開始真係有啲
All Breeders' Cup horse breeders
眼瞓
and。owners are qualified to receive discounts
可唔可
on
以
select equipment, including lawn and garden
可
tractors,
唔可以
compact utility
可唔可以
Gator utility
閉目養神一陣
commercial？mowing equipment, and much more.
下場係咪唔係太重要嘅比賽嚟嘅啫？
John Deere equipment. Talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289. Jackson
下場如果係一個唔係咁重要嘅話，
enjoy a glass
係咪可以真係瞓陣覺，瞌陣先？
or any of the award-winning wines.
餐
Jackson family wines while you cheer on the winners. Please drink
午
responsibly.
餐到成個鐘，可以有瞓覺直播。不過合埋眼，我合埋眼唞一陣。4點幾。要等70分鐘。你意思係講，等先，依家第7場等半個鐘，然後第8場要再等70分鐘。定係你意思係講係依家等70分鐘？等先，我有啲驚。我加埋要等。咁我係咪可以瞓一陣？係咪真係可以去瞓一個鐘？
Very loose use of the word star, but thank you very much. But on behalf of FanDuel, thank you everyone for coming today. And on behalf of the PDJF, we want to thank the Breeders' Cup. We want to thank FanDuel for raising awareness for the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund. And my friend Armando here, one of our 60 recipients, his injury date 1978, showing you what a full life these riders can lead
可
after
以
injury.
可以
Challenge him to a race.
瞓一個鐘
4 dozen marathons
先
under
返
his
嚟
belt, and he challenged me to one in February. But to Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, William Buick, the more things change, the more they stay the same here in the mile. Congratulations on a brilliant Breeders' Cup mile.
咁我真係瞓㗎咯喎，我就
Avery, thank you very much. Hugh Anderson, here you are again. As the guys have been saying, it's not been completely plain sailing this year, but to end it on a high like this, how important is it for you?
Yeah, absolutely. The last 6 weeks or so have been fabulous. Huge credit to Charlie and William, and commiserations to Saeed. For me personally, seeing those two fighting it out at the end is an amazing experience. They're both great horses, and huge credit to the team and to, of course, Sheikh Mohammed back in Dubai.
Who are you cheering for, Hugh?
Well, I've got to admit that Charlie had given me
香港時間係5點
because of the draw, and I wasn't
50
really paying
分。
attention to most of the season. I thought Morge was going to do it, but I'm delighted, of course, for that result, and thank you to Santa Anita and the Breeders' Cup.
A wonderfully diplomatic answer. Congratulations. Well done, Will. Well done to Charlie. Master of the Seas is master of Santa Anita. Amen.
咁我真係瞓㗎咯，我校定個鬧鐘，我瞓覺咯，瞓一陣先。
So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover.
有得瞓1個鐘都好。
From the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season. Cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day.
可以瞌陣先睇大家可以瞌陣先，大家可以1個鐘後翻嚟，我哋好癲啊！點解我哋要咁樣做啊？我覺得下年咧，如果日本冇話特別多呢一個，日本話特別多呢一個出馬嘅話咧，下年真係我哋 skip 咗育馬者，好痛苦啊！育馬者真係。
40 years ago, we were founded for thoroughbred racing. For 40 years, we've set the stage for the world to come and race. We've dedicated our lives to our sport, to witness the unforgettable, to reach the mountaintop, to win a championship that defines a legacy. Our love, our dedication, our passion, it runs deep.
The $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff provided the most scintillating stretch run last year when Malathat got her nose down first in a 3-horse photo. But the stretch duel of all stretch duels occurred in the 2016 Distaff at Santa Anita, when Beholder won the head bob over Songbird. This year marks the 40th running of the Distaff and a supremely dominant performance by Princess Rooney in 1984. And 2 years later, here at Santa Anita, Lady Secret, a daughter of the legendary Secretariat, wrapped up Horse of the Year honors when she won this race. This is the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Steve Asmussen sends out Clairiere in here. Steve, Clairiere will draw a line through that last race, and her body of work is nearly as good as it was last year.
Oh, I have 2 grade ones this year, obviously. She's a tremendous filly, just extremely thankful to Barbara and Stone Street. Let us have another shot at it. Beaten about 3/4 of a length 2 years ago, about a head last year. Hopefully this is her year.
Third time could be a charm of you. Happy with the preparations that you've seen from her here at Santa Anita?
You're always happy with Clairiere. I mean, she's an extremely special filly, all class. We're just extremely fortunate to be involved with her.
And happy with the speed that's going to be lining up in front of you?
Right, Joel knows the filly. Just give your best effort, and that's what we're here for.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chad Brown with 2 in the distaff. Let's start with the 6-horse Search results off the Locust Grove win at Churchill Downs about 2 months ago. How's she been?
She's been super. I'm hoping it sets up for her. She was wire to wire in that race, but there's plenty of speed in here. So hopefully she'll sit a nice stalking trip, and that'll take her to get to mile and 8th.
Is the 8 randomized going to be part of that speed, your other runner?
It seems like her best running's on the front. If she breaks clean and she can make the lead comfortable, I'd love to see her there. If somebody's just absolutely dead set on doing it, then we'll find out if she can rate close. So we'll see. Leave it up to Jose on that one.
Good luck, Chad.
Thanks for having me.
And welcome back to the Breeders' Cup player set just off the paddock here, waiting for the field in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be joined by Christina Blacker and Kaiten Bradar. I want to start with Steve Asmussen and his comments about Clairiere. I mean, you know, she hasn't missed a race. And just if there was a Grade 1 race in the Distaff division, she was there this year. She got the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. She got the Apple Blossom. But she doesn't always get the pace scenario she wants. Today she gets it. To me, amongst the favorites, she's the biggest one.
Well, she definitely gets a favorable situation as far as the amount of speed that's in here to set up for her late kick. The question becomes the time since her last race and what happened in her last race, Todd. And though she had a legitimate excuse in the personal ensign on a sloppy racetrack, it was an atypical performance for her. She could easily regroup and run an A race today, but the question is, with 5-year-old mares, any fillies and mares at a certain point, are they able to get back to their best form and continue on, or are they kind of getting ready to move on to their next career?
I actually like the layoff for her today because if you look back at last year in this race, in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, now remember how thrilling that finish was. We had 3 noses on the wire, Malathot, Blue Stripe, Clairiere. Clairiere was third by a head. She took the same pattern last year, running in the personal ensign, the Chuvie prior to that, the layoff and into the Breeders' Cup. And if you follow her speed figures or her numbers, no matter what figures you're looking at, she ran one of her best races in that Breeders' Cup off this exact same layoff. I'm not really worried about the break for her here today. And I think in the personal ensign, in addition to the sloppy track, the Chuvie caught up with her. She chased Nest all the way around that racetrack at Saratoga on July 23rd. And I think we saw what it took out of her to run so hard in the Chuvie.
We arguably saw what it might have cost Nest going forward, because she was probably at her very best and then unable to come back to that level either. So I agree with you about the layoff, and I just think there are questions, but I think she could. If she runs her A game, she's sitting in a very, very good position. I don't think you can leave her out of any conversations, especially not when you look at the pick 5, which begins with this race and carries through the turf, the classic, the turf sprint, and the sprint. I'm going deep. I feel this is a contentious and quality group of fillies and mares that you have to try to cover all the bases. So I'm using the 4 Idiomatic, the 5 Adair Manor, the 6 Search Results, who is my top pick here. The 8 Randomized, I think the most likely pace setter, personally, with Adair Manor. And then the 9 Clairiere to get that perfect setup. Then it doesn't get any easier. I thought the turf was wide open, so covering the usual suspects in there, most of the Europeans. And anything else up to the mark, Todd, you'll feel better, I am including in there too. The 9th is the classic.
Is he your day maker today?
I have to tell you, Rishi Prasad won't let up on me because I keep making a case for America, and America keeps letting me down. But after that performance that we just saw in the mile, it helps out up to the mark. I agree with you.
White Abario is a single in here, and I would say a reluctant single. That is not to say that I believe he's invincible. He is my top pick, and he's likely to be a short price. So I'll go all in with the horse that I believe in. If you were going to get a little extra coverage, I think Zandon is very interesting in the Classic, and I'm using him in some other multi-race wagers. In the turf sprint and the sprint, getting some coverage is key. I'm using Caravel to hopefully carry the day for Brad Cox. The 5 Live in the Dream, a very fast horse, second start in the United States. And then the 10 Motorious is, I think, a home court advantage type of horse who I like a lot in there. The sprint, not any easier. Dr. Shivel, a top choice for me, but the other California horse, the 7 Speedboat Beach, and then Elite Power, a defending champ, and the 9 Gunite. So you need some coverage, but you need one place to take a stand. I chose the Classic.
Pick 5 that begins here. Kate Bradar has put together that play of $150, and why not? The pick 5 pool is at $1.5 million. Okay, we do have a special double. The distaff here in race number 7 to the Classic, which is race number 9. So, Christina, give us a preview of how you would play that.
Yeah, Clairiere is my top pick in here, the 9 horse, 3-1. So I did see this one as fairly formful, and then Idiomatic was the other horse that I put on this double. Into the Classic, White Abario is also my top selection there. I can also see Zandon being a winner. I think the 1.25 mile certainly suits him, and he's so consistent. He's so steady in his numbers. And then I also have the 12 horse in my Classic Arabian Night if he is able to clear out on the front end for Bob Baffert.
Couple of wagers tied into the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Again, all starting here. Let's get more insight with Joaquin Jaime.
Yeah, Todd, thank you very much. Here at Garrett O'Rourke from Juddmonte. They have the homebred with the 4 here in Idiomatic. And Garrett, if I went back to January early this year when she made her seasonal debut, did you think this was a Breeders' Cup Distaff horse?
I'd have to say no. You know, you always dream about them. She was bred to be. She obviously took a long time to come to hand, but after she won in Turfway Park, I will say that Brad said she needs to go 2 turns and maybe something like the Delaware Handicap. But well, she won the Delaware Handicap, and to me that was the goal. Everything has been gravy after that.
I know the strategics of the race most likely left up to Brad and Florent, but there is a lot of speed in here. What's your level of concern that your horse is fast and there's a few other quick females in here as well?
Concerned because she got, she won 2 grade 1s, but she did it with 48 halves, loose on the lead. We don't have expectation that she'll get that today. I don't think there's a worry that she can't lay off horses because she's a relaxed filly. I just hope she gets out in the clear. I'd hate to see her stuck on the rail, so hopefully she can get that long stride going.
Thank you, Garrett. Good luck to you and the team.
Thank you.
Scott?
Here with Juan Hernandez at Dare Manor. She's drawn just to the outside of the main competition. It appears Idiomatic. What's your plan going into the first turn, Juan?
You know what? I'm going to play the break. I'm going to break running and then see where she take me.
What do you expect to see from this filly with this step up in competition?
You know, she's doing really good every race. She's improving every race, so hopefully she improve again today.
Good luck, Juan.
Thank you. Thanks.
Scott, I don't know about you, but I absolutely got chills looking at this group of fillies in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, starting with the number 4, Idiomatic, our current favorite. Obviously, multiple wins in a row, galloped in the Grade 1 Spencer last time out at Churchill. I wasn't sold on this filly initially when I was handicapping with all the other speed in here, but honestly, she looks better today than she did when she won the Spencer, and that to me is a sign of confidence. But there is some other value in here. The number 6 Search Results. This is a filly who I'll never not pick. I just love her physically, an outstanding physical specimen. She's built like a colt, very powerful in her front and her hind end, and always walks around with such confidence. She is owning the paddock right now. My top selection, however, will be the number 9, Clairiere. I have never seen this mare look so good. She is round as an apple, so strong in her hind end, dappled from head to toe. I know she's been training excellently, and the main thing is she's flexible. She doesn't necessarily have to have the lead, but she has tactical speed, and she is owning the paddock as well.
Riders up.
Thank you, Andy Biancone, and we officially have a Riders Up call for the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. There have been some thrilling additions over the 11 years that they have hosted the Breeders' Cup here at Santa Anita, and taking a look back at more recent memory, Beholder and Songbird, in a race that they still dispute the photo on.
Yeah, that was one of the most thrilling races, I think, in Breeders' Cup history, not just Santa Anita Breeders' Cup history. And interestingly, if you look back over the distaffs that have been run here, we haven't had a wire-to-wire winner at Santa Anita since Royal Delta in 2012, which is so intriguing given how much speed and pace we have in the race this year and how many of these fillies and mares actually want that to be the way they dictate the pace.
You know, I think it's interesting because what the boys have lacked in their division is a true speed horse. There are some horses that have taken advantage of that situation. Saudi Crown comes to mind, but there's an abundance of early speed in this race, in my opinion. Adair Manor came into the paddock breathing fire. I mean, I don't think there's a secret about what the tactics will be or what she'll try to do. And then Randomized is a very fast horse as well. So with those two plus Idiomatic, it will be very interesting to see the decisions the riders make off the break, because especially in the case of Idiomatic, and we heard Chad Brown reference Jose Ortiz and Randomized, nobody wants to go into a race like this with a ridiculous type of pace scenario early.
Well, and by happenstance, Christina, the connections of Idiomatic found out they could rate. She stumbled badly in the Delaware handicap, had to come from off the pace and get the win. Now, different level of competition here, but she did show the ability to race.
She did, and you heard that from Garrett O'Rourke in the interview. Now, unfortunately for her, she's drawn inside of those other two. Had she been on the outside, she would have been in a much better position to show that skill again today. Here's Hoosier Philly, 20-1 from the inside post. She's another one. Tom Amos has mentioned speed from her. They put the blinkers on, and she does have the rail.
They are going to try to go for the lead. I have no doubt about it. They feel that that is where she's going to be effective. She has a chance it's to go to the front. Idiomatic, meanwhile, we mentioned for Judmont, has kind of come to hand in a surprisingly good fashion. She rides a 2-race Grade 1 win streak.
Adair Manor up next for Bob Baffert. She is 6 for 9 here at Santa Anita. She's also on a 5-race win streak right now.
Love how she settled in, too. Now looking very, very calm as we see search results next in line. I like this mare a lot. She's by Flatter. She loves the distance. She is proven at the distance, and I'll be interested to see where she sits early.
The 7 Wet Paint, she is 7-1. She was 4th in the Kentucky Oaks. She's a Grade 1 winner, and she's had a busy season. She has been freshened since the Alabama. This is the first time we've seen her fresh since her career debut.
By contrast, Randomized has run just 6 times lifetime, 5 starts this year, 4 of them victories. The most recent, the Belle Dame, where she was a heavy favorite and won convincingly.
Clairiere heading by the daughter of Curlin for Steve Asmussen. 3rd in this race last year by just ahead. That disappointing race in the Personal Ensign last out. She was 2nd 2 starts back in the Shoe V.
Desert Dawn is 35-1, but not without a chance. She's been chasing Adair Manor in her most recent starts, but she's come close at the 1 1/8 distance, and I'll be running late, I believe.
Lida Vida, the Chilean bred for Nacho Correas. She's gutsy. She's been chasing some speedsters herself as well. She was 2nd to Idiomatic in the Spinster last out.
And that is your post parade. The field of 9 that will contest the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Let's focus in on Chad Brown, who has the 6 search results and also has the 8 randomized. We dug this up with the Daily Racing Form formulator. Trainer Chad Brown has gone 5 for his last 19 with a return on investment of $2.15, with last out winners returning in Grade 1 dirt races with 14 top 3 finishes. We're going to let you contemplate that for a little bit while we go to Michelle Yu.
Guys, I am joined by the connections and the namesakes of H&E Ranch. Holly and Elena, what does it mean to be here right now at Desert Dawn?
This is spectacular. I feel like it's everyone's dream, and we're just so proud to be a part of it and to be here representing Arizona.
Yeah. And Elena, for her to be the only Arizona bred to run in the Breeders' Cup.
Even come true. It gives me goosebumps. Still, it's really exciting.
You guys breed a lot of horses. Did you think this was going to be a Breeders' Cup horse when you fold her out?
Initially, no, but Phil made a believer out of us real quick. So it was wonderful. It's been really fun.
She's been training so well. Has Phil told you guys anything?
A little bit.
I think he's very excited about how the race is looking. So
and she's matured a lot, too. She looks different to us, too. We hadn't seen her for a while. And
I need to see some baby pictures after this.
Oh, we have quite a few.
Fair enough.
And we should.
Guys, look for Desert Dawn to be coming late. She's been working lights out. Best worker for the Breeders' Cup week, in my opinion.
Tom Amos with the 1 Hoosier Philly. She's been on the lead, but can she hang with the type of speed that's in this race?
That's a very good question. That's in Louis' hands. There's speed all to the outside of us. We're on the rail. You know, if the rail's the shortest trip home, and for Hoosier, it's kind of one of those things where she has to give her best effort today to be competitive with these. But we've seen this division kind of be in and out with a lot of different, leaders throughout the year. So hopefully it's our turn.
What are the blinkers meant to do for this filly today?
Just focus. I think it'll focus her a little bit more. We think she kind of loses her way sometimes when she makes the lead.
Good luck, Tom.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Yeah, sometimes you have to go back to your original thoughts and then they play out later in the year. But the original thought coming into the season was this was going to be the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Then we had the rise of Pretty Mischievous, and Hoosier Philly kind of got left behind. We've always thought a lot of her talent, but is now the time where she's going to put together a 22-1?
It's so rare for a horse to show talent at the highest level early in their career and then be able to sustain that. So I think she's sitting on an improved effort. It's just a matter of whether that will be enough to put her on even terms with the best older horses in the world on the dirt. And I don't know. I can tell you that she's doing better now than she's done at any other point in this season. but again, I'm not sure that that will be enough to put her on even terms.
I think sometimes, too, that the expectations exceed what's fair to the horse as well. And with a little expectation management, if I told you I was going to give you a filly, she's 4 for 9 and she's a grade 2 winner, wouldn't you be happy about that?
It's true. There was one time coming into the season where they were talking about trying to be on the path to the Kentucky Derby, and then they would not get a win in her 3-year-old season until the Monomoy girl at Ellis Park. But whether or not you think she can win, with what Tom Amoss is telling you, she's going to play a factor in the outcome of this race. She's another one we add to the pace brigade.
It's her, it's idiomatic, it's a dare manner, it's randomized. They're all going to be up there and involved early.
So, you know, that means La Davida upsets the field at 24-1. What does Dubs Anderson think?
Did you say upset? Are we looking for a price here in race number 7? I'm back at the FanDuel Sportsbook and taking a look at the biggest market mover. Idiomatic was 6-1 the morning line. Now starting to firm up, sits at 2-1 at plus 200. A lot of momentum coming into this spot, but I think we are going to get a lot of pressure. Clairiere, ultra consistent type, put a line through that last start, sits as is in the market at 5-2. But for me, the price play, it's going to be with the 8 randomised. The 3-year-old comes in with a hot hand, and I think the best could still be to come here. So at 8-1, also a great race to jump in and play vertically. I would be using the 8 up on top, give me the 4 underneath, and it should put you right around 22-1. Let's bring one home at the FanDuel Sportsbook for race number 7.
Look at that, Dubs with an 8-1 shot. It is the 8 randomized. Speaking of horses who improved quite a bit from where their expectations were at the beginning of the 3-year-old season, you win the Alabama by 4 lengths. You normally aren't 8-1 when you take a shot in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Here's what I believe about the pace and about Idiomatic in particular, who is the 2-1 favorite. If she wins this race, and I think that she's capable, I don't believe it's going to be on the lead. I don't believe that she can match strides with the others, especially when you have a situation with a horse to your inside whose instructions are to go to the front. Who's Your Filly may or may not win the race, but I think that she is going to be pressed to make the lead. I don't know that Idiomatic wants to be involved in that type of a pace battle. With randomized to your outside and a dare manner just to your outside, the key is going to be whether or not she can get that perfect stalking trip just behind those horses and be equally effective. But if she wins it, I believe she wins it from a little off the pace.
I agree, and I would add to that the second portion of that is that Florent Geroux needs to get her to the outside of what's going on with all of these other horses that want the lead, because she is over 17 hands. Adair Manor is a big filly herself, but Idiomatic is an Amazon out there, and she has big, huge, bounding strides. She goes fast because she covers so much ground with every jump, not because her strides are moving as quickly as some of the other horses in here. You cannot stop this freight train momentum that she gets going, and if she is on the inside, and if she is getting stuck between horses or having to idle, that will eliminate her chances of winning.
I'm still stunned by those comments. Our goal was the Delaware handicap. Everything after that is gravy. You know what the gravy is? The Grade 1 Personal Ensign, the Grade 1 Spinster, and now the favorite in the Grade 1 Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Maybe that's just the idea. It's a life lesson. Lower expectations, and then you'll surprise everyone. Idiomatic would not surprise anyone today, but Caton, when do we start to hit the panic button about what we've seen from the Brad Cox barn so far with some big runners?
So I personally think that it's a mistake to ever base what happens in one individual Breeders' Cup race on what's happened in... I mean, too much. Yes, you take into account, but this is a different group of horses in each situation. So where a couple horses may have circumstances that didn't contribute to the best possible performance, just because they look good going into it and they disappointed, has nothing to do with whether or not in this particular race a horse who looks good from the same barn is going to have that same lack of success. I think you have to keep an open mind and look at each race individually and each horse individually.
Pick 5 pool is headed towards $3 million. It's just one of many great wagers attached to this 7th race, the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. The wagering menu here: win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering, super high five wagering, and then horizontally speaking, a regular daily double, a special daily double tying the distaff to the classic, and then a pick 3 and the pick 5, which will be this massive pool. And look at that, it's jumping up by $200,000 a churn. So this is a pool that absolutely is going to flirt with $4 million. Caton has put together a ticket that we showed you earlier, and as we talked about with the new schedule this year, the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic is the third race in the sequence, and you have 2 brilliant races after that. The Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, which looks to produce a price, and then the Breeders' Cup Sprint on the main track. We have been talking to you on social media and asking who you like, and so this is the poll we put out on X, and the response, most of you think Clairiere is going to win the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. She's the second choice right now. The 9 Clairiere is 5-2. Who on this set agrees with the majority in our X poll?
I'll raise my hand. Clairiere is my top selection in here. As I mentioned before, I like the layoff. I like her style as it contrasts with the pacer that we're going to get today. I've seen her train here in Southern California. I think she looks better than ever, and the Curlins get better with age.
Caton?
I'm loving the price that I'm getting on both Chad Brown horses because he has an unbelievable strategic advantage with 2 different styled fillies. Search Results, who can sit the stalking trip, Randomized, who has the early speed, and both of them looking super as they go into the gate. The
best of the Distaff division coming together here in the Grade 1 Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Moving into line as the favorite will be the 4 Idiomatic at 9-5. Clairiere just moved in at 5-2. Let's go to Frank Maramati for the call.
All right, Todd, here's search results going in with Desert Dawn. We just have one more left to load. The Chilean Le Davida. In the gate. And they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Randomized comes out flying to take the lead. Hoosier Filly has plenty of early speed, and Florent Giroux wrangles back Idiomatic to sit third in the early going. Adair Manor is racing in fourth, and they are followed by Search Results, who tucks in to save a little bit of ground into the first turn and about 4 lengths off the speed. It's another couple of lengths to the next flight, headed by Desert Dawn, who races inside Le Davida. Stretch running Wet Paint is second to last, just in front of the other stretch runner, Clairiere. They move on to the backstretch and Randomized, the quickest of the quick, leads 3 parts of a length to Idiomatic, who tracks nicely in second. Then it's Hoosier Filly racing together with Adair Manor, who's fourth and about 3 lengths off the pace. It's another 2 back to Search Results, who's just in front of Le Davida, Desert Dawn inside of her, then Clairiere and Wet Paint together at the back, some 10 lengths off front-running Randomized, who's hounded by Idiomatic. Florent Giroux has a ton of horse on Idiomatic and asks her to go after this front-running Randomized with 3 furlongs to go. It's another 2 back to Hoosier Filly in third. Adair Manor inches up outside of her, takes the third spot. It's then another 3 back to Search Results, who is followed by Desert Dawn, Le Davida, Clairiere still with a dozen to make up. As the field turns for home, Randomized is tough on the front end, and Idiomatic is right to her. They're head-and-head, Adair Manor in third, and here comes Search Results, and Clairiere has surfaced with a ground-saving trip, and there's a perfect split for her to try to get through late. In traffic is Desert Dawn. It's a wild finish. Idiomatic trying to find the line. Clairiere looking for room on the inside. Randomized. Here's the line. Idiomatic tops off a tremendous campaign. She earned it in the who's who of fillies and mares, closing it out with an 8-for-9 record in 2023.
The Latonia Stakes winner at Turfway Park is now a Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. 3 Grade 1 wins in a row, and overall, once again, the Distaff provides one of our most exciting finishes of this 2 days of championship racing. Idiomatic taking on all comers, and how about the big late run by Clairiere, who was just desperately looking for room by jockey Joel Rosario.
Idiomatic was nearly in a bad position so many times because everybody was riding their own race, but also riding against her going into the first turn. She engaged our early pace setter. You saw Adair Manor come up to her outside and try to really get her into a switch and into a bad position. But Florent Giroux kept her in the clear, kept her just off the hip of the 8-horse randomized. Right about here is when he starts to make his move. And these top two finishers, they had to ask for something pretty early on, right at the top of the stretch here. They're already riding their horses.
He was riding her for a long period of time. And at this point, you thought perhaps randomized had the advantage. After a pretty fast pace early, several horses are starting to make moves, but none of the horses behind had the trip and the opportunity to just surge on, whereas because she was already there, Idiomatic still has something left, but it was a big gamble in the early stages of the race to take her a little bit wide. You can see on the far outside a nice late kick from Lada Vida, who was gobbling up the ground at the end, but having to come from so far back, whereas Idiomatic having the best of it in that first tier of horses.
Idiomatic earning a title here. She's certainly going to get the Eclipse Award in this category. Let's show you the photo. As mentioned, while it looked like Clairiere was going to get in between there, here comes on the outside La Davida, another horse who's been right there with everybody, and they posted on the board. She'll be third. 4, 8, 11, 9, 10, 9 to 5, over 7 to 1, over 16 to 1, over 3 to 1. So much courage shown here by so many horses in this race, but it is Idiomatic who is bravest of all. And congratulations from Three Chimneys to the breeders of Idiomatic, the legendary Juddmonte Farms. This homebred for them, a bay filly by Curlin out of the First Defense mare Lockdown, was bred in Kentucky, going back to the stretch run here. Leclerc, desperate for room there, gets tight on her. And then, as Caton mentioned, Idiomatic kind of got the perfect trip here. Everyone else was kind of struggling to overcome the racing luck they had here. And if you're going to beat Idiomatic, you got to be a little bit lucky, too.
You know, I'm going to say, though, this was at 1 1/8 miles. But she almost strikes you, given the ground that she gave up in the early stages of the race, as the type of horse who could really flourish with even more ground.
Well, and back to the idea of just her size and her stride. I mean, she covers so much ground. She's out there and involved in the early pace, and Garrett O'Rourke was right. She was right up on the early pace, but she wasn't aggressive. She was kind to sit right off the hip of the 8-horse in those early stages. I mean, look at the pep in her step on the jog back. She still looks full of herself right now.
The pace was stout, especially for the opening quarter. And the fact that she was part of that in the early stages was kind of amazing in her ability to finish here. A lot changed, though, off the break, Todd. A few horses who I anticipated to be on the lead weren't. I mean, I'm surprised that we didn't see more for Adair Manor. She never had anything to say about the first part of the race.
And so Clairiere was last early on. Our ISO camera was trying to pick up who was Clairiere and who was Wet Paint. They all obviously settled on Wet Paint. Otherwise, we'd have a great replay of Clairiere. Meanwhile, back here, there's another part to this. Who would have ever thought, and it's never happened before, that the eventual Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff would have started the season at Turfway Park over the synthetic. And while you might think, okay, well, maybe this is a one-off, it's not. What's happening is a shift in the power centers of racing. The racing at Turfway Park in that time of year has gotten really good because Brad Cox supports it. Juddmonte has a horse there. So for Idiomatic to come off that perfect start to the season at Turfway Park and then end up here, this is kind of stunning in some ways. But as Garrett O'Rourke said, she's always had the pedigree. It was about allowing her the time to become the horse they thought she always could. She's done that physically, mentally, and now on the racetrack.
She needed the time to develop. She needed the time to grow into that big frame. And, you know, sort of that little bit awkward, big gangly teenager that has all of the attributes, but not quite the coordination together yet. I think she's still getting better. I think she's still improving. We're just at the end of her 4-year-old season. It'd be wonderful if we get to see her again and if we get to see her come back next year.
Given the program that Juddmonte Farms has and her being a homebred, I don't know if we will have that opportunity because they will be very happy to add her to their roster of now champion-type performers. You know, depending on what happens later today in the Breeders' Cup Classic, you could arguably make a case for her throwing her hat into the ring for Horse of the Year honors when all is said and done, because very few horses will have won the Breeders' Cup and gone through 3 Grade 1 victories on 3 different tracks with 3 very different circumstances.
Idiomatic. She's raced at Turfway Park, Belmont, Churchill Downs, Delaware, Saratoga, Keeneland, and now comes to the West Coast and is crowned the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. What a race, what a performance. Let's watch it again.
As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the famous Longines Turf Race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses, in equal parts, Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2 decades to keep both horse and humans safer, healthier, and more productive. Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today. On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Thank you so much. The Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff never disappoints. And for the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Idiomatic, that would be Juddmonte Farms. This is a homebred. We have Brittany Garcia, the U.S. brand president of Longines, not only for the hardware, but the beautiful Longines timepieces. Brittany?
What an amazing race. Congratulations. We're so excited to be here to present this award to you. Congratulations.
A big congratulations. The powerful Idiomatic runs home underneath Florent Giroux. Garrett O'Rourke with me now. I was just saying to you, and it surprised me, for all of the talented fillies and mares that Juddmonte has had, a first in the distaff. Just describe what that means to you and to the team.
Well, obviously this is a tremendous tribute to the patience that Prince Khaled and his family have had to keep on trying to win these races. We've obviously won a lot of these big races before. We've brought brilliant fillies like Sightsee, Close Hatches to this race, and this is the same family as Close Hatches, so maybe her aunt had a little chat to her and motivated her.
You had mentioned the patience. She didn't start until halfway through her 3-year-old year, but it was this year where she really stepped onto the stage and made herself heard. How rewarding is that, showing the patience and, of course, knowing that she always had the talent to do this?
It's very rewarding, obviously, I think, for me, for the family. It's tremendously rewarding, obviously, for all of the people with Brad that work so hard with her and the people back on the farm. And I have to give fillies like this, to get an awful lot of tribute to the people on the farm that give her all of the patience. We waited, we got rewarded.
That you did, and what we want to know is, will we be rewarded by seeing her next year? Your trainer, Brad Cox, is already campaigning for it. Will she stay in training?
That's a decision for the family. I think I will be making a vote in favor, but entirely their decision.
Well, all of us are voting in favor of that. Congratulations. What a victory to take the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff Idiomatic and a 10th Breeders' Cup win for trainer Brad Cox.
At Calumet Farm, we're proud to offer proven stallions to fit every breeder's needs. With over 72 million in progeny winnings on dirt and turf, our diverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow. Calumet Farm, a legacy reborn.
Trade Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger.
Snake Neck Spear and Asheen Murphy get through and have won.
It's getting really tight. The star of the season, drawing line.
The purple cap. Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. The other midline. Mongostine has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Caravelle to win the turf sprint.
I'm Mark, and I live in Vero Beach, Florida. My wife and I have 3 children. Ruth Ann and I like to hike. We eat healthy, we exercise. I noticed I wasn't as sharp as I used to be. My wife introduced me to Prevagen. So I said, yeah, I'll try it out. I noticed that I felt sharper. I felt like I was able to respond to things quicker. And I thought, yeah, it works for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
Welcome back to the Players Show. It's time for a Day Chaser cocktail, the official canned cocktail of the Breeders' Cup. Pleased to be joined by Jamie Foxx. And I was just looking over there, Jamie, I think I counted 8 different options. So what are the selections for people?
8 different flavors. We have tequila lime, tequila pineapple, tequila grapefruit, tequila spicy mango, which is some people's favorites. Some people, it's a little dicey. Then we have vodka lime, we have vodka cranberry, vodka Buddha berry, which is a mixed berry and lime. And then we have cranberry.
What has been most popular today that you've seen?
I think, I'll ask these girls, but I think vodka Buddha berry is probably the most popular. I'm not just saying that because it's my favorite. I think it is, right? Yeah.
Well, I have, let's see, we have a vodka soda cranberry. I'm going to try this one if that's okay. All right, so you're going to pour me a vodka soda cranberry because I am a vodka guy. I like that one. Oh, that is crisp. It's clean. It's nice and light. How many calories are in this thing?
100 calories.
That's even better for me.
You could drink them all day. 4.7%, 1 gram of sugar.
All right, come enjoy it out here at Santa Anita. For more information, go to daychaser.com.
The $4 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf produced the biggest upset on the inaugural Breeders' Cup card in 1984, as Lashkari pulled off a shocking win. Here at Santa Anita 2 years later, 3-year-old Manila upset European Horse of the Year Dancing Brave. And it was here in 2016 that Highland Reel went wire to wire to give trainer Aidan O'Brien a record 6th victory in this race. This is the $4 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
Up to the mark comes into the Breeders' Cup Turf off of 3 Grade 1 successes, looking to keep it rolling at 1.5 miles. But after the performance of Master of the Season, the mile, how much does that boost your confidence with this horse in against this group?
Well, look, we were going to run against really top-class horses in either race that we decided. We just felt like that it was a little less luck of the draw in this race and maybe a little more truly run race. Ran very well in the Manhattan at 1.25 miles. This is kind of a short 1.5 miles, I think.
Where do you expect to see him settle at this longer distance?
I don't see a whole lot of pace on paper. You know, of course, that doesn't always mean that's the way the race is going to develop. But I would imagine he'd be playing pretty comfortably in the first tier or so.
Watching these international invaders come in here at the highest level, What have you seen? What's the feeling? You've done this before. You did so with English Channel, tackling an international group. What do you make of the competition coming in?
They're extremely tough. You know, some top class horses here, and you know our horse is doing great. He's had a heck of a season, and so you know we'd love to see him get him one more.
Good luck, Todd.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a remarkable journey for Aidan O'Brien and Auguste Rodin. This year has been a bit of a roller coaster, but it's been one that is you're coming into this off of a high. What has this journey been like into the Breeders' Cup, and what do you think of the setup of the race for him today?
Yeah, no, we've been very happy. Everything has went well since Leopardstown. We always thought a beautiful ground here and flat track and all those things would suit him. He's a horse with a lot of class, so this is a race we always thought would really suit him, and we were looking forward to it for a long time, and obviously delighted with his run the last day.
Yeah, I did think that Ryan gave him a ride that I thought would be perfect here. You know, set off and be right up at the front of the pace and just use that gear change that he seems to have at the latter stage.
Yeah, exactly. He had a lovely posse in Leopardstown. It was fast ground, left-handed track on the inside track, so it looked like a race that would leave him lovely for today, we were hoping. So, and everything has went well since.
Yeah, and obviously it's been a wonderful end of yesterday with a 1-2 in that Breeders' Cup juvenile turf, but would it just add icing on the cake just to have Auguste Rodin finish what I assume might be his career with a high note with the win today?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, obviously it would be unbelievable if he did. Obviously you can never take these races for granted, and you always hope. A lot of things have to work and go right, and but we're looking forward to it.
And a son of deep impact, he'll be very important at stud one day too.
Yeah, obviously he's a very special horse because he's the absolutely top genes from both parts of two different continents coming together. Obviously Galileo Mare and by Deep Impact, so he's a very special horse to the breed, really.
Yeah, well, Aidan, all the best, and thank you for everything this year on this journey with Auguste Rodin.
Pleasure, Jess. Thanks very much.
And Auguste Rodin is the favorite at the moment, 5-2 for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, with $4 million on the line coming up next. Welcome back to the Players Show set. Christina Blacker, Rishi Prasad, Simon Bray joining you. Let's jump in to the point that Aidan O'Brien makes right there, Rish, with Auguste Rodin, a son of Deep Impact, and strikingly similar to his grandsire.
He looks so much like Sunday Silence. He is a gorgeous individual, always has been highly regarded, was a very good 2-year-old, but he's had a couple of significant obstacles to overcome this year. A poor performance in the Guineas. Aidan O'Brien was pretty happy to put a line through it straight away. He knows his horses better than we do, and he came back and he won the Derby, he won the Irish Derby, and then blew out again in the King George, and again he bounced back and won the Irish Champion Stakes, clearly out of the very top draw. Can you trust him?
That's what we don't know, which Auguste Rodin shows up today. And I think it's so interesting because Ryan Moore, such a strong member of the team, when he knows he's not getting his best, he just wraps up and eases up on him. He's not going to ask him to finish 5th or 6th or, you know, split the field. If he's done, he's done.
That's probably one of the positives, the fact that Ryan Moore knows these horses, looks after them and helped him in those 2 runs, and hopefully no lasting effects.
Let's go to Andy for more on one of the other highly regarded international competitors.
Christina, thank you so much. Just wanted to bring everyone a little update on the John Godson trainee, the number 9 Mossadegh. He has been acting up quite a bit during this saddling process. He looked excellent walking into the paddock, excellent walking into the saddling area, has kept his composure. He's not nervous in any way, but just giving his connections a lot of issues in the saddling process. He has been resisting the overgirth quite a bit, rearing up. He has not fell over or anything crazy, and he looks fine, but just want to let you guys know he has been a handful, to say the least, to get that overgirth on.
Andy, with Mossadegh, that's actually a good thing, right, Rich?
100%. Mossadegh, Tony Proctor, who's on the far side in the suit, who looks after a lot of the horses that John Gosden takes to the races, knows the horse very well, and this is his usual behaviour. In fact, I've seen him behave much worse than that. At Royal Ascot in particular, he was behaving like a stallion in a wild field. But he's not too bad. There's that slight edge, which is a good sign, because you know that's the normal Mossadegh. And in fairness, all week long in training, he's been a little bit edgy. The very first morning that he and Spiral came out, John Gosden himself led Mossadegh out onto the track to get a bit of exercise in.
Simon, can we go back to that point about John Gosden and you know, targeting races like this with a horse like Mostadaf? And I know he considered the Champion Stakes and the ground came into that, but he was considering a race at this time of year and has really spaced out this campaign, which to me I think helps lend itself to the idea that he's been top class for 3 seasons, but maybe at his best right now.
He's only had 4 starts this season. I think when I was back in England 20 years ago, you know, you come out running end of March at Doncaster, April, the Craven meeting, and the horses would just go, 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 and the Breeders' Cup wasn't always an afterthought. Now that's turned it on its head. We start from the back end of the year and work backwards and map out that way. That's why there's been so much success here for the European horses. They target this race rather than thinking about, well, you know, if we run in October, whether it's at Ascot or the Arc weekend, and we're good enough to get here, then take a chance. That's not the case anymore.
Rishi has never won at the 1.5 miles. We focused on that with Inspiro a little bit in that distance, but is it a concern for him in this race at all?
Well, he managed to win over 1.5 miles on all weather, never on turf, so he has that to prove. But they did consider, after he won the September Stakes last year on the all weather, John Gosden thought, I'll send him to the Arc. I think overall, the real reason for the disappointing run in the Arc last year was the ground more than anything else. And that's been the key to Mostadaf's performance this season. It's the ground, the ground, the ground. In Saudi, very quick ground. He was hugely impressive. Royal Ascot, hugely impressive on fast ground. You know that yourself, Christina. And then, of course, when he went to York, he was up against Paddington and Nashua, 2 very, very good horses. But it was 1.25 miles on fast ground. Perfect for him, and he was too good under a beautiful tactical ride. Genuinely, I don't think that 1.5 miles is an issue. And I actually think his turn of foot might be even more potent over 1.5 miles. I think there's a lot of positives for the 1.5 miles here at Santa Anita in particular.
Especially down that hill, exactly. He is up on the board at 3-1 right now. Mostadaf, let's hear more about another competitor in here.
All right, I was just having a conversation with Billy Koch of Little Red Feather Racing, who has Gold Phoenix in the upcoming turf. And what were you telling me?
I was telling you that I think if Gold Phoenix wins, because I saw all your rankings, and if Gold Phoenix wins, I believe it will be the 2nd biggest upset in Breeders' Cup history to our Kong. So that's what we're trying to do here.
So I understand that you're basing that off of our rankings, but where do your rankings put him? Tell me how he's coming into this race and make your case.
Look, he's coming into this race in great shape. He's one of those quirky horses that when he feels like running, he'll run. And if he doesn't feel like running, he won't. He's his own biggest enemy, but when he's ready, he can fire. And you know what? At 40-1, listen, I love Mostadaf. I love Augusta Rodin. All these horses are amazing. They're on the top. There's 5 horses in this race that are ranked in the top 20 in the world. So if we're able to even run 3rd, it will be a massive success.
It is not unprecedented. We've seen long shots before, and it is, as you say, one of the deepest races we've seen in the world. Incredible. So you're a part of it. Yeah, no, just to be here with all the partners, all the LRF partners is amazing. And just to do an interview with you, because we've never done this before, which I feel terrible about. This is very unusual because
we've known each other for a long time.
I don't know that there's anyone in the industry yet that I've known as long that I haven't done an interview with. So hopefully,
were you there in 2004 when Singletary won?
I was, but I didn't get to talk to you. So hopefully this brings you luck.
That was a good day.
This could be a good day too.
Thank you, Kate.
Well, Kia Jarabtin, we've been on an amazing journey with King of Steel, from the Derby to Royal Ascot to what we saw at the King last time at Ascot on Champions Day, and now we're here. Do you ever imagine in a million years you'd be in the Breeders' Cup Turf with this horse?
You know, since the Derby, we really know he's very, very talented, and he's getting older, he's getting more mature, he's still growing, hard to believe, but he is. And he's getting stronger. So, you know, I think the year has done him well. He looks great. Roger's done a great job with him, so he's in great condition. And, yeah, we're looking forward to it.
And how much of an aspect has Frankie been? The confidence that you get from a man like that, especially on a track like this now. He lifted him to win last time. He can do that again.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a completely different track. You know, it's a very tight track. Frankie knows it well. He's ridden here many times, so the confidence is there. You know, he knows how to deal with the situation. This is a very, very, I mean, this is probably one of the toughest Group 1s you'll ever see, maybe in the last 10 years. You know, this is a tough competition, but, you know, we're happy to be here. You know, we don't really have much to lose. We're here. You know, he's coming back into training next year. if all goes well. So, you know, we're just happy to be here.
Yeah, very sporting decision to bring it. I know all your family, you especially, Max, you love it. And I know that you appreciate and enjoy it, but let's hope that we're going to have a great journey next year together as well.
Oh, yeah, we got about 80 people here, so it's a good fun.
Well, all the best, and thank you for all the support that we've had and hearing from you throughout the course of the year.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Just thank you, King of Steel, the 11. There he is, a big, powerful son of Wooten Bassett. He is 8-1 right now. And I think, Rishi, sometimes horses thrive on the added competition. Sometimes horses know when they travel and they know that it means it's time to perform. As hardy as he is, he might be one of those that can take this type of schedule.
Physically, no other horse in the race is built to take the sort of schedule that he's endured and possibly thrive off. You're right, Christina. He has had a couple of tough races this season. Particularly the King George and Ascot when he was behind Hookham and Westover. Auguste Rodin was well beaten on that occasion. And then last time out in the Champion Stakes, he had to work so hard from the back of the field. The pace of the race in that particular contest and on that particular day, you wanted to be handy. He was at the back of the field in deep ground, and Frankie Dettori had to ask him to go deep into his reserves. And that's always been the issue for me with King of Steel coming out to take his part in this race. There was even talk about him potentially going for the Classic. But this is the sensible option. What I can say is observing him all week, speaking to Roger Varian, speaking to all the connections involved with him, it appears that he's actually thriving rather than he's bounced off that run negatively.
8-1, a beautiful price on a horse with this kind of resume. Let's go back to Jess.
Just 1 minute. Thank you very much, Jess. Jim Crowley joins me, and we've just seen Mostadaf getting saddled. He's getting a little bit worked up, but I know that this is his kind of character. He's quite an energetic horse. He's also extremely fresh, so you know that that's just possibly a good sign.
Well, no, listen, he was very fresh before the Prince of Wales at Ascot, and that's just his nature. He's been very good all week. He seems to have got better as the week's gone on, and he's been training nicely. So yeah, I hope to have a good run.
The trip is obviously a question mark, but we've obviously seen him stretch out and do well over on fast ground before. How do you ride him to make sure that he extends well?
Well, it all depends on he's a fast breaker, and I think once you get a position, and like I said, you're downhill for the first couple of furlongs, so you know I'm not too worried about the trip. You know, it's a sharp track, and I think you need to be reasonably close turning in. So we'll sit where he's happy.
And for you, I know this is your first ride for a few years back in the Breeders' Cup. How much of a thrill and a buzz, and got all your family here and enjoying it as well?
Yeah, it's great. It's great to come here with a horse with a live chance as well.
Well, all the best, Jim. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jim Crowley, 7-2 on Mostadaf. Rish, he loves those pre-race interviews.
Not with me. Jim Crowley tends to avoid the pre-race interviews. I interviewed him a couple of times this year, and both times the horses subsequently got beaten, including a couple of odds-on favourites.
Oh, well, lucky it was Jess and not
so
you.
So he said to me about 2 or 3 months ago, I'm done doing pre-race interviews with you. You can talk to me as much as you want after the race, but never again.
7-2 right now on Mostadaf. Simon, let's talk a little bit more about the prices that we're getting on some of these horses, and I want to bring the conversation back to King of Steel and Auguste Rodin. Is there anywhere you could run King of Steel in Europe right now, the 11, and get an 8-1 plus 800 price on him with his resume?
Absolutely not. I mean, he's a tremendous price at 8-1, and I think there's some major odds disparity. He's been beat by Auguste Rodin a couple of times, yes, but half a length and a length. He's not getting dusted by him. You know, they're a half a length apart, but they're far apart in odds, 2-1 as opposed to 8-1.
And the last run in Ireland, there were excuses for King of Steel. He could have been a bit closer. Were he closer, turning for home, he would probably have got even closer than he did.
This one is going to be difficult to find a pick of the paddock, I would imagine. Andy Biancone, if you had to separate them, who looks best?
Christina, it's an outstanding group to say the very least, but I do believe the number 8 up to the mark deserves all the respect in the world. I did not pick him the last time when he beat Master of the Seas in the Turf Mile at Keeneland. I feel like this horse looks better today than he did the last time I saw him. He's holding his weight very well, shiny, on his toes, and has been training excellently in the mornings. It's crazy how much this horse has matured mentally. I know he hasn't always been the easiest horse to work with, but he's just really grown and matured mentally. Very good things for this horse, and I do believe he can get the distance. I'm also using Mostadaf, the John Godson trainee. I was really happy to hear Rishi say that this is very normal behavior for this horse to be rearing up and acting badly. So honestly, he hasn't given me any impression that he's nervous or fazed by the crowd in any way. It's just his attitude. He's an aggressive horse, and he looks the part today. He would probably be the paddock pick overall. He is absolutely fantastic, and for a price, I'm going to use the number 11, King of Steel, the 3-year-old trying olders, but physically does not look like a 3-year-old at all. This horse towers over the field, massive size, but just walking so proud and so confident. It's really exciting to see a young horse who's so sure of himself, because he really, if I would have seen him in the flesh physically, I would have never guessed that this horse is 3 years old by his size or by his behavior. He's been a professional all the way, Dubs.
12 minutes till start time, 12 minutes to get those wagers in at the FanDuel Sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel Racing, and what a race we have shaping up here. The top 2 betting choices starting to firm up here. Auguste Rodin, the Dual Derby winner, sits at 5-2. Will be my top selection. I think we'll appreciate the quick ground. Up to the mark, Shorten's up to 3-1, plus 300 on the board. The biggest market mover going in the opposite direction was one of Andy's top selections in King of Steel. Was 6-1 on the morning line, but just getting a little chilly on the board here. Sneaks back out the other direction. Now sits at 8-1 on the board at plus 800. We do have a pick 3 and a pick 4 starting in this race. Race number 8 coming up, day 2 of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. This is as good as it gets. Give me the number 5, Auguste Rodin, to run big.
Dubs, thank you, Andy, for your insights as well. Simon, let's go back to the 8, up to the mark. We've all been commenting this week as to the quality of this edition of the Breeders' Cup Turf and being one of the best that we have ever seen. Is up to the mark America's best challenger, and is he good enough to beat the best that Europe has brought over today?
I'm not sure he's up, as quality of a horse as some of the European runners in here. I really don't. He's clearly America's best chance. I have no problem with the mile and a half here. He's won at 1.25 miles. He's kind of, like Innsbruck, they were deciding between the 2 races. I think it was a better chance for him to win a race here. And let's be honest. Look who he beat last time out. Master of the Seas just won the Breeders' Cup Mile. I mean, the form's pretty good.
Yeah, Scott touched on that in the interview. Okay, the post-parade beginning here, Rish, with Shahryar.
Yeah, top-class horse at his best. Winner of the Dubai Shima Classic back in the day. But unfortunately, he lost his form somewhat. However, he's had a breathing operation to help him recover his best form.
He's absolute gorgeous horse there on the track. Ernesto, the 2, another Group 1 winner, was 3rd in the Arc de Triomphe just recently. That was back at the beginning of October. He's sitting up there at 11-1.
And a horse that I think has looked really well all week long. Here's one of the outsiders, Gold Phoenix. We heard from his connections. They'll be happy with 3rd place in this race. I'll be surprised if he's good enough to get amongst the top Europeans, if I'm entirely honest.
Scratch Bolshoi Ballet. Rishi, I'll defer to you with the European runners in here.
Well, here's Auguste Rodin, a beautiful individual, always well thought of, and despite a couple of bumps in the season, he still managed to win 3 Group 1s, including the Irish Champion Stakes last time out over 10 furlongs, and he's won 2 derbies.
Scratch the 6, more on the 7.
This is Broome. I expect him, although he's a very good horse, placed in this race before in the past and winner of the Dubai Gold Cup, I expect him to be on the front setting the pace for Auguste Rodin.
Yeah, putting the blinkers on today. Up to the mark is the 8 we talked about. He's really turned the corner since jumping on the turf course, making that transition. Live shot here at 3-1.
And here is Mostadaf, not the easiest horse pre-race, a little bit on his toes, but this is what you get with Mostadaf, and it doesn't prevent him showing his best. He's been brilliant all season long. I'm not concerned about 1.5 miles.
And the 10 is Adamo, Flavorian Pratt, Chad Brown teaming up here. 3rd place finish in the Canadian International. Probably needs to improve quite a bit here. And you're getting 40-1 on a Chad Brown runner in a Grade 1 turf race.
The biggest horse in the field, probably the biggest horse of this year's Breeders' Cup, King of Steel. He's been behind Auguste Rodin 3 times in his career. Possibly he'll get closer to him today than he's ever done before.
Balladeer will be pushing the pace. Local horse, he won the local prep for this race, the John Henry. It's a massive jump up in class. He's the longest shot in the field at 45-1. Speaking of 8-1 shots, the 13 Warlike Goddess, I think it continues the great run of Bilma. I'm not saying she's going to win this race, but she will absolutely be showing up late. They elected to come here instead of the filly and mare turf because of the distance. 1.25 miles she's run at, not as effective. She wants every inch of 1.5 miles.
That's your field for this year's edition of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf with $4 million on the line. Simon Moore here on the 8-horse, Up to the Mark.
Yes, Up to the Mark is our DRF formulator fact. Trainer Todd Pletcher has gone 5 for his last 20 in 1.5 mile turf races, which I mean, look, you expect Platcher to be around that type of percentage every kind of condition, but you don't think of him in mile-and-a-half turf races very often. So he's one trainer, Rishi, at the top level that you can't pigeonhole. He's not a 2-year-old trainer. He's not a 3-year-old trainer. He goes right across the board. Doesn't matter.
I know that we tend to look with hindsight at certain results, but we have the opportunity to look at today's racing with hindsight and foresight. You know that he beat Master of the Seas, and you know that, of course, Master of the Seas was won the Breeders' Cup Mile Turf. Was this the right race for him, considering the strength of the Europeans? That was my issue with Up to the Mark. I've played a box exacta here in this race. Obviously, Mostadaf is featuring strongly in that, and King of Steel. Now, originally coming out to Santa Anita, I was against King of Steel primarily because of how hard a race he had last time out at Ascot. But it looks to me as if he has strengthened up significantly. And originally I made a tiny little error. I put the 2-horse in. I should have corrected that. Ernesto, who I think is going to run a fabulous race. I like the way he's trained. I like his form. He goes on fast ground. Like the other horses that I like, King of Steel and Mostadaf. The ground here, key. Even Aidan O'Brien has mentioned that with regards to Auguste Rodin.
Can we stick with Ernesto? Let's talk about him a little bit more, because I thought looking at the arc in that replay, and I know it's a very different race, and the ground was different. They're going a different direction. He was third only by a length and 3/4 to the undefeated Ace Impact, and he was last when they turned for him. I'm not discounting the top 2 finishers, but that turn of foot is one of the best that I saw visually of any of the replays of horses entering this race.
I'm also going to say it's probably a career best, even though he was beaten by Ace Impact. Ace Impact is one of the best ARC winners that we've seen in recent times. Ernesto ran pretty well behind a horse called Luxembourg in the Irish Champion Stakes. That was a pretty good performance. Didn't quite come up to scratch in the ARC last year, but as you're rightly pointing out, Christina, his turn of foot from the back here against high-class horses. The second Westover was ahead of Mostadaf, behind Equinox in the Dubai Shima Classic earlier in the year in Dubai, and it ties in to suggest that Ernesto cannot be far away if he's at his best, and I like the way he's trained this week.
That's the big if, right? Can he do it again? If that was a career best, and I think we agree on that, can he ship here and do that again in such a short span of time?
The evidence, seeing him, the way he's trained this week, the way he's looked when he's gone out and come back to the quarantine barn, he has been the depiction of a happy horse. But there have been occasions through his career where he's followed up a good run with a slightly below par run, and that would be the issue as much as the traveling.
Pick 4 pool is climbing $1.2 million. If you'd like to play the Pick 4 here, you had a quick look at Simon's ticket. We did put out a little poll on X, and you guys out there at home have all chimed in. We love to hear your opinions. Let us know. So far, Auguste Rodin is the people's choice, and he is definitely the better's choice out there on the tote board right now at 2-1. The son of Deep Impact out of the Galileo mare, Rhododendron. Simon, how about a bit of more discussion about what Aidan O'Brien brought up in the interview with Jess about the international attractiveness of this pedigree, and is that part of the reason why this has been on their calendar for him for so long? He said that time and time again this year. The Breeders' Cup, we're looking at the Breeders' Cup. They don't often commit horses to the Breeders' Cup so early in the season as they did with Auguste Rodin.
Right, I mean, it's a very good point, especially with an Epsom Derby winner. You would think, conventional thinking would say you point to the Arc, right, at the end of the year for many years. So, yeah, obviously, again, it goes back to picking the right horses for the event. Now, if this was held maybe somewhere where the ground, there was a chance of soft ground, it might be a different matter. I mean, he knew where the Breeders' Cup was going to be. The conditions suited this horse perfect, so that became the target. And I like the idea of that, and the international pedigree too.
There's only been one Derby winner at Epsom who's been successful at the Breeders' Cup. You mentioned him earlier, Simon, High Chaparral, who raced in the same colours. And High Chaparral, his prep before coming out to the 2 Breeders' Cups that he was successful in was to run in the Arc. This guy skipped the Arc, went to the Irish Champion Stakes, missed the Arc completely, and has come here.
And that's a month's difference. Beginning of September as opposed to beginning of October, right?
I think you're right about the ground. That's the key factor. The likelihood is normally for the Arc and for the Champion Stakes at Ascot, you're going to get soft ground.
And historically, horses that have run in the Arc haven't done that well in the Breeders' Cup turf period. So That's the one thing about California. You know what the ground's going to be like a year ahead of time.
That's why we pay that sunshine tax, right, Dubs?
It absolutely is, and now's the time to jump in and play the Breeders' Cup with FanDuel Racing to get that WinBet insurance on all the races here this afternoon out at the Great Race Place. Get your first WinBet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for all the details. If you win, you win. Second or third could have money back in your direction. Scan that QR code and it'll take you right across. Thanks, Christina.
Back to the horses on track. We're looking at Mostadov 3-1 in the wagering right now. He's my selection in here. I have a lot of respect for the 3-year-olds. I've loved covering the races with Auguste Rodin. We've done that from the studio early in the morning. I'm a huge fan of King of Steel and just the sporting gesture to bring him here, win, lose, or draw, to bring him on the quick turnaround. This is what the Breeders' Cup is all about, getting all the best horses together in one spot. I'm so thrilled to have him here. But the body of work from Mostadov, and as an older horse, and the spacing between races is just really difficult to ignore.
I think had Mostadov run at Ascot and as it originally been planned, there's a possibility he wouldn't have been here. But the fact that he's actually coming here off the back of that run at York actually suits him really well. He can run well fresh. He's going to get his ground. I'm expecting there to be a really good pace, so I'm hoping that given that that's going to be the key to horses finding a nice slot, getting into a good rhythm. I mean, I think Broome is going to go forward, and maybe he's not going to sell himself and be an out-and-out pace setter, but he'll help ensure a decent pace. Now, the stiffest mile and a half in Britain and Ireland is the Derby at Epsom. The mile and a half at Epsom standard time it's longer than York, Newmarket, the Curragh, which sometimes people don't quite realise. It is a very stiff mile and a half. You need stamina to win the day. When Auguste Rodin won the Irish Champion Stakes, he was given an aggressive ride, and he was out in front and nothing could peg him back in time. So I'm expecting them, the Coolmore team, the Ballydor team, to use the stamina of Auguste Rodin, and I'm hoping that if that's the case, that might give other horses a chance to deliver.
By the way, we're going to flash those graphics back up again. We're all on the 9. we're rooting for Gold Phoenix, but we're all on the 9 in here as far as the top selection, Mostadov out there. You know what else I liked about just watching the Juddmonte International, and I know it wasn't a big field, but that this horse had the speed that Frankie could use just to take it to them out there. He took the race to his challengers, and that's how it was won, and that bodes well for him competing here because he has enough of that tactical speed to put himself into the race.
Exactly. He's versatile in the way he can race. He can either go forward and sit handy, or he can rate off the pace and then come with what he certainly possesses a really telling turn of foot. So either way, Jim Crowley has got options on him. And that's what you need when you come to these big races. You need a plan A, plan B, maybe C and D occasionally.
Simon, tell us where we are now, because I think for folks that might not be here, you know, the mile and a half start very unique here at Santa Anita as they've made their way midway up the hill.
It's not at the top of the hill where the 6.5 furlong start would be. It's right at pretty much at the end of that right-hand turn. There's a little gap there, and that's where they go. There you can see it. So the downhill turf course, the first part of it is behind the starting gate. So they'll make about a quarter of a mile downhill before they hook up onto the main turf course, the main turf course oval.
One of the best fields that we have seen lined up in the $4 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf here at Santa Anita in the 40th edition of the Breeders' Cup, and this is what the Breeders' Cup is all about. To Frank Miramati for the call.
Okay, Christina, here's Auguste Rodin. Mostadov coming up. The smooth looting process, Balladeer. Broome coming up. Warlike Goddess. Guided to the outside stall. The colors of George Krikorian goes in. We're in the gate. And they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, and Mostadov comes out very smartly. Adamo is flashing sharp speed, and Adamo is now up to take the early lead, but Balladeer has other ideas, and Balladeer, with the pedal to the metal, will sprint clear in the opening furlongs. Leads it now by 3 lengths. Adamo is racing in second, and they're followed by King of Steel moving into third. Mostadov wrangled back into fourth. Up to the mark is racing in between horses, and on the outside comes Broom, who was not quick out of the gate, but Broom is moving right into contention as the field comes into the stretch for the first time. And so it will be Balladeer to set the pace, leading by about 1.5 lengths over Adamo in second. King of Steel inside Broom. Broom now takes third, moving into second as they come with about a lap to go. Up to the mark racing in mid-pack. He's about 1.5 lengths in front of Shahryar, who's on the rail. Mostadov just outside of him. Auguste Rodin settled nicely, about 10 lengths off the speed. It's another 2 back to Ernesto, racing on the outside of Gold Phoenix, and the mare Warlike Goddess is at the back of the field. Balladeer takes him around the clubhouse turn with a 2-length edge on Broom in second. Adamo is back to third. King of Steel races in fourth with Up to the Mark next. Shahryar on a tight hold, racing on the inside of Mostadov. That pair is followed by Auguste Rodin, stride for stride with Ernesto. Still at the back are Gold Phoenix and Warlike Goddess. There's a half-mile left to go in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, and Balladeer, the long shot leader, has it by 1 length over Broom in second. Not much change to the top flight. Up to the mark, inches up on the outside of Adamo. They're a joint third. King of Steel, purple colors, racing 1 from the rail. Shahryar is on the fence, and outside of them, Mostadov is underway. Blue Silks has to cover real estate, but Mostadov is making a nice move. And Auguste Rodin is looking to find a spot while saving ground, trying to hug the rail and gets through along the inside. And here comes Auguste Rodin with a furlong left to go. Up to the mark, these two are coming to battle it out. And from the back of the field, Ernesto is starting to pick it up late. Auguste Rodin with a perfect ride from Ryan Moore will win the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. Up to the mark was a solid second. Shahryar finished up in third. Gold Phoenix was rallying into fourth in front of King of Steel.
What a ride we just saw from Ryan Moore on Auguste Rodin, sneaking through along the inside. He adds the Breeders' Cup Turf to his already stellar resume.
A brilliant ride from Ryan Moore. He let everyone else get on with it. He waited, following Shahryar through, and once the gap opened up on the rail, credit to Auguste Rodin. He put the race to bed really quickly. I was talking about stamina. He's also got plenty of speed.
He does. I mean, he was cruising there. He was under no duress to go through that gap. You've got to have the horse underneath you. Sometimes the hole is moving faster than the horse. And to coin a phrase that Todd Shrubby, he's putting an elephant through a keyhole right there up on the inside, just scraping the paint. But you've got to have the horse to do it, and he did. This was a professional effort. Another win for Coolmore.
Big effort from Up to the Mark. You saw Irad Ortiz Jr. start to move up pretty early with him going down the backstretch, almost gaining by inches so that he didn't have to flat sprint for home with the Europeans.
That was a terrific run. A very good point, Christina. He made his move. He took a prominent position, so when he turned for home, he was in a great position to strike. But Ryan Moore, he's so good. He is so good. And he was in a perfect position himself. But as Simon says, you've got to have the horse. And Auguste Rodin, who, don't forget, he began the season this year at Newmarket and he flopped so badly that some people wrote him off for the rest of the year. But he's then gone on and won 4 Group 1s this season. The Derby at Epsom, the Irish Derby, the Irish Champion Stakes, and now he's come and won the Breeders' Cup Turf, following in the footsteps of High Chaparral, who of course dead heated for the Breeders' Cup here with Johar 20 years ago.
And now, you know, this international pedigree, Simon, he gets to add the American Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Turf to that resume. I mean, whenever that day does come, he is one of the most attractive horses on an international stage to breed to.
I mean, by a Japanese champion in Deep Impact, out of a Grade 1 winning mare in Rhododendron. It's just bred in the purple, top to bottom.
Rhododendron started favourite for the Oaks That Enable one back in the day. Of course, Enable turned out all right. But Rhododendron was high class. This pedigree will appeal to so many people around the world. I imagine Japanese breeders would love the opportunity to have a piece of Auguste Rodin as well.
This is a remarkable 7th victory in the Breeders' Cup Turf for trainer Adrian O'Brien. Congratulations to him. I mean, we've seen a lot of amazing performances, but that to me was the ride of the weekend so far, right? From Ryan Moore. Have we seen anybody else sneak through along the inside like that? I mean, picture perfect, flawless trip for this horse.
Yeah, I mean, and the horse helped him. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like I said, I mean, you can also go the other way. If the hole doesn't open up, I mean, you don't look like a hero, but you've got to take that chance. You can't give up ground. Once you're down on the inside, you're committed to where you go. And, I mean, this is a high-quality horse. He won the Futurity at Doncaster at the back end of his 2-year-old year. I mean, the Derby, you know, now this race, and then the Irish Derby. It's unbelievable. And the two poor performances, the Guineas and the, the King George, they were just too bad to be true. So you just write those off, and his resume is outstanding.
I think you're only willing to take that chance on a horse like this, right? Because you know you have the athlete underneath you to go through a position like that. You mentioned the Japanese interest maybe in this horse. How about Shahryar and his third place effort at a big 25-1? They have to be proud with that result.
A terrific run. The breathing up has clearly worked. He was a very good horse a couple seasons and last season. You know, he was winner of the Dubai Shima Classic. He was up against Equinox this time around back in March, and he came up short. But they worked out that he had an issue. They gave him the breathing up, and they'll be pleased as punch that he's produced such a fine run to finish
Gold
third.
Phoenix was fourth.
Not a bad choice.
They mentioned third, but he was right there.
That's
Gold
huge.
Phoenix.
That's a huge win.
That's a huge
It has to be.
If he split the field, I thought it was a win.
Auguste Rodin, your winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. He is now 7 for 10 lifetime. The son of Deep Impact for Coolmore. Aidan O'Brien takes a 7th Breeders' Cup Turf, and Ryan Moore in the saddle. $7 back if you had him on top. Up to the mark. Certainly a big race today for Todd Pletcher. Mike Rapoli, they have already been successful at this Breeders' Cup with Fierceness yesterday. They'd have to be pleased with that. Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. And Shahryar for Japan, checking in third at 25-1. As we've told you throughout the week, a little bit of a different schedule this year as far as the Breeders' Cup goes. The Classic is not the last race on the program. We still have the Turf Sprint, the Sprint, and an allowance event to round out the afternoon. But the Breeders' Cup Classic is next. 36 minutes until post time with $6 million on the line, and White Abario is the current choice at 2-1.
myriad winning connections of Auguste Rodin. Still congratulating a beaming Ryan Moore. I'm joined by Brittany Garcia, US brand president for Longines, who've been such generous sponsors of this event for so long. Brittany, I'm sure you were as impressed as we were at the ride given to Auguste Rodin by Ryan Moore.
Yes, what a fun and amazing race. So excited for them. On behalf of Longines, congratulations.
Michael Tabor, MV Magna, that was a little bit special, wasn't it?
As special as it gets. It really was an incredible ride and great race, and I have to watch it again and again to see how it happened, because I thought I was dreaming.
You're not dreaming, it is reality. MV Magna, Aidan O'Brien was saying how well balanced this horse is, how well he's got on the dirt this week as well as the turf. Is there any possibility you might let us enjoy him for another year?
You know, we've been thinking about it for a while. There's a lot of things we could do with this horse. We could stand him here in America, we could stand him in Europe, and there's definitely a strong possibility that we will keep him in shape next year.
And come back for the Breeders' Cup Classic, maybe?
Yeah, sure. How fun would that be?
It would be about as fun as watching that ride by Ryan Moore, who is still smiling. Smiles of disbelief around the winner's enclosure, but nothing unbelievable about the victory. He's no thinker, but it was sealed with a kiss. Auguste Rodin, the winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
And timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the iconic Longines Classic race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses, in equal parts, Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions, and the qualities that define John Deere. John Deere has been an enduring supporter of the equine industry and is proud to be the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championship. All Breeders' Cup horse breeders and owners are qualified to receive discounts on select equipment, including lawn and garden tractors, compact utility tractors, Gator utility vehicles, commercial mowing equipment, and much more. For details on the exclusive equine member discounts provided on John Deere equipment, talk to your local dealer or call 866-678-4289. NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation and the official private jet provider of the Breeders' Cup, offers seamless, reliable private travel options to the world's most discerning travelers, generation after generation. NetJets is proud to be a Berkshire Hathaway company, known for its unwavering commitment to safety, service, and unmatched global access. Simply select your departure time and fly in luxury with loved ones or colleagues. No matter your travel needs, you will find your ideal solution at netjets.com.
What's better than one fill? Two fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragozins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills. This year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right, because no part of football is
meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The $1 million Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint produced the biggest upset on last year's Breeders' Cup card. 42-1 long shot Caravel took the fight to the boys from the start and never looked back.
For many fans, the most memorable running of the $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic came in 2009 at Santa Anita, as Zenyatta unleashed a stretch run that was truly unbelievable. And Santa Anita was the setting for the biggest upset in this race, with Arkong in 1993. Last year, Flightline set a record for margin of victory in the Classic with a dominating 8 1/4 length Tour de Force. And we celebrate the 40th running of the race that put the Breeders' Cup firmly on the world sports map. It was long shot wild again under Pat Day, holding on for dear life in a 3-horse photo finish.
I believe it was wild again.
This is the 1 1/4 $6 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic.
Welcome to the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, as I am joined by Rick Dutrow, trainer of White Abarrio, the number 3 horse, who is the current favorite. Rick, how would you describe the first time that this horse set foot into your barn to now being here at the Classic, the Breeders' Cup Classic, and the current favorite?
Well, he's gotten better. He's had his races spaced good, and he's just kind of developed more. You know, even though he was developed when we got him, just a couple little things that just helped him along the right way.
How are you feeling coming in here, babe?
Oh, I feel good, man. Very good. There's so many things going on inside me right now. I don't even know which one to explain to you.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
My horse, just can't wait to watch him load up in there and break good and run a big race. That's all I'm into right now.
Welcome back to the big stage.
Thanks, babe.
Let's go to Ashley.
Joined here by Todd Fletcher. He's going to send out 2 horses in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the 10 Dreamlike, the 11 Bright Future, starting with the 3-year-old Dreamlike. Looking at that performance last out, how excited are you to see him go 1 1/4 miles?
Well, I think he's been wanting 1 1/4 miles. I think we kind of learned the way he wants to be ridden, which is not rushed early, and so hopefully he can settle into a good rhythm, and there's a solid pace up front that would help him.
Bright Future was very good 2 starts back, but what gave you the confidence last time out to really bump him up in class?
Just the strength of that allowance performance, and we felt like 1 1/4 miles would suit him, so we were able to get the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and he seems like a horse that's improving.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Two very different personas, but 2 trainers that have found a great deal of success in this game and at the highest levels, and both trainers that have won here in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
They have indeed, and White Abarrio is the current favorite right now at 2-1 for Rick Dutrow. I really believe in the improving 4-year-old theory. I think this horse was starting to hint at that in the earlier stages of this year. You saw a nice race in the Pegasus from him. He was 3rd in the Met Mile and then just kept on building from there. The 1 1/4 miles, still a bit of a question mark, but I think if you looked at that last race and how powerfully He finished in the Whitney. Shouldn't be a problem for him here.
And he's coming in off a career best performance in the Whitney, and they really tried that race just as an experiment because it was a small field that day. It was a field of 6. They could have opted for a race that was a shorter distance on the same card at Saratoga. They opted to try the Whitney, and boy, did they figure something out about this horse that he certainly can go longer distances, Mike, and as Christina was mentioning, he's certainly improving at the right time.
Are we making too much out of that Whitney performance since it was such a short field, or does the time of the race and the way he did it counteract that?
The latter. It's the time of the race. It's the way he did it. It's the fact that he looked like he was building up to a race like that, and he went so fast he could almost regress off that performance and still potentially win today.
So one of the stories on the breakfast shows this past week was Ushba Tesoro, a horse that is phenomenally talented, but has had his issues at the gate. We've been seeing this time and time again. They've had to bring him into the gate, school him. He just doesn't seem like a good actor in the starting gate.
Yeah, I followed up with Kate Hunter, who represents Team Japan, after this happened that morning at Santa Anita, and she said that what was happening is not every starting gate is built the exact same all across the globe. This particular starting gate here at Santa Anita, the back hind gates were hitting him in the back of the legs, and it was just starting to make him very agitated. They backed him out of the starting gate, and then once they loaded him back in, Christina, he said, well, I know what's going to happen next. I don't want these gates closed on me, and that's why he was having so much trouble this particular morning. Kate told me that they added green pads. Initially, I thought it was a blanket over the hindquarters. It's not a blanket. There's big green pads in the starting gate that has really helped him. He went to the starting gate another morning after this. They cleared him to go ahead and run in the Breeders' Cup Classic. He did not visit the starting gate again or have another schooling session after that. So the connections were happy that they got the things worked out for the Breeders' Cup Classic and his gate antics here, Christina. And it all is thanks to a big green pad that's going to be accompanying him in the starting gate.
It has to be a concern, though, if he is a horse that you're wagering on today, you're including in your tickets. You're not really going to know until the last second, right? As they head into the starting gate, what you're going to get from him. On the basis of his resume, he's on a 6-race win streak. He is a completely different horse since they switched him from the turf to the dirt. He's 5 for 5 on a fast main track, which is exactly what he's going to get here today. And his last 2 races, I mean, the prep race was just that. It was a prep race, and it was perfect. It was so easy for him. He skipped home. But the Dubai World Cup, to me, when he was clear by 2 3/4 of a length, he toyed with that group. That was effortlessly easy for him on that occasion. This is the prep race, his most recent start. And Joaquin, this is just to kind of get a little tightener under his belt. You were there in Dubai. I mean, a repeat of that race that we saw back in March absolutely can put him in the winner's circle today.
And that was a planned vacation of 6 months after he won the Dubai World Cup, because his connections have stated that he's just really not a hot weather type horse. So they gave him the summer off out there in Japan. They brought him back in the prep race that we just showed you. And of the last 2 races, Mike, that I can take from Ushba Tesoro is a versatility in his running style. The pace was actually very fast in the Dubai World Cup. The prep race that we just showed you right there, the pace was much more methodical, and he was versatile. He was covered up close to the pace, down on the inside, tipped out at the top of the stretch, and I think it was an ideal prep race coming into the Classic here today.
I'm calling him the hangover horse in that he was yesterday's buzz. There was so much buzz about him going into the weeks leading up to the Breeders' Cup. I think a lot of people in mid-September were identifying him as this supreme talent that was going to come in and take America by storm. And I feel like through the breakfast shows, because of the gate antics, people have gotten a little chilly on Ushba Tesoro now. But I think there's no question, over the last several years, the Japanese horses have come to every international racing festival, be it Dubai, Saudi Arabia, or Breeders' Cup, and made a ton of noise, and not just at the high end, but the depth of the horses they've brought in. So at Ushba Tesoro today, right now he's at 4 to 1. I thought a week ago there was a chance he was going to be one of the favorites.
They won their first 2 Breeders' Cups just a few years ago in the Distaff and the filly and mare turf. They brought the largest contingent of competitors to the Breeders' Cup this year that we have ever seen, 9 horses from Japan. And this is the centerpiece of the entire weekend. This is the Breeders' Cup Classic. This is as big as it gets. This would bring a lot of pride and a lot of honor, not only to these specific connections, but to the entire Japanese racing community and those that are participating and those that are fans. to go home winners of the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Can we keep it in Japan? We're talking about Ushba Tesoro, but I feel like we had a very, very similar situation with Ushba Tesoro coming into the Classic as we did with Derma Sotogake going into the Derby. It was a brilliant performance in Dubai that woke the Americans up to the fact that this horse might have talent. Derma Sotogake finished 6th in the Kentucky Derby, but how good was that performance?
I thought it was a good performance. He did not get away from the gate very cleanly. He did everything right that week. His works were very good. His training was very good. Joaquin, you and I were both there leading up to the Kentucky Derby. And look, the Derby is a very difficult race from a trip perspective. There's a lot of horses that have a lot of ability that don't get to run their race in the Derby. You end up 6th across the wire in that field of 18, and I don't think it's anything to be disgraced by. And I actually like the fact that he's freshened and fresh for today.
And this is a really long layoff that he has coming in here to the Breeders' Cup Classic. We have not seen him since the Kentucky Derby in the first Saturday in May, so he's coming in here off a 6-month layoff. And Christina, you mentioned his bad break. It was really, really bad. He hit the left side of the gate. He ended up further back. He went wire to wire in the UAE Derby. But that was Christophe Lemaire being very aggressive because he jumped well. Nobody else wanted the lead, and he made him pay, and he went wire to wire. He's generally a horse that sits just off the pace, can sit mid-pack. I'm also thinking with the fact that just how fast the early fractions were in the Kentucky Derby, was it maybe a blessing in disguise that he did get off a little slow, or would he have been even closer to that hot pace? So maybe because he finished 6th coming from off the pace, maybe it worked out. He actually missed the break.
He suits American racing. We know that much. We don't know that yet about Ushba Tesoro.
Chad Brown is standing by right now with Scott Hazelton.
The number 2 runner, Zandon, now draws the rail. And Chad, any concern with the rail draw given where they start and the long run into the first turn?
Not really. I prefer to save ground with this horse. You know, 1.25 miles has always been a little bit of a question for him. He seems very effective at 1.1 miles. So the way I look at it, take the shortest way home, save some ground, and he's coming to the race great. If he's going to get to 1.25 miles, it's going to be with a ground-saving trip.
What kind of trip are you looking for from where he should be early perspective?
Just adjust to the pace. If there's a hot pace, I'm hoping for and predicting at least it'll be at a minimum a solid pace on paper. Just find his rhythm wherever he places himself. Hopefully he gets out the gates good and gets some sort of decent position. It'll probably be in the back half of the field, which I'm happy with. But I just hope that pace percolates and they string out a little bit and create some room for Frankie to move him outside in the stretch.
What leads to the type of consistency that he brings just about every single time to the races?
Teamwork. You know, everyone around this horse and my team has just done an amazing job with him, keeping him healthy, listening to the horse when he's ready to run, when he's ready to work. And we put him in there, and he may not have won as many times as we want, but he's really never disappointed us. He's run every single time, and when he's been beaten, it's normally been by a really top horse. So I'm really excited about this race for him. I just hope he gets a clean trip.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Scott, we are on the precipice of the much-anticipated Grade 1 Longines Breeders' Cup Classic in terms of who looked good. The number 3, White Abarrio, our current favorite, is a favorite who should be respected. Obviously, running a huge race in the Grade 1 Whitney. I think he's going to stretch out just fine. And honestly, looking at him physically, he was one of the best behaved horses of everybody in this group. So confident, completely unfazed by everything. He does not look like a horse who has just run a 110 Beyer speed figure. Very confident, and he should handle the stretch out and distance just fine. I'm also going to include one of the Japanese horses, the number 8, Ushba Tesoro. Obviously, super impressive race record, and he has the physicalities to back up his past performances. He is an outstanding physical specimen. Huge, beautiful horse. Is going to love this distance, strong shoulder, and just very behaved in the paddock as well, dropping his head, radiating confidence in every way. I'm also going to throw in a long shot. This horse was my paddock pick of them all, I think. The number 13, Proxy. I have never seen Proxy look better. He is just the definition of a consistent horse, constantly hits the board, always runs his heart out, and has run against some of the best horses in this country. He is beautiful today. Strong shoulder, well-conditioned, and he looks extremely confident walking over to the track.
I will say this, Proxy, who's 18-1 and plus 1,800, fits on numbers. He fits on Beyers, and he really fits on Thorograph sheets as well. He's tried the distance 3 times. He's finished second twice, including that nose loss to Bright Future in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, he was off the pace that day, kind of snuck through along the inside. He actually followed the winner and almost got there to Bright Future. He also, 2 starts back in the Monmouth Cup, was up and on the lead. They weren't fast fractions, but Proxy is a horse that can make his own trip. He's really proven his versatility. I did think it was interesting what Chad Brown mentioned about Zandon, and I think it's so true. He's never disappointed them. His style is going to lead to a lot of seconds and thirds. When you drop back like Zandon does, you are going to hit the board more often than you're going to win, but he is honest and consistent as they come.
We took a poll on X to see who you liked at home, and Ushba Tesoro is running away with it at 40%, 31% for White Abarrio. We haven't even mentioned Arabian Night right now, and that might be a massive mistake. And Bright Future coming in with 8.5% of the vote.
International support for Ushba Tesoro. We begin our post parade with Zandon at 7-1. Frankie Dettori in the saddle for Chad Brown. He's 3 for 13 lifetime, one of the biggest scores of the Grade 2 Woodward and the Grade 1 Bluegrass.
Here is the gray White Abarrio, our current favorite. Rick Dutrow, 3 Breeders' Cup wins, including the Breeders' Cup Classic with St. Liam at Belmont Park. He's 2-1.
4 horses, a big 45-1 that has missed the cut. He was a winner last out of the Grade 3 Tokyo City Cup, going the 1.5 mile over this track.
Derma Sotogake 6th in the Kentucky Derby on the first Saturday in May. That is the last time that we have seen him in the afternoon at the races. He comes in here off a 6-month layoff.
The 6-horse Saudi Crown is another 3-year-old in this group. He is very fast, and they have said they do want to make the early lead with this horse.
Clapton is going to be the 3rd Breeders' Cup starter for trainer Chad Summers. He ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Sprint a few years ago with Mind Your Biscuits. He has the 7-horse in here who comes off the victory in the Grade 2 Lucas Classic, 40-1 on Clapton.
Ushba Tesoro up next for Japan, the son of champion Ofevra. He's 10 for 30 lifetime, 5 for 5 on a fast main track. Also on a 6-race win streak. This is his first start in North America.
If you're playing exactas, tries, and superfectas, this is a horse at a bomb of a number at 40-1. You don't want to leave off underneath. He is such a hard trider with the 9 here. Senior Buscador for trainer Todd Fincher.
Dreamlike exits the Pennsylvania Derby. He was second behind Saudi Crown. As you heard from Todd Fletcher, he does cry out for that distance of the 1.25 mile. He gets it today.
Another one in here for the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, the 11 in Bright Future. He has really taken his game to the next level in his last 2. He comes off a victory in the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Bob Baffert's Arabian Night up next in the Silks of Zidane Stables. He is 3 for 4 lifetime. He beat Older in the FanDuel Racing Pacific Classic last out.
And I spoke to trainer Michael Stidham back at the barn a couple days ago. You can see the equipment on Proxy that he's wearing. Those are cheek pieces. Those have been much more effective for Proxy than the blinkers that he wore earlier on in his career.
Scott.
We are here with Brad Cox on the track, readying for the Breeders' Cup Classic as he sends out Saudi Crown. And so much of the discussion, Brad, coming into this race after it was drawn, how's this race going to play out between your horse Saudi Crown and Arabian Night to the outside? How do you see this developing, the length of the stretch and into the first turn?
We're going to go forward, obviously. We'll see. I envision maybe a trip somewhat like an Idiomatic. Obviously the speed's on the outside, just like it was with Randomized. So, we're going to make them be aggressive if they choose to do that, and see how it plays out.
How much grit did he show you in his Pennsylvania Derby win?
A good bit. He turned for home. He kind of flicked his ears, started kind of looking at the grandstand a little bit, dug in late, second starter around 2 turns of his career. I think he's obviously a very talented horse that's lightly raced. I know he's improved since a PA Derby. Physically he's grown, and I love what we've seen from him of the morning.
What's been the difference from the summer in Saratoga and at Belmont to what we saw from him at Parks?
Well, just development. He's just gotten a little bit older. He's, these horses are supposed to get better as they get older and more experience, and he's done that. And once again, he's going to need to take another step forward today, and I think he's very capable.
Good luck, Brad.
Thank you.
And there's a look at him on the racetrack here. This horse has got a ton of talent. Is it his day, though, for Saudi Crown? He's only made 5 career starts. Is he going to be good enough this afternoon to take on the likes of these?
I think the big thing about Saudi Crown is the speed is his weapon. But if you're going to use him enough to outsprint Arabian Night, that's going to take its toll at the 1.25 mile when they turn for home. We saw that from him in the Dwyer at the 1-turn mile at Belmont. He went very fast early, dug in after those fast fractions, and was beaten by a Baffert horse in Fort Bragg. Earlier today in the dirt mile, everybody wanted to be up and on the lead. Who makes the lead? National Treasure. Bob Baffert's horses are just that much faster than I think anybody anticipates.
And the Bob Baffert horse, Arabian Night, is to his outside. It's not like he has him down to his inside. You would have to think that Flavien Prat on Arabian Night, he's going to have his eye definitely on Florent Giroux early on here with the 6 here in Saudi Crown. And Mike, he's lightly raced in his campaign. He's just 2 noses away from being undefeated coming into this race.
Dubsy, how do we play this event on the FanDuel Racing app?
That's exactly how we play it. In the FanDuel Sportsbook, under FanDuel Racing, just 6 minutes here until the big one. Taking a look at our biggest market mover. It is White Barrio up top now, firms up to 2-1. So the public really starting to lean in on this 4-year-old, thinking if we get that performance we saw last out, enough to do it in this spot. Arabian Night, the lightly raced 3-year-old, popular at the window here at the digital window, currently sits at 7-2, but the outside draw, that is the knock for me. I believe the top contender going into the gates will be the number 8, Ushba Tesoro, at 7-2 at plus 350. A lot of character, as we've seen all week long going through the morning works. I like that in the racehorse. Give me the number 8, Ushba Tesoro, in the Classic coming up. Play along at the FanDuel Sportsbook.
And Joaquin, Ushba Tesoro is going to factor large in one of your wagers here.
Yeah, I'm going to play a trifecta here, and I think he is the horse to beat, and I'm going to put him on top as the only horse that can win to hit this ticket. So I'll go with the 8 in Ushba Tesoro. I like the versatility to him. I thought he had a perfect prep race off that 6-month layoff. The only thing that has not gone perfect for him was his gate schooling session. But going from his first session to his second session, I thought he improved enough in that from what I saw in the mornings. I'll throw quite a few horses underneath Mike in the 2nd and 3rd spots, but I think they need to beat Ushba Tesoro today.
Here's a look at Arabian Nights, and this is a horse, only 4 starts for Bob Baffert, but in his 4th career start, he ran a classic effort in the FanDuel Racing Pacific Classic.
He did, and we'll take a look at that race right now. And I think if he wants the lead, he'll get it. But oftentimes, you know, as fast as Bob Baffert's runners are, they're not rank, they're not runoff types, and he is drawn outside of the other speed. I think he'll end up sitting the trip that we saw from Idiomatic, maybe just off of whoever does make the early lead. Flavien Prat will want to keep him in the clear if he can. Don't think the distance is clearly a problem. You just saw him win at the 1.25 mile, but he does have a lack of experience, and we've seen this from these connections throughout the Triple Crown in the last couple of years. They have these expensive, incredibly talented runners, but they're put into very challenging positions with only a few races under their belts. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes that lack of experience catches up with them.
Here's what Bob Baffert had to say earlier this week on Arabian Night, and I know this is going to be a tough race, but if he brings his A game, I really don't care who is running against us. And look, he's coming off a victory in the FanDuel Racing Pacific Classic. The way the race shapes up, I think he's really well drawn in here because it's such a long run going into the first turn. The other quickest horse in here is going to be drawn to his inside. He's been training lights out in preparation for this, but as you mentioned, Christina, he is really light on experience. And one thing that has never happened in Breeders' Cup history is we've never seen a horse win the Breeders' Cup Classic in career start number 5. That's what he's trying to do here today. White Barrio, our current 2-1 favorite. Let's take a look at our DRF formulator fact here. And trainer Rick Dutro's barn has 4 wins from 12 starters. 10 of them have been in the money, finishing 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, and a $2.70 ROI between October 7th and October 27th. White Barrio, our current 2-1 favorite on the board as he's looking for back-to-back wins. And Mike, this was the plan because Rick Dutro said pretty much immediately after he drew off and won by 6 in the Whitney, I'm not going to run him again. I want a fresh horse coming into the Breeders' Cup Classic. He was really one of the few horses, at least early on, that really got here to Southern California early and got acclimated to this surface.
Well, and that factoid we just showed you ran the fastest speed figures of his career in both Thorograph and Beyer speed figures. I don't know if that's what led to the decision for him to have that layoff between the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup, but what it does is it mitigates the threat of him bouncing and reacting to that effort. It gives him ample time to recover. Rick Dutro is an amazing horseman, and he's very good at knowing what these horses need to give their optimal effort. So if there was any fear that that was a one-off race, the way he ran that quickly in the Whitney, that is mitigated by the relief he's had since then.
The whole game is really trending that way, though, isn't it?
Right.
Layoffs between horses. You're seeing some of the biggest barns do this consistently. We saw it with John Gosden and the horses that he brought in here from overseas. You know, very few horses are running every single month and then building up to a race like this. We saw a lot of horses run at Saratoga, at Del Mar, and use that spacing to freshen up and prepare for the Breeders' Cup.
And I think a lot of people like to take criticism with that particular take on our sport. I can make the argument that happens across all major sports now. Mike, we don't see players throw complete games like Major League Baseball pitchers used to do back in the days in the 60s and 70s. We talk about all this load management now in the NBA and trying to keep their stars on the court just as long. So it's not just horse racing where athletes have had their games, or in this instance, races spaced out. I think that's happened all across Major League sports.
They've reached the starting gate for the biggest of them all. It is not hyperbole to say the Breeders' Cup Classic, presented by Longines, is the most important race in the world. $6 million on the line as they go into the starting gate. We go to the voice of Santa Anita, Frank Miramati, for the call.
Thank you, Michael. What an exciting moment it is as White Abarrio takes up his position. Yellow blinkers of Ushpa Tesoro. Senor Buscador going up. Here's Miss the Cut. Dreamlike with the Rapoli Silks. Last few runners left to load. Bright Future going in. Derma Sotagake. Saudi Crown. Arabian Night. Masotagake circling behind the gate. Arabian Night. Starters get a hold of Arabian Night. He obliges and takes up his spot. Saudi Crown has loaded. We're waiting for Proxy in the Godolphin Blue, who goes in. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. And Derma Sotagake very fast, and Arabian Night is sent hard. And Arabian Night takes control at once and gets over to the inside with White Abarrio about a length and a half off him in second. Saudi Crown is showing plenty of early speed, and he's headstrong right up alongside of Arabian Night. Derma Sotagake outside White Abarrio. They share third, followed by Zandon, who races in the fifth spot. Proxy is closer than usual today. He's about 8 lengths off the speed. Miss the Cut is next. They're followed by Bright Future in the green silks, racing in between horses. Clapton in a little bit tight. Dreamlike is outside of that group. Ushpa Tesoro is down at the rail. And at the back of the field is Senor Buscador. Flavian Pratt setting the pace aboard Arabian Night with Saudi Crown a length back second. White Abarrio 2.5 or 3 off the pace in third. Derma Sotagake is in fourth, about 5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Zandon, a break of 4 to Miss the Cut. Ushpa Tesoro is starting to advance. He's racing on the inside of Proxy as they come to the half-mile pole. Senor Buscador is out of last. He just went by Dreamlike, Clapton inside of them, and Bright Future is now at the back of the field. Around the far turn, and it's Arabian Night who's been there every step of the way. A 3-wide bid coming from White Abarrio, who's traveling sweetly, and White Abarrio comes right to Arabian Night. Saudi Crown is in between them. From the back of the field, Ushpa Tesoro is finding his best stride as the field turns for home. White Abarrio and Arabian Night. White Abarrio has taken the lead with a furlong left to go. In the center of the track, Derma Sotagake is closing some, along with Ushpa Tesoro, a 16th out. And it's Irad Ortiz Jr. and White Abarrio with a 2-length lead. Derma Sotagake gathering late momentum. White Abarrio has won the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic over Derma Sotagake. Proxy was on the scene for a minor piece, as was Bright Future with Arabian Night.
White Abarrio does it. His third win of the year, scoring in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic as he flies home under Irad Ortiz.
Another Breeders' Cup Classic for Irad Ortiz. Another for Rick Dutcher, although quite spaced out. Take a look as they turn for home. So Flavian Pratt was intent on making the early lead, and he did so very quickly. as they came away from the starting gate. But right here, Joaquin, White Abarrio made his move, and it was clear Irad had a lot more horse left to finish with.
Yeah, he was down on the inside earlier on as they turned up the backstretch, and just as they advanced up the backstretch going into the far turn, that's when he decided to go ahead and ease him out. He was 3 wide, but as you mentioned, Christina, you could just judge the body language of both the horse and the rider. You knew that he was traveling so fluidly, so smooth. You knew Irad Ortiz had a ton of horse. Arabian Night, he starts to tire down on the inside. White Abarrio goes on with it. And how about Derma Sotogake running a bang-up race here in defeat, coming in here off that long layoff to finish second.
That was a brilliant performance. White Abarrio just too good, as Rick Dutrow back in the game and back in the winner's circle at the Breeders' Cup.
7th win now in 15 starts for this son of race day out of the Into Mischief mare, Catching Diamonds. Rick Dutrow took over the training just after, well, it was sort of midway through the summer. He brought him into the Grade 1 Met Mile. He was 3rd behind Cody's Wish, who we saw come back to be successful today, and then stretched him back out to the full 2 turns at the mile and an eighth. I think there was a long time where we didn't quite know what Abarrio was best at, Joaquin, right? In the early stages of his career, was he a 2-turn horse? Was he going to be better if you could just let him go around 1 turn? Clearly, the classic distances, the 2 turns, no problem for him, as White Abarrio is your winner. And congratulations and cheers to the breeder of this Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Spendthrift Farm bred White Abarrio.
I think we can comfortably say this is the best son of race day we've ever seen.
Right.
Got an ISO replay of White Abarrio, Irad Ortiz, Rick Dutrow, the C2 Racing Stable LLC in La Milagrosa. Here's a look at this colt, and you can just see, look at where the hands of Irad are. I mean, they're far back on the neck. He's on a loose rein. He's just letting him pull him into the race.
And he switched him out at this point, too. You know, he wasn't going to take any chances. He knew he had something left to finish with. He knew that he had to make his move at that point, because you don't want to let Flavien Prat and Arabian Night start to sneak away as they hit the top of the stretch. He had to work that much faster to keep up with these horses and to pass them as you're turning, and he's on the outside.
And as Saudi Crown starts to back out of it at this particular point, you can see the arms and hands of Flavien Prat riding the 12 here in Arabian Night. He's asking his horse for everything he has. Just look how easily he cruised up to these horses, too, going into the far turn, puts the other 2 horses away at the top of the stretch. And at this particular moment, Christina, it's just really Irad Ortiz just keeping his mind on business, helping him just finish off his race here, get him to the finish line. And White Abarrio off the 3-month layoff, and a fist pump from Irad Ortiz as he makes it back-to-back wins.
We've had some phenomenal 3-year-olds this year. I think this is a very strong class. We've seen some 3-year-olds internationally be successful today. But this is an example of what you get when you let these horses come back at 4, and when you let them really become their best, let them fully grow, let them get into their best potential. And I know, you know, we're talking about the breeding game, and there's a lot of money on the line, but when you see the difference, if this horse ran in this race last year at 3, he doesn't win.
Right.
Look at what Arabian Night did. This was a heroic performance for him at 3.
I was going to bring that up.
Imagine what we'd get from him if we get him back here next year.
Well, I was going to say, Arabian Night ran one of the better 4th-place finishes you're ever going to see in the Breeders' Cup Classic. They were flying. Those early fractions.
Start of his career.
Yeah, those early fractions were way too fast to hold on for a mile and a quarter.
The tactics early on actually surprised me, because we knew the 2 fastest horses in the race were Saudi Crown and Arabian Night. Flavien wanted the lead. He was intent on that lead in the first 100 yards, but he didn't stay in the 4, 5, or 6 class underneath the wire for the first time. He went all the way down to the rail. That allowed Florent Giroux to go ahead and get to a more of a stalking roll going into the first turn, but he carved out really fast fractions, a 22-2 opening quarter, 45 3/2 mile, 110-1. Those were swift fractions for the first 3 quarters.
Let's relive the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. Once again, let's listen to that call from Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate, and they're off in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. And Derma Sotogake very fast, and Arabian Night is sent hard. And Arabian Night takes control at once and gets over to the inside with White Abarrio about a length and a half off him in second. Saudi Crown is showing plenty of early speed, and he's headstrong right up alongside of Arabian Night. Derma Sotogake outside White Abarrio. They share 3rd, followed by Zandon, who races in the 5th spot. Proxy is closer than usual today. He's about 8 lengths off the speed. Missed the Cut is next. They're followed by Bright Future in the green silks, racing in between horses. Clapton in a little bit tight. Dreamlike is outside of that group. Ushpa Tesoro is down at the rail. And at the back of the field is Senor Buscador. Flavian Pratt setting the pace aboard Arabian Night with Saudi Crown a length back second. White Abario 2.5 or 3 off the pace in third. Derma Sotagake is in fourth, about 5 lengths off the pace. Then comes Zandon, a break of 4 to miss the cut. Ushpa Tesoro is starting to advance. He's racing on the inside of Proxy as they come to the half-mile pole. Senor Buscador is out of last. He just went by Dreamlike, Clapton inside of them, and Bright Future is now at the back of the field. Around the far turn, and it's Arabian Night who's been there every step of the way. A 3-wide bid coming from White Abario, who's traveling sweetly, and White Abario comes right to Arabian Night. Saudi Crown is in between them. From the back of the field, Ushpa Tesoro is finding his best stride as the field turns for home. White Abario and Arabian Night. White Abario has taken the lead with a furlong left to go. In the center of the track, Derma Sotagake is closing some, along with Ushpa Tesoro, a 16th out. And it's Irad Ortiz Jr. and White Abario with a 2-length lead. Derma Sotagake gathering late momentum. White Abario has won the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic over Derma Sotagake. Proxy was on the scene for a minor piece, as was Bright Future with Arabian Night.
White Abario.
He's a 4-year-old great hope by Race Day out of Catching Diamond, owned by C2 Racing Stable and La Milagrosa Stable. The winning trainer, Rick Dutro, and the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. White Abario was bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm. That's 2 Breeders' Cup wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation to the connection with White Abario, winner of the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. We have Ricky Garcia, U.S. Brand President for Longines. Barbara Banky, Breeders' Cup Board Chairman. And Drew Fleming, Breeders' Cup President and Chief Executive Officer. Race 10 is the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Stretch 2, 13, 15, and 16. Water ended approximately 14, close time to 31 minutes.
An incredibly powerful performance by White Abario to take the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, and it's a full winner's circle here to celebrate what that horse just did. For the trophy presentation down in the winner's circle with me, we have the CEO and President of the Breeders' Cup, Drew Fleming, Barbara Banky, the Breeders' Cup Board Chairman, and also Brittany Garcia, the U.S. Brand President from Longines. First things first, Barbara, what a performance by this runner today.
That was a great performance. This is the most spectacular place to have a championship, and congratulations, everyone, for winning this championship race.
Nothing better than the backdrop of those San Gabriel Mountains. Brittany, for the official presentation, not only of the Breeders' Cup Trophy, but of the beautiful Longines timepieces.
Congratulations. What a beautiful race. So fun and exciting. We're so happy to participate and be a part. On behalf of Longines, congratulations.
And the winning owners, Clint and Mark Cornett, brothers who have loved this game since they were in high school, and Antonio Pagnano. Clint, I'm going to start with you. Tell me the emotions as you're watching White Barrio, the big gray, almost white horse, storm down the stretch underneath that red.
It was stressful, to be honest with you. I mean, you never know until they hit the line. So I'm really speechless right now. I mean, it's been a long since September 12th we came out, and this is the end result.
And Mark, I saw you going pretty nuts up there, which is exactly what you should be doing if you win the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Irad's taught me how to ride a horse, so.
So you were riding him home too?
I was. Now look, this is a team effort. Rick, Irad, Emily, everybody did such a great job. Grooms, everybody contributed to this whole thing. We had to overcome a lot of obstacles with this horse, a lot of management, things that were out of our control. But sometimes things just happen for a reason. And I think that reason's Rick Dutrow right here.
Just expand upon that a little bit. You did have to make a decision, and you chose to have Rick Dutrow take over the training duties here. He is back after 10 years and takes you to the Classic. Just speak on that for me.
Yeah, I mean, when we ran at Churchill, we were going to run at Churchill, and they scratched us, so we had to make some management decisions because we didn't know what New York was doing. And, one of the best horsemen in the world is right here, Rick Dutrow.
And you are in the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic winner circle. How about that? Yeah. How about that? Congratulations to each and every one of you. A powerful performance by White Barrio in the Classic.
Looking to give your handicapping game a sharper focus? RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. Customized PPs, summary and individual research, handicapping angles and back testing, true odds predictive analysis, and pace projection. With innovative analytics powered by data from Equibase, it will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level. RaceLens, bringing clarity to handicapping. Learn more at equibase.com/racelens.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Qatar Racing are proud to be the official title partner of the $2 million Breeders' Cup Sprint for the third year running, reinforcing their commitment to promote the best racing in the world to new and growing audiences. Maker's Mark wishes you luck today and invites you to try a Gold Rush made with Maker's Mark bourbon and a local California honey. At Maker's Mark, we make our bourbon carefully. Please enjoy it that way. As the official partner and timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Swiss watch brand Longines is proud to present the Longines Prize for Elegance. In keeping with the brand's motto, elegance is an attitude, the fashion contest awards the most elegant lady and gent. The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses in equal parts Longines quiet luxury and contemporary elegance. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
The $1 million Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint produced the biggest upset on last year's Breeders' Cup card. 42-1 long shot Caravel took the fight to the boys from the start and never looked back. The first ever turf sprint on the Breeders' Cup card was contested at Santa Anita in 2008, and it produced a 36-1 shocker in Desert Code. In 2012, Misdirection carried jockey Mike Smith to the first of back-to-back wins in this race for trainer Mike Pipey. 6 years later, Stormy Liberal and trainer Peter Miller matched that feat. This is the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
And we're just 24 minutes away from the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and this year it'll be going that 5-furlong distance. Yes, we have the great memories of Misdirection down the hillside turf course, but this year we're keeping it short, sweet, and to the point.
Thankfully.
For you.
Thankfully, because it gives Living the Dream a great shot.
I agree. I don't mind it being at the flat 5. I know that one of the most beautiful things about Santa Anita is our unique down the hill turf, but I also feel like it lends itself to milers running, and this way we're getting a true sprint. Who's the flat out fastest?
And a foot race between us two, going with him. At any rate, Jess Stafford joining us for some insight. Jess, what you got?
Horse 5, Living the Dream. He's got the gate speed. He'll be quick round the bends. He's our fastest horse in Europe, and he can do it for the Adden West team.
My pick here is going to be the number 10, Notorious, one of 3 for Phil D'Amato. I think looking at the 5/8 distance is going to be tricky for some. He is a true closer, but I think the pace setup is going to be perfect for him.
I'm going with Caravel here, 5-1, Brad Cox barn. One of the early leaders should push for that lead and hopefully ends up back in the winner's circle this time.
Did you guys take notes? You right? I got that. Well,
that was so fast.
It was very quick. It's a turf sprint. I mean, we got to get with the theme of the race now. We're going to be going quickly. Let's take a look at the field with the current odds as we're 22 minutes out. Horses are in the saddling paddock getting ready for this affair, and it is Notorious, the local flavor, who's getting the early attention, Rishi.
Yes, Notorious, I can understand why. Looking at some of the best form in the race from the stateside horses. Funny enough, looking at the pedigrees, I thought this is one that I was quite attracted to, considering the fact that it's by a Mahara out of a Pastoral Pursuits mare. And the most recent run, obviously very good in that grade 3 at Del Mar. There's a lot to like about Notorious. Sorry.
No, but especially the way he wins this from off the pace.
Well, I'm wondering, that's what I was just going to ask you guys. I mean, do you think that Living the Dream would be able to get away from him, dropping back in trip on this track?
Would he? Yes. Will he? We shall see. That's the real question, right? Because the thing with a 5-furlong turf sprint, by very definition, there's going to be a lot of speed in it. I actually feel like for a Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Michelle, there isn't as much speed as I expected.
Well, that's what I was going to say. When you said there's going to be a lot of speed in here, I think the one speed is Living the Dream. We have fast horses in California. He shaded 21 at Keeneland. I think that their turf course is a little deeper than our turf course is here. I mean, he could easily go 20 and 1 here. You know what I mean? He's going to go fast.
Well, you speak of Living the Dream, and you talk about Keeneland. Let's go back to York. And this is the Nunthorpe Stakes, Rishi. What exactly underwent here in this 4-year-old gelding's career?
Well, if you look over to the left, the horse with the noseband, that's Big Evs, who won the Juvenile Turf Sprint yesterday. Living the Dream, all the while through this race, even to this point, I'm thinking, well, he's going to come back to them. Because nothing in Living the Dream's form to this point had ever shown that he could do this to Highfield Princess, who was favourite for the sprint, or one of the favourites for the sprint last year. Brad Sell, who was due to run. He's the horse in the red colours with the white face to the outside. But Living the Dream never came back to them, and in the end, he's a cozy enough winner over that 5 furlong distance. And interesting enough, when I spoke to Adam West's trainer this week and I asked him about what's been the key to Living the Dream's progression from that race to now, he was suggesting it's nothing to do with the horse, who he thinks has always been really fast. He thinks it's the tracks that he's run on. So York really suited him because it's a flat, fast 5 furlongs. Obviously, Keeneland, he was pretty good going around the bend, then just tied up over the distance. But he felt that this trip here at Santa Anita, and in fairness, even before he won the Nunthorpe, the Breeders' Cup was in their thoughts. They were thinking about the track Santa Anita being the suitable sort of conditions for Living the Dream, regardless of what happened in the Nunthorpe.
Yeah, well, the Breeders' Cup was an afterthought for Idiomatic, and we saw how that turned out. So it doesn't really matter what the great plans are. Let's start talking about how you can get down in the action. We still have plenty of horse racing to wager on today. And for new customers, you can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing. That's right. Up to $200 back if you don't win your first single horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any racetrack. Maybe Santa Anita this afternoon, seems like a good one. And get up to $200 back as a racing bonus. If you don't win, go to FanDuel Racing for details. And for those of you with an account already, we're offering you this win insurance. That's right. With FanDuel Racing, get WinBet insurance on all races at Santa Anita today, Saturday, November 4th, which is coincidentally the Breeders' Cup. Get your first WinBet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for details as we go to FanDuel TV studios with Dubsy as he's going to detail how to win this race with a wager.
Yeah, it's a fantastic race to be jumping into, Mike. A lot of different ways to close out the card here on the multi-race wagering side of things, the Daily Double and the Pick 3. Top selections here. Biggest market mover is Motorious. Was 5-1 on the morning line. Starts to firm up in the market. Currently sits at 5-2 plus 250 and a really good chance coming back here. Speaking of coming back, I'm going to go with Caravel to run it back. Won this race last year in the midst of a nice little 5-race win streak. The last 2 lines, maybe that scares the punters off. But you put a line through those last starts. The ground, quick course out there this afternoon. Caravel should eat it up at 9-2 plus 450. That is where the price lays for me coming up here in the turf sprint. 18 minutes to get those tickets in at the FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Racing. So let's get back out there to Jess Stafford.
Adam West saddles Live in the Dream coming up, and I must imagine this is pretty much a career-defining moment for you and your team.
Well, I hope not. I hope I get a second chance. No, it's pretty big. It's pretty important. This is just amazing, the whole thing. I'm trying to play it down and just enjoy it, but it's hard to. This is huge.
Yeah. And the horse you've got, so important about the prep in. That's what you said. How pleased that with what you've done to get him to this point. How important was Keeneland?
Well, that was the plan. If we went to the Abbey, we could have run well. Form says we probably could have beaten Highfield Princess on a good draw, but it wouldn't have done him any favours because he hasn't had the experience with the bell, hasn't flown over here, things like that. So, we weren't sure what ground we were going to get as well. Whereas in Keeneland we got lovely ground, and it's similar here. So he's had the experience, and hopefully that plays well.
Well, the work is all done. He looks fantastic. So all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you very much, Jess, as they are saddled up for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. We'll have a post-parade for you shortly. I was just going to let you guys go at something. Let's talk about Arzak here.
I want to talk about the 9.
No, I was sorry for the pregnant pause. I've only been on there for 12 hours today. We're going to go back in time to a time when Arzak looked dominant, and that was the Woodford Stakes. Let's take a look at this one as we go to the Keeneland Racecourse back in the early part, opening weekend, Fall Stars weekend in October. Joel Rosario up this day. And this was quite the turn of foot he showed late.
Yeah, I enjoyed the fact that obviously he enjoyed a sharp pace early on and was able to come through at the end of that race over 5.5 at Keeneland. Obviously, Living the Dream is tiring late on. I'm pretty certain, I mean, you guys will know more than me, but it'll be a different test today. He won't be able to have that length of room or that amount of room, and perhaps with Living the Dream out in front, won't be able to reel him in as easily.
One thing I'm going to say, though, is we have a horse named Beer Can Man who drew in off the Alsos, and he's a pretty good meter stick for horses that are turf sprinting. He's traveled all around the country doing this. He doesn't win a lot, but he runs right there, and He was beaten by Arzak. He was also beaten by Live in the Dream. So he's a pretty fair barometer of what level Arzak should be at.
Now, Beer Cam Man was in that Green Flash, finishing third. He was in that Woodford we showed you, finishing third. He is a little bit of a price here today at 24 to 1, like you said, off the AE. There's a look at the 7. No balls, however you want to say it. Right now, though, let's check in once again with Jess Stafford.
Brian Moore, you've got Aesop Fables. We can see him going past us now. I think that third last time set him up really nicely for a race like this. Were you impressed with how well he stayed on that day?
Yeah, he's good run the last day, and it's a tough race, and drawn a little bit wide, but hopefully he run well.
And just want to say a big congratulations for that ride on Augusta Road, and what a thrill that must have given you.
No, it's great that the horse could come prove how good he is over here.
Well done, and good luck for this last one.
Thank you.
I'm here with Lewis. We're getting ready. Last couple races of the day. But how have you been doing so far? How's the weekend been at Breeders' Cup?
The weekend's been great, and that's the most important thing. How have I been doing? Not so good, but that's fine. That's fine. We're about to turn it around. We got a few more races.
Exactly. We got a couple races left, so still a couple opportunities to make some money. All right, looking into this next race, who are you thinking about? Who are you liking?
I'm putting all my money on Aesop's Fable, number 8, Aidan O'Brien horse, turf track. Good Irish horse. I think it's going to win.
I like that. Aidan O'Brien, 43% when he brings horses to North America.
Absolutely. And I've won money on him before, so I'm fingers crossed.
Right, fingers crossed for sure.
I'm feeling good.
That's what we like to hear. Well, hopefully the last couple races treat you well. Thanks for talking to me, Lewis.
Thank you very much.
All right, Aesop's Fables. It's Lewis's top selection. Lewis, many a man out there hope you are correct. We're just about to hear the call of riders. It's still a packed house here. The Breeders' Cup Classic is run, but we have plenty of Breeders' Cup action yet to come. The Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
I like Aesop's Fables. I like the fact that his best ever run came last time out in the Abbey behind Highfield Princess. A little bit of a bunch finish. He could have potentially finished a little bit closer on that occasion. One or two horses had an awkward trip. But I love the way he's looked all week long going out with the O'Brien horses. You'd have seen him as well, Michelle.
Yeah, I definitely did. I'm just concerned that the ground might be too rattly for him. I feel like he likes a little bit more give.
Yeah, I would have been of the same opinion, but the ground in Paris, Longchamp, was actually pretty quick. That's just allayed my fears about perhaps needing a little bit of juice.
Okay.
They're coming out of the saddling paddock, and we'll have a post parade for you shortly, but plenty of time to take a look at how we attack this thing. Give me a wager here, Rishi.
Well, I've put Aesop's Fable in an exacta box. Obviously, I'm going to include Live in the Dream there because I think that he's not going to be far away. And I'm going to add Caravel, last year's winner. I think, obviously, the speed test here will suit her. She's a very good horse, and I can't see her out of the 3.
Let's check in with Ashley Mayu.
Michael Joyce, joined by trainer Michael Trombetta, looking for success here with the 12 Arzak. He stepped up in his last 2. What do you attribute that to?
I think he's just getting good at the right time. He's kind of just blossoming. You know, he's really just coming around when it counts.
Obviously, he's drawn towards the outside today and cutting back from 5.5 to 5. Does that bother you at all?
Yeah, I wish I had a little bit more time to work with it, but he's pretty fast, and hopefully he can find a spot to save some ground to turn and maybe get a good run at him.
Best of luck here.
Thank you.
We're a little surprised at 16 to 1 is the price on Arzak with the 2-race win streak and the victory in the Woodford.
Not really. I mean, I can understand why it's all ended up the way it has. I still personally think that what happened in the Woodford is going to be overturned this time. But you know, I said at the start of all the turf racing that I thought the Europeans would win all 4 of the turf races today. Todd had a little giggle with me. I'm going to stick with it because it's not going too badly so far.
I'm not giggling. I think there's going to be more speed in here, though, than we were saying earlier, because I think Caravel is quite the quick one, and Nobles is another one who wants to be forwardly placed. So
if either one of those are as fast as
Live in the Dream.
Live in the Dream.
Well, they don't have to be fast enough for the whole distance, but will they be fast enough for a quarter mile or so to soften them up? Big Invasion leads them onto the track for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, Big Invasion is a horse that has enormous talent. I'm slightly concerned about the draw one with all the speed around and whether or not that will allow the horse to get clear sailing.
Interesting to note, he's bred by John O'Mara, who also owns Roses for Deborah in this race. Here's Caravel, your defending champion in here for trainer Brad Cox, already with some winners on the Breeders' Cup weekend. She's coming off a runner-up effort last out.
Yeah, and that was behind Tony Ann. at Keeneland. Tony Ann, obviously, just a neck in front of Caravel on that occasion, puts her in the mix.
The 5 is the very speedy Livin' the Dream for Adam West, coming out of that 4th place finish in the Woodford, but set torrid fractions, and you get the turn back in distance.
Next up is Gear Jockey, who came out on top last time. A horse that I think has got enough speed to play a part, but whether it's got the class, I'm not entirely certain.
No Balls wants to have a little bit of impact on the front runners, but I'm not sure if he's quick enough to stay up there. He's coming off a win in the De Haas at Colonial last time out. He does have 4 victories and 7 outs at the flat 5.
Aesop's Fables has looked good in training all week. I think he produced a career best last time out. It is possible that this 3-year-old is still improving at this time of the season.
The aforementioned Roses for Deborah is coming off a defeat last time out, but it was a very yielding course where she did not appear happy at all. She's back on firm ground today. Expect a much improved effort.
We spoke about the ex-British runner, Motorius, who settled into Way of Life with Philip D'Amato.
Wait, you have to say his name right. It's Motorius.
Motorius. You have to say it twice, don't you?
Jasper Crone comes through next, and this horse very on the muscle right there in the post parade.
And then Arzak, who, of course, was ahead of the horse that I think might win, Livin' the Dream. Whether the race will pan out in the same sort of manner today, I'm not too sure.
Off the Alsos, Beer Can Man drawing in another trainee for Phil D'Amato, Little Red Feather Racing and Madacat Stables, looking for a victory here with their son of Can the Man. He's been settling for minor awards, although he was victorious on the Preakness undercard going this trip.
And that is your field for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, as we are 9 minutes away from post. Arzak, I keep coming back to this horse, and so does the DRF formulator. Michael Trombetta's barn has remained hot after Arzak's upset in the Woodford, as they've compiled a 7-for-28 record, just betting Michael Trombetta blind since that event. You would have a positive return on investment, $2.27 for every $2 wagered, and that is between October 19th and October 29th. That's all we get is a positive ROI for betting a barn blind. Does not impress Michelle Yu.
Look, great. You're getting 15 to 1 right now. It's twice his morning line. If you like Arzak and you want to bet blind, this is going to be a huge price for you. I thought he looked a little warm in the post parade. I don't necessarily know if his post position is ideal.
Let's talk daily doubles here, as we've got just 3 races left on the day. 8 minutes out from this one. Michelle, how are you going to play it?
So looking at my daily double, I'm going to use the 2 obvious horses in here, 1 up front and 1 from behind. That's Livin' the Dream and Motorius. Going ahead to race number 11, I thought it wasn't as cut and dry in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, so I went 3 deep. I'm going to use the 6 in this particular spot, the Chosen Vron. That's basically a heart play, but maybe it'll work out today for this Calbred who's seeking his 9th straight victory. I'm going to utilize Speedboat Beach, who was handed defeat last time, but it was off the layoff. I think he absolutely has room to improve. And then the favorite Elite Power. We saw Cody's Wish be able to double up for Belmont. I think Elite Power is well slated. He's going to have plenty of speed to run into in this race.
Yeah, I think the East Coast horses might be just better in the sprint division with Goodnight and Elite Power. But let's keep it on the turf sprint right now. Caravel we saw win this race a year ago. This is a little beyond the past performance, as Brad Cox saying. Excited about getting her on some firm turf. She's completely different on it. I think she's fast. No, she hasn't gone sub-21 like we saw from Livin' the Dream last time out in the Woodford. But I think she's very quick, and I don't think they have any other game plan than to go.
I imagine that she's going to get ahead of Big Invasion, who's on her inside. Connections of Livin' the Dream were delighted with being in 5 because they wanted ideally to have Caravel on the inside to aim at. But I thought that Livin' the Dream would still go past her in the early part of the race. Whether he'd get across and get to the rail ahead of Caravel, I'm not sure. She is so good when she's on her game, on her surface, on her track. That was the only concern for me, that if Livin' the Dream gets hooked up and can't get past Caravel, and what does Sean Caran do? This is the biggest ride of his career.
The two of you, I hope you weren't copying off of one another, but you're very resolute in your pace scenario here that you're drawing up. You both think that Livin' the Dream is going to get the lead, and comfortably so.
Yes, absolutely. Usually if we see 20 and change, it's down the hill. I mean, I can't think of another horse that puts up those kind of fractions. And really, until the final, 10 strides, he was around at Keeneland.
And he does that back home?
Yeah, that's his style. He ran all the while. You look at the way he goes. He's quite quick away. He's got good speed in the first furlong of the race, and he tends to develop and then in the past, depending on the type of track, especially somewhere like Newmarket, he ran in the Palace House Stakes earlier in the season, and he ran with a great deal of credit. But the last furlong at Newmarket, you're climbing uphill. If you're showing plenty of pace, you're going to be gasping for air in that last 50 yards.
Well, does that play to what you were saying earlier, that the Nunthorpe, you were thinking perhaps he's not going to see out the 5?
No, I hadn't been wise enough, I'll be entirely honest. You both know I'm not the brightest. And so when I was looking at his form previously, I said, well, he's not good enough to win this race because he's never produced the sort of form that Highfield Princess has done, that Bradsell has done, and one or two others lined up in the Nunthorpe. But then when you look back at what Connections have been saying about actually the type of races that he's been running in and the type of courses that he's suited to, that York was the first time that he was able to play his game, which was pace from the front, and they couldn't drag him back.
Did you talk to Adam West after he came to gate school the other day?
Yes.
Because he was not happy that they had to come in gate school. And I asked him, are you going to go out the front or back him up? And he was pretty short and said, we're obviously going out the front. This horse has never backed up in his life. But I don't know if that was an ideal situation for him 3 mornings out from the Breeders' Cup.
No, hopefully not. I mean, the difference between him training out here, and I'm really pleased that he came to Keeneland, because the training back home in Epsom, it's a very, very quiet part of town. It's not even like Newmarket or Lambourne, where there are lots of horses around and there's lots of activity and lots of questions asked about the temperament of a horse. In Epsom, it's very quiet. There aren't as many horses just simply in training in that area. And so the whole setup, scenario, requirements of a horse in the morning is very different. So I was delighted that he had a go at Keeneland and he had an opportunity to spend time here, and now he's settled in here.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, because the first morning he came here, he was a mess. He was very hot. He was nervous about everything. Subsequent mornings, he has gotten so much better. And look at him now. He's here on a huge crowd day, and he's back there without the pony, with his head bowed over. He is being a perfect gentleman. I think it was so smart to bring him in here, go to Keeneland, and then come over here with time to acclimate.
Well, we're back to the horse whose name must be sung, Motorius, at 5-2, plus 250 odds as your current favorite for Phil D'Amato. And this horse, I don't know that he needs a pace to run into. You look at his victory in the San Simeon when they were running down the hillside turf course. He was forwardly placed and very fast, but they do run downhill, literally, on that course. And last time out, I don't know that they wanted to be that far back. I don't know if they had a choice, but he's versatile in that he's won these races at 5, he's won them at 6.5 down the hillside, and I just feel like he's the now horse, and that's what the wagering public are clinging to.
He is the now horse, because if I'd said, or someone had said to me 2 years ago when this horse was trained in the UK, that he would be favourite for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, I'd have thought you were dreaming, imagining, talking about a parallel universe. He was a pretty useful horse in UK, but he was just a decent handicapper, was what we call a handicapper. He was not a pattern horse, not a horse capable of running in Group 1, 2 or 3. But he certainly turned things around in America for Philip D'Amato, and he looks like he's getting better, if anything.
Well, now let me tell you this. As soon as he came over here for D'Amato, we were talking about, well, maybe he's going to be a Breeders' Cup horse. You come into this barn and you're a Euro import. We instantly think the highest possible things. This horse could have run last in every race, and he could have come here, and we would have been like, oh, this horse is going to win everything. Also, to your nod about where he was level-wise, when he came over here, he was beaten against allowance foes. He finally ended up besting them, and then they took him very slowly. This is his first try against Grade 1 company. They went restricted stake in the Clocker's Corner, and then Grade 3, and then Grade 2, and they ended up in the Green Flash because it was a win and you're in. But it's not like they threw him right into the deep end.
So here's a look at Living the Dream. He's got the pony rider and a handler with him holding the reins. Excuse me, holding a lead rope. So is this typical for him?
Normally he's pretty relaxed. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty certain at York he didn't have an extra handler. He was down at the start on his own. I didn't see him pre-race before Keeneland, obviously, because I wasn't around. But certainly in Europe, he's been pretty cool and calm, and he hasn't needed anyone to help him get into the stalls.
So he's this fast. He ran around the turn at Keeneland, obviously, last time out. We were talking earlier in the week about how the straightaway turf races a little different than what they have to do here in the States.
Yes, it is a little different.
And that turn wasn't his undoing? It was just he went too fast last time out at Keeneland?
I think it was, yeah, I mean, he seemed to handle the turn beautifully, I thought, at Keeneland. And I don't think, I mean, he's had a lot of experience in the UK around a number of different tracks, the majority of them on straight tracks, but he has been around a bend in competition. We were talking about Big Evs yesterday, who'd never been around a bend in competition. This horse has. And I don't think there's anything about the configuration of the course, the ground, the whole setup that we should be worried about. It's simply a case of, is he good enough? Is he fast enough I think the answer is yes.
We will find out in just a matter of moments. 7-2 on Living the Dream, and the favorite is Motorious. As they go into line for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, we go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Michael. 5 furlongs on the turf, and here is Caravelle trying to beat the boys once again. She takes up her spot under Tyler Gaffleon. Here's Tony Ann. And those two familiar rivals break side by side. They were 1-2 last time out at Keeneland in the Franklin. Jasper Crone coming up. Here's Gear Jockey in the Calumet Farm colors. Noble's coming up. Arzak. Another of the Phil D'Amato runners. Beer Can Man, Santa Anita's leading rider, Juan Hernandez, going up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Beer Can Man, Roses for Deborah, both out very quickly. And on the inside, here comes Livin' the Dream. Livin' the Dream is very quick, as is Jasper Crone. So these two sizzle down the backstretch with Roses for Deborah a length and a half behind them. Beer Can Man is in the clear. Motorious in traffic. Caravelle is down at the rail. Arzak Green Silks passing horses on the outside of No Balls. It's another length and a half back to Aesop's Foibles outside. On the inside is Big Invasion, Gear Jockey second to last, and Tony Ann is at the back, and it's Livin' the Dream blazing the way to the top of the stretch, pursued intently by Caravelle, who's got a clear shot. Nobles comes through along the inside. Roses for Deborah in between. Arzak's running a big race, and Aesop's Foibles on the far outside is closing stoutly late. Here's Nobles coming through to take the lead close to home. Far outside, Aesop's Foibles. Here's the line, and Big Invasion. Nobles held off. An absolutely flying Big Invasion. Aesop's Fables finished up in third. Behind them, there was a battle that included Motorious along with Beer Can Man.
No Balls with the victory in a sensationally fast clock in here. 55 seconds flat for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
I didn't think that he would be on the lead, and he found a whole new home today coming from off of it. The pace laid up pretty similar to what we thought it was going to be. That was a very cool finish. I have to go back and watch it 2 or 3 more times.
We're going to, so rest assured you will get what you desire. Let's take a look at this at the coming out of the turn here, and it was the pace scenario that you two drew up. Rishi, Livin' the Dream did what we expected.
He did what we expected. He went really quick, and he had a significant advantage turning for home. Caravelle couldn't lay up with him. Jasper Crone did, but then burnt off. All the while, Nobles was holding down to that inside rail. When they turned in, I thought Livin' the Dream probably just had enough of an advantage to see it out. But when Sean Curran asks him for everything, he just starts to empty out and leans off the rail. And that was the key moment for Nobles, and he's taken every advantage.
Larry Ravelli and Gerardo Corrales scoring here in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint in impressive fashion. And look at that charge coming late from Big Invasion or Joel Rosario. He almost gets there.
That was a terrific run from Big Invasion. Another horse to run the rail and get a late clearing. And Aesop's Fables on the outside. Ryan Moore's had to do something different to those two who've stuck to the rail. He's had to come round horses, and he has finished with a rare rattle as well.
12-1 over 12-1 in the exacta here. If you cash in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, you're going to have one of our bigger exactas on the day. As you can see, the shutter cam angle here to give you just exactly that margin there. It was tight, but in the end about a neck for the win.
Big Invasion is such an honest horse as well. I've seen him obviously on his travels when he came to Ascot. Things didn't quite work out on that occasion, but it's great to see him producing his best in this sort of scenario. Living the Dream, well done, finishing 5th. That's a terrific result for a horse.
Fourth.
Sorry, 4th. Sorry, where he started off the season. You know, to end up at the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint being favourite and run a creditable race like that, terrific. I think he just ran out a bit of puff late on. And I'm really pleased with the run from Aesop's Fables. I think he could be a really talented sprinter next year going into his 4-year-old season.
What a close. I mean, that was another turn of foot that we're seeing here. A lot of the European horses are delivering these really explosive late runs, and that was one of them.
That's No Balls there, your winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Ravelli Racing with the victory. Larry Ravelli, a fixture in the Chicago circuit for years and years, one of the top trainers in the Midwest. But on a national stage, they haven't seen as much of him as I'm sure he would like. He made a name for himself on the Derby Trail this year with the blazingly fast 2 fills. And now here he is, a Breeders' Cup champion with no balls.
Can I just say, too, I love the fact that the last couple of races we've seen have been very affordable horses. You look at White Abario, he was a $40,000 in training horse with a $5,000 sire. Look at No Balls, he was a $3,500 Fasig-Tipton purchase. And his sire stands for only $20,000.
Cheers to the breeder, Dr. John A. Chandler. Don't worry, John. I think the next one out of Pearly Blue will fetch more than $3,500.
Just thinking about that run of Big Invasion again, and actually, he's really unlucky. Not only has he had to make up ground against the rail, but there's a moment where he's had to check in the straight. Just as he's about to unwind, and he has to take a pause, switch past the horse that's tiring in front of him. Really unlucky, actually, if you'd backed.
We should watch it again so we can see.
I'd love to see it again.
So the defending champ Caravel is one that we want to take a keen look at, because obviously not repeating here in the Breeders' Cup, but one who was certainly one to watch. And you were going to hope that this one was going to be maybe a little more prominently placed. But let's go now and take a look at Caravel. You can see right there.
There's Caravel. You have an ISO replay on her coming along the inside. She's going to try to forge for the lead after laying a little bit further off the pace than we typically see her. But we've also seen her off the pace in her last couple, and it hasn't come to fruition for her. Maybe she's just a need the lead to have her best race type of filly. Right here, she's going to get absolutely swallowed up. There's your eventual winner on the rail. There's your second place finisher passing her. And she's just going to go backwards from here. It looks to me like Gaffleon realizes she's beat. Look, he's just going to hand ride her in. He's not asking her to do much more than that. He already has her in check by the time they cross the wire.
It wasn't her day today, and she's off form than what we saw last year. But there he is, Larry Ravelli, the man in the shades. A lot of us here. There's the famous Ravelli racing commercial they made on HRTV years ago, which might be one of the greatest commercials of all time. I recommend all of you that have access to any sort of internets to look up the Ravelli racing commercial on YouTube. But let's take a look once again that unlucky trip, you said, of Big Invasion.
Just keeping an eye. Big Invasion and Aesop's Fables are alongside each other at the moment. One goes the inside rail, the other goes wide. Joel Rosario down on the inside, and he's got to wait. Obviously, he's got to be patient here, but he's on the inside following. The horse just ahead of him is the eventual winner. Ryan Moore is having to swing right round the outside. And there's a point where I'm thinking, well, he's actually following No Balls through, and then he's going to have a clean run following that horse. But it just gets tight here. Just a stride, but that's enough in a 5-furlong sprint to actually cost you half a length.
Well, and when you only lose by a neck like that, with that much momentum, too.
Absolutely. You've had to regain the momentum, pick it up again. I think he is the unlucky horse in the race.
A different trip he might win today as we take a look at the Winner's Circle celebration. But it's all smiles and happiness and racing luck going into the corner of No Balls. Patricia's Hope LLC is gelding trained by Larry Ravelli and Gerardo Corrales. Couldn't be happier for him to get the victory. So as they celebrate in the winner's circle, we're going to take a look forward for the final Breeders' Cup race this afternoon. That is the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. We'll have the post-race reaction and interviews in just a moment here for the Turf Sprint. But looking forward, final Breeders' Cup race of the day, one of the classic Breeders' Cup races. $2 million on the line, a 6-furlong affair, and some of the fastest horses in training. Opening up as the early favorite right now is Speedboat Beach.
I'm a little surprised about that. I really thought that Elite Power would open up as your favorite, but, you know, Baffert's looking for a win right now. We know Speedboat Beach is going to improve off of his off-the-bench effort, and he's a logistical horse here.
He certainly is. Elite Power right now, 5-2, second choice in the early wagering.
I love Elite Power. He's traveled the world. He's proven that he is a brilliant racehorse wherever he goes. He looks uncomplicated in everything he's done. I imagine as long as it's a strongly run race, which when is the Breeders' Cup Sprint? Never a strongly run race, and he can just have a target to aim at. I'm hoping that he picks them up. I think he deserves a win like this because I just love everything he does about him. He's one of those horses that I'd like to be friends with.
it's Elite Power. He's been friendly to the bettors because he wins more often than he doesn't.
I'll tell you what, he's not super friendly when you come see him. He tried to bite my face like 3 days this week, and it's because you have to have carrots, organic carrots, and they have to be big organic carrots.
No one should try and bite your face, Michelle.
I know.
That's ridiculous.
He was not happy. You can't come asking him questions and not bear gifts.
I don't know if I blame the horse in this situation. At any rate, we are awaiting the winner circle presentation for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. We'll get you down there in just a matter of moments. But these are the odds as they stand at 25 minutes to post. I think Elite Power and Goodnight might be the two best in here. And when they cross the wire, I think they're going to be those two in front.
What was the story of the race at Saratoga when Goodnight beat Elite Power last time?
Well, it's further.
It's a 7 furlong event.
Simple as that?
I think so.
That's 7 furlongs is as tricky a distance as there is.
You're back to 3/4. This is Elite Power's race.
He's just fielding a phone call here, I think, from the winning owner? Yes. Because Vincent, Patricia Folia are not here today to make the presentation to them via telephone. I'm not sure we've ever done this before. Breeders' Cup Ambassador Bo Derrick. Bo, lovely to see you again. And Breeders' Cup board member Tom Ryan with his wife Katie. Are they on the phone?
He was just on the phone. He said party people in the house.
Call him up. Call him up. We'll get him on. Listen, we can't not hear from him. You've won a Breeders' Cup race, Vince and Patricia, and they can't make it here. Just tell me where they are, Larry.
Naples, Florida. Patricia's hope, Pat, his mom, Vince, his dad, Vinny. It's my people.
All right, so we can't get him on?
Can't get him on. We just had him.
Oh, too bad.
He did have a quote, though.
All right, what did he say?
Party people in the house.
Party people in the house. I think that's an instruction to you. Many congratulations all, and we'll see you right back here, Del Mar next year.
We're going to do it again.
Awesome. Well done, Larry.
Thank you.
And well done to Vince and Patricia. I tried. Bo, thanks so much.
You got it. Thank you, Bo.
All right, Ahmed.
So we're going to take another look here at the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint from just moments ago. Once again, we've gone over it a couple times. Let's take it from the beginning here, Michelle.
Yeah, super strong break actually from the 9 Roses for Deborah, as well as the 14 Beer Can Man, who took that early advantage. It actually took the 5 Living the Dream a couple of strides to get into gear, but once he got into gear, he was out there clear and pretty much uncontested. Jasper Crone tried to put some pressure on him, but Living the Dream is going to spurt away right here, and you can see every other horse under a drive to try and reel him in. And he wasn't going as quick as he had at Keeneland, but he was absolutely rattling around this turn. Some horses need to slow down in a turn, not Living the Dream. He relished that. But the early fast pace took its toll here, and as he turned away with an advantage, here comes some horses up the rail, including your winner right there in the black blinkers and the blue silks under a drive, but saved all that ground and able to close into that. And then Aesop's Fables on the outside coming. What a race.
It really was. I mean, we've seen some classic finishes in this year's Breeders' Cup. It's been
This has been the year of photos.
Yeah, both mile races, the Affiliate Mare Sprint, the Distaff. It's been tremendous. We'll be back with our final Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon, the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Garbage time. That phrase never sounded quite right, because no part of football is meaningless. So cherish every 2 minutes of the NFL, not just the ones you're warned about. Cherish the spreads to cover, overs to hit, and chances to live bet from the first down to the final whistle. So don't just watch football this season, cherish it.
Bet $5, get $150 bonus if your team wins, plus a profit boost every single day. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
Dream Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger.
Lightning Spear and Shane Murphy get through and have won. It's getting really tight. The star of the season, Roaring Lion. The purple cap. Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. The other midline. Mongostina has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Caravel to win the turf sprint.
The $1 million Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint has produced some stirring stretch battles, like the 1993 renewal, won by 7-year-old Cardmania at Santa Anita. This 40th running of a test of raw speed will be hard-pressed to top what Midnight Loot did here in 2008. He blazed 6 furlongs in 107.08 to win the sprint in consecutive years, and that record time still stands. His trainer, Bob Baffert, has won the sprint a record 5 times, the first coming in 1992 with 30 slews. This is the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint.
Hard to believe we've already gotten to this point with the final Breeders' Cup race on tap, the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. Before we conclude the day, though, we have seen some classic performances both on Future Stars Friday and especially today.
We have indeed, of course, highlighted by White Barrio in the Breeders' Cup Classic. I think the ride from Ryan Moore on Auguste Rodin is going to be one of the moments for me, certainly,
Cody's
of this
wish.
Breeders' Cup. Yes.
Cody's wish, you guys. I can't get over that finish.
And the added drama with the inquiry.
I know, right?
It's been an excellent day, but we still have one of the most exciting races yet to come, the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. And you can still get in the action when you sign up for a new account with FanDuel Racing. New customers can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200 on FanDuel Racing. That's up to $200 back if you don't win your first single-horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse in any race at any track, like Santa Anita on Breeders' Cup Saturday, and get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. And if you're an existing customer, well, you can play the Breeders' Cup with FanDuel Racing and get win bet insurance on all races at Santa Anita. That's right. Get your first win bet back up to $10 as a racing credit if you finish second or third. Go to FanDuel Racing for details with the QR code on screen right now. This offer extends through Breeders' Cup Saturday. That is today. Let's take a look at horses in the saddling paddock here for the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. 2-1 right now on your current favorite in Elite Power. I think that's more in line of what we were expecting here in the wagering.
I think so. One more opportunity for a returning champion here in the Breeders' Cup. We did have Cody's Wish come back. We did have Goodnight Olive come back. And Elite Power has his chance to add to that list in here. Bill Mott has his chance to pick up a third Breeders' Cup this weekend.
I think that going into the Breeders' Cup, we saw Bill Mott was loaded. I think his horses have run as expected and as anticipated. Looking at Elite Power, he was defeated last time by that horse on your screen, Gunite, but that was going 7 furlongs. This is the three-quarter race, all Elite Power.
It is a day of champions and Hall of Famers. More on that in a moment. It's not just the Racing Hall of Fame. As we take a look at our reporters on the ground, Dubsy in studio, Joaquin on site. We have Kyle around the wagers, but it's Ashley Mayu who drew the lucky straw as she is joined by a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I sure am, Michael. Joyce, you want to talk about big performances and big people here as well, and horses. We got Richie Sambora on site for the Breeders' Cup. Richie, I know you're...
Ashley, darling, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well.
I know you're a fan of racing, but what brings you out to the Breeders' Cup today?
Well, I think Bob Baffert is a good friend of mine, and obviously I'm no stranger to the Breeders' Cup. I've been here for like 10 years now, and yeah, I've been following Triple Crown for a long time, and you know, I started going to races with my dad when I was a kid. It was one of those things, and it's just a great sport.
How's your wagering been today? Have you been wagering all day long?
I won a couple, lost a couple, you know, but I'm doing pretty good.
So what are we playing here on Speedboat Beach?
Oh, I think Speedboat's going to win. It's about time. Race number 11, that's my lucky number, and I got my lucky derby.
All right, you brought the fashion. Hopefully some more winners. See Richie. Have a great day at the races.
Let's hope so.
He's actually played the national anthem. He did a Sing with Bing when we had the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, and he's been a great ambassador for the Breeders' Cup, as has Joaquin Jaime.
And Mike, when you look at the Breeders' Cup Sprint this year, there is one horse that nearly won this race a couple years ago, and that is the 2 in here in Dr. Shivel. He was just nosed out at Del Mar a few years ago. And you look at his campaign this year, he's had 4 runs, but he's been very good going 6 furlongs. A victory earlier on. He comes off another head victory in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship. He just missed by a neck behind the Chosen Vron, in them being Crosby. Kyle, I'm going with the 2 here in Dr. Shivel. This is his racetrack, and this is his distance that he wants, going 3/4 of a mile. Who's your top pick, Kyle?
Well, Dr. Shivel's a good one, Joaquin, but I'm going with number 9, Gunite. Tyler Gaffleon, Steve Asmussen teaming up here. They were 2 for 4 this summer. Those 2 losses, well, they happen to come off of a sloppy track, actually. This track, not too sloppy today. So, liking Gunite here, a little bit of a cutback in distance for him, like the outside pole, too. What about you, Dubs?
Yeah, thank you, Kyle. Let's bring one home here for race number 11 for me. I'm going to go with the class of the field. Elite Power sitting at 2-1 as the top betting choice at the FanDuel Sportsbook. A little surprising. Speedboat Beach, second selection for the public at 5-2. It was Dr. Shivel who bested Speedboat Beach last out. So it's 6-1 at +600 in FanDuel Racing. That's where the value lies for me. Dr. Shivel, the 2 as the value play. Elite Power going to be very tough to beat in this spot. Back to you, Mike.
Here's the thing. There's no one more provincial about California racing than I am. I love California horses. I think we have the best racing. I think we have the best horses. I think we have the best sprinters especially. I just think these East Coast horses are faster. I think Elite Power and Gunite, you look at the numbers they're running on Thorograph, you look at the buyer speed figures they put up, I just think they're better. It pains me to say that, but if I'm a wagering man here, I just think you got to go with one of the 2. Gunite's a better price at 7-2, and he did get the best of Elite Power, but as we mentioned before, Michelle, that was at a different distance.
Certainly a different distance, and the 7 furlongs is such a challenging distance, and it's such a specialist distance. I definitely wouldn't say he's an absolute shoo-in just because he beat Elite Power going 7 panels.
2-1 on Elite Power is a very generous price.
Right.
When you're looking at the speed figures in here and how he stacks up against the other competition, I think if you have a concern with Elite Power, it's that the way he does his best running, I think, is when he drops back off the pace and he makes that one run right down the middle of the racetrack. Part of what may have bothered him in the forego was that he was along the inside. I think he prefers to be on the outside rather than running along the inside. But if you noticed earlier today in the turf, when Irad Ortiz was on up to the mark, he slowly inched his way up down the backstretch. He didn't ask his horse for a move that would take something out of him in the stretch, but he took inch by inch down up the backstretch and put himself in striking position as they turn for home. I think he's going to do the exact same thing with Elite Power. He's not going to ask him, but he's not going to take anything away from him from about the half-mile pole onward so that he doesn't have so much ground to make up once they hit the quarter pole.
The best story in the sprint division in California this year has unquestionably been the Chosen Vron, a Calbred. He has been beating up on Calbreds throughout his career, but then he ventures into Grade 1 company in the Bing Crosby, and he does this.
He was awesome in this particular race, and to be fair, he had ventured outside of Calbreds previously as a 3-year-old and had done very, very well. You can see him there in the white bridle, the chestnut horse with the striking face. This is such a cool race. He was so gutty. He did get a better trip overall than the 2 horses outside of him, Anarchist and Dr. Shivel, but overall, he ran his race, and he deserved that score.
Joaquin?
Here with Tim Cohen, co-owner of the 2 in here, and Dr. Shivel, who's having his final career race before he goes off to Stud Dooley at TaylorMade. Coming in here with 14 career races so far, how has Mark Glatt told you that he is training into this race?
Probably as best as he ever has. He's matured well. He's training great. He's in good shape. I think he'll give us our best performance.
For a Breeders' Cup Sprint, there's really not an abundance of speed in here. Ideally, where would you be happiest to see him placed early on in, say, the first quarter mile?
I think Speedboat Beach should probably go, whether we're inside of him, keeping him off the rail, or we just get outside of him. One of the 2, I think, is probably where he'll end up.
Appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Joaquin.
I love Dr. Shivel in his first Breeders' Cup appearance. In fact, I thought he won that day. He didn't. Aloha West got the best of him, and I want to say that we had Shuttercam set up in the wrong spot because I could have swore he won the Shuttercam replay as well. But he's trying to get back to the winner's circle here at Santa Anita. He's won here 4 times, and he's coming off a very nice effort on a wet fast track.
Yeah, he looked really good in the Santa Anita Sprint Championship off of the break. He's a horse who's run very well fresh previously, though, and we actually saw him do a lot of good work in Dubai when he went over for the Golden Shaheen back in 22. He's also a really fun story. When he has time off, he lives outside Tim Cohen's front door.
Really?
The 3 horses to scratch. Hoist the Gold is the 4. We'll circle back and get you a look at the 1 horse just as soon as we complete seeing the rest of these runners. Huge number for the Dallas Stewart trainee when winning the Phoenix last out at Keeneland. The question is, can he duplicate that coming back today?
Technique has been a one-turn miler for the vast majority of his career. He's going to cut back to a distance where he has yet to get his photo taken. Rafael Bejarano, who is well known in Southern California, takes the reins.
The Chosen Brawn up next. The Calbred is on an 8-race win streak. Took the Bing Crosby that we just showed you. This, the toughest test of his career today.
Speedboat Beach, Bob Baffert looking for another Breeders' Cup Sprint victory. He carries the same silks as Midnight Loot did back when he took this race at Monmouth Park. Second off the bench for the son of Bayern.
Up next will be your defending champion, Elite Power. He was so impressive in winning this race last year at Keeneland. He would follow that up with a win in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint on the Saudi program back in February. He's come back this year with back-to-back wins and that second-place effort behind Gunite in the 7 furlong 4-go.
Gunite is Elite Power's arch nemesis. They have traded blows, and Gunite is on pattern for a victory, but is he as good at 6 furlongs as he is when he goes further?
And we circle back to the 1 Nakatomi. Luis Saez in the saddle here for Qatar Racing, and their partners. Wesley Ward trains the son of Firing Line. He was second in the Phoenix last out, and a hard-fought second at that.
Let's take a look back in time to a year ago when it was Elite Power who won the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and that was at Keeneland Racecourse, and he did so quite impressively. Now, it was CZ's Rocket and Jackie's Warrior. He had the old man finishing second, and Jackie's Warrior, with all that talent, having to settle for third. But it was an off-the-pace effort that day that capped a 5-race win streak at the time.
Yeah, he was in great form going into this race, but again, right down the middle, this is where he wants to be. I think he wants that exact path. He wants clear sailing, and he wants a little speed to run at. He'll get it from Speedboat Beach, maybe from Gunite, and I think Irad, again, will kind of inch up down the backstretch and turn him loose as they turn for home.
I've got a price horse for you to include in your exotics. All right, the 4, Hoist the Gold. He's coming off a win in the Phoenix where he pressed the pace, but this horse picks up checks in all of the big races. I know he didn't really run his race in the Bing Crosby or the Pat O'Brien out here, but he has run his race out here before. He was 3rd in the Malibu over this trip, and he's the horse that delivers 3rd-place finishes at huge odds. That just makes a difference on your day if you're playing the exotics.
Let's get Formulator on Speedboat Beach, and this is really playing with the Formulator because it's not readily available. You gotta tinker with it. How about this stat? Trainer Bob Baffert, 8 for his last 18. That's a positive ROI of $2.68, with dirt horses making their second start after layoffs ranging between 6 months and a year.
Very specific.
Yes, very specific. And once again, 8 for 18, almost 50% with that. So it is a little bit higher than what Bob is used to doing. But it seems like every move that you can make a stat out of, unless it's a turf race, Bob Baffert is going to have a ridiculously high percentage.
Well, this horse was a turf horse to begin with, really. Do we worry about the bounce factor for him? I mean, he was a huge debut number, and he was able to back that up with a victory, but he comes off of the layoff with a 103 buyer that we haven't seen him post since his career debut, and what do we expect from him here?
That's a good question.
Bafferts don't bounce.
That's a good point. Well, Keenan and I were talking about this horse just a little while ago. He has the same pattern as Secret Circle. Came back off a long layoff, didn't necessarily win, built off of that, won the sprint in that next start.
Ashley.
Upsets on the big days are not a rarity for you, Dallas Stewart. Sending out the number 4, Hoist the Gold here. What was the reason that kind of changed things for him last time out with that win?
I mean, I think it was Johnny V. You know, he engaged him early, got him out of the gates good, and I think that's important. We don't have to be on the lead, but you got to get him started, and he did a hell of a job with him last time. Got us here today.
With that said, do you expect him very close to the lead early on?
Well, you know, Johnny's going to do his thing. He's going to get him away and see the way it goes, but he's going to get him started. That's the plan.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
I love Dallas Stewart. He's as game as they come. If his horse is doing well, he goes, and he has pulled major upsets. I'll tell you what, though, Hoist the Gold at 21 to 1 right now, plus 2,100 odds. This horse is coming off of a victory in the Phoenix at Keeneland over Nakatomi. I actually like Nakatomi a little bit. I've got him as my third choice in here after Elite Power and Goodnight. I thought that horse ran a very good race, and on Thoroughgraph, He ran one of the fastest numbers in the field last time out, and that was off of a bit of a layoff. If Wesley Ward can get Nakatomi to build off that, he could be dangerous at a big number.
I think he will build off of that because looking at his races and the numbers he was earning through the summer, he was slowly and progressively getting faster. Then he had some time he came in fresh. I love a sprinter that is fresh, and they often will run one of their best performances in that circumstance, and he did, his fastest number that you're seeing. On the other side of that coin, Hoist the Gold ran a far and away new top in the Phoenix. He's at risk of bouncing coming back here this afternoon, unless it's Dallas Stewart's theory, just putting him into the race, riding him the way that he was hoping he would be ridden, aggressively and as part of the early pace. That could set a new floor, a new table in terms of what he is capable of in these races.
So let's really get into this pace scenario, Michelle. How do you see this race unfolding?
Such a good question, Mike. I think that we're going to be seeing Speedboat Beach set your early fractions, right? I think that the Chosen Vron, I don't want to see him too far back with this particular group. I think that Elite Power is going to be out further. Certainly going to have, like Christina said, Hoist the Gold pressing the pace. Really, I feel like we have a lot of horses that want to be close and not on the lead is what it comes down to, which means they'll go 21 flat.
What do you think?
I think Michelle's right. I think Speedboat Beach makes the lead today. I don't think we have many horses in here that are as fast as he is. I don't think Gun Knight will be too far off of it. Hoist the Gold will be involved. Dr. Scheibel will probably be in that second flight of horses along with the Chosen Vron. The California horses, and we've seen this a few times today, they are just faster. Whether or not they hold on is part of the question, but you look and assess the pace scenario, and Arabian Night made the lead in the Classic. National Treasure made the lead in the Dirt Mile. I think there's no mistakes about it. With a clean break, Speedboat Beach makes the lead, and he will build off that last race and try to take him gate to wire.
You're running out of time to get in the action. Sign up for an account with FanDuel Racing, and you can bet the Breeders' Cup with a no-sweat win bet up to $200. That's right, up to $200 back if you don't win your first single-horse win bet. Just place your first win bet on a single horse at any racetrack, like this one maybe, and get up to $200 back as a racing bonus if you don't win. Go to FanDuel Racing for details. 4 minutes out here as we're getting a good look on the racetrack of 3 Technique. Say a horse by Mr. Speaker. He's coming off of a third place finish in the ACAC, winner of the Nehrude at Belmont. 2 back. He's 25 to 1.
He actually ran in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile last year at Keeneland, and I thought that was going to be a lot more up his alley. Looking at his race record, I think that he likes the mile, but they decided to really shorten him up here, and he's been winless at this particular distance. Part of it might be because he wasn't in the same form as he's been showing lately. Part of it might be because it was on synthetic, and I feel like he's just not a good synthetic horse.
I think there's a lot of times when you want to see, a horse turning back in distance, and if we had one of those editions of the Breeders' Cup Sprint where there was so much early pace and early speed, this could be the perfect storm for him, but that's not the scenario today. I don't think that's really the year. We have Speedboat Beach, and I think he separates and distinguishes himself in terms of the speed in here today. There's plenty of speed for a sprint race, but Speedboat Beach is your clear leader in the clear speed of the speed.
2 minutes out from this final Breeders' Cup race of the afternoon, and as we get closer and closer to post, Elite Power 3-2, still holding strong as your favorite. There is another race on after this event. We will close out the day with the 12th at Santa Anita, an allowance event going down the Hillside Turf Course that reads like a stakes race, and we will continue the action right here for you. But one more championship race to go as we got a good look at Speedboat Beach, the presumptive pace setter in this event.
Am I just crazy that Dr. Shivel at 6-1 is such a good bet?
He's value.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Elite Power in here, but this horse is generally an odds-on favorite or close to it, and he's 6-1. He did get hot.
A little warm out there on the racetrack. This is his final start. They'll leave it all out there today. The final career effort before he heads off to TaylorMade, as we heard. I picked the Chosen Vron in here. I know he has to continue to step up in class. I know he needs to get faster to compete with these horses, but I don't think you can quantify heart, and I think he's just proven it time and time again. He'll give you everything he has, this horse. If you give him the opportunity, who's to say he doesn't have a little bit more in him? Every time you try to ask him to do something new, he does it. If you want him to sprint on the dirt, he can do that. You want to route on the turf, he can do that. You want to sprint on the turf, he can do that. Everything they set his mind to, he accomplishes.
His connections have been so kind over his entire career to be really welcoming to everybody, and they've been riding this wave of the chosen brawn. Bob Fradkin and his partners who own the mare Tismali, and they have always seen what this horse could be, but have gone so patiently with him. It wasn't like, let's just throw him to the wolves. He had to earn all this, and he's just shown what a great thing a Calbred can be. The way the weekend is going, he's the heart story, right? So.
Well, I mean, they were patient. They made $1 million with them against Calbred Company. I mean, that's.
Well, no, because he won the La Brea, or the Las Brera. He won the Affirmed, and now he won the Bing Crosby. So he's won open graded stakes races. That's going to add to your purse money.
They go into the starting gate for our final Breeders' Cup race of the day. For the call of the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, go to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Mike. It's been a blast, and they're moving into line. Hoist the Gold coming up. Here's Elite Power in the Juddmonte colors. 3 Technique going in. And Gunite completes the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. And Speedboat Beach, like a rocket, opens up a length and a half immediately. Gunite is up close in the early going, and here's Nakatomi firing through to challenge Speedboat Beach for early supremacy. And then it's Hoist the Gold racing in between horses. Dr. Shivel is at the rail, just about 2.5 lengths off the pace. The Chosen Vron, the California bred, has 3 to make up. He is just in front of Elite Power, who is kept wide, but very close to the pace, just about 4 lengths off them with 3 furlongs to run as the field moves around the far turn. 3 Technique is at the back of the field. Speedboat Beach is the leader. Gunite pressing, and Elite Power making his presence felt with a 3-wide bid as the field turns for home. Dr. Shivel is next, and then the Chosen Bronze. Speedboat Beach comes to the 8th pole in front of Gunite, who's trying his best. Nakatomi, and Elite Power is cut loose now, and Elite Power runs right by, and he's going to defend his championship. What a magnificent sprinter Elite Power is as he rolls home in the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. Gunite, Nakatomi, Speedboat Beach were left in his wake, and what a day for Curlin, the dirt mile, the distaff, and now the sprint with Elite Power.
What a performance here at 8-5. As billed, a repeat performance in the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint from Elite Power.
Make it now 3 on the weekend for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott as he brings back Elite Power to defend his title. And Michelle, he had to run contrary to his own style today. He was chasing to keep up with these horses, and he was wide throughout this race. A dominant victory for Elite Power when you consider the way the race was won and where he was.
To me, this was a masterful ride by Irad. Like you said, he was out of his element a little bit, being pushed along. Speedboat Beach was going pretty effortlessly up front, and he was asking Elite Power the whole race, just stay close, buddy, stay in touch. But he had so much left over in the tank. Gunite going to be on the wrong lead here. I certainly think that cost him a little bit, but obviously he was no match for an eased-up winner here. Very happy to see Elite Power double up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
ISO replay of your eventual winner and repeat Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, Elite Power, as he makes his move through the field.
And I thought it was key that he made the move right here, because you know as they're turning for home and you don't know how much Speedboat Beach has left. As soon as you let him scoot clear as they hit the quarter pole, you're immediately that much further behind the 8 ball. He had to go at that point as Gunite was starting to take it to the pace setter so that he had those 2 within his sights.
Look at him. As soon as he switches leads here, he is all pro. He's just going to pour on an entire another gear here. This horse also does a lot of good running on the turn. For a horse as big as he is certainly agile.
All East Coast in that trifecta as well. Elite Power, Gunite,
and my Nakatomi. And a high five to all of us for not saying the word plaza after Nakatomi, which is really hard to do.
What is Nakatomi Plaza?
Have you never seen Die Hard with Bruce Willis?
No,
the greatest
Mike,
Christmas movie ever made. It all took place at Nakatomi Plaza. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. There's a look at Elite Power, your Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint champion. Cheers to the Alpha Delta Stables LLC. And that is 3 Breeders' Cup victories for not only the sire Curlin, that is 3 for Bill Mott, that is 3 for Irad Ortiz. Threes are wild here.
Threes are wild. We also saw a big day for the sire Justify yesterday, siring a pair of our juvenile winners as well. Some of the top stallions in the country performing on this Breeders' Cup weekend. And Irad Ortiz Jr. proving his versatility today. You know, in addition to those 3 wins, he had a couple very narrow defeats too and put his horses in the position to win. Horses like Up to the Mark. He was right there for a few others. A stellar weekend for our perennial leading rider in the country, multiple Eclipse Award winning rider, as he's being interviewed on the way back once more here today at the Breeders' Cup.
It's one of those times where the Breeders' Cup has actually exceeded expectation. We came in to this weekend expecting to see greatness, as we always do. But the tightness of the competition, the repeat champions, the stories that all played out the way they did, it has just been one race after another that we will think about for years to come. Just the memories that have been made here this weekend have been tremendous.
One more look from overhead with the drone. There's a look at Elite Power with that big white blaze towards the outside in the Juddmonte Silks. He's going to go ahead and circle up around these top 2 pace setters as he heads on for home to pick up this victory. And I think the repeat winners, Michelle, brings fans back, doesn't it? People that, especially stories like Cody's Wish, this horse coming back and winning again. Good night, all of us, steady and consistent as she is. Horses that continue to perform at the highest levels. It's easy for the fans to latch on to and to follow and to want to come back and watch them compete again.
Well, I think we were talking about Bill Mott earlier and his prowess with horses and how he wants to remain a top 10 trainer. I think one of the reasons he's able to do that year in and year out is because he keeps his stable stars around. You know, you talk about Elite Power, he's 5 years old. Talk about Cody's Wish, he's older. Casa Creed, I mean, he's 7 years old. He's still knocking around,
so
winning
proud
grade
with
ones.
that 3rd place effort
Leon
today.
Seidler was beside himself earlier on today. So that's one of the things that keeps us coming back, and that's why Bill Mott's so good, though, is because he's able to keep these horses going at these older ages. It's not just you're 3, you've won your race, and we send you after the breeding shed. Unfortunately, we are going to be losing a lot of these stars to the breeding shed, but these particular horses, Elite Power and Cody's Wish, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed. They are durable, they are fast, they just look like racehorses. They look very substantial, and they were able to carry out a very high level of competition over multiple years.
Through their 5-year-old campaign. Those are the years that you want to see. 4, 5, 6. That's when a racehorse really hits their prime.
Absolutely.
And you want to talk about a prime racehorse here. Look at Elite Power. And let's go back to Speedboat Beach. We saw this earlier today. We saw National Treasure, right? Like, what is he going to do? Arabian Night. What are they going to do if they were to race into their 4-year-old? These are 3-year-olds. Speedboat Beach. He ran a brilliant race. I'd love to see him come back at age 4. Think about the difference between a horse like Gunrunner. He also ran in the grade 1s as a 3-year-old. He was a champion as an older horse. He was a Breeders' Cup Classic winner as an older horse.
And look at horses like Curlin, same thing. I mean, he was good at 3. He got better at 4 and better at 5.
And his progeny are the same. They just keep getting better year after year as they get older, too.
It's an absolute testament to some of these horses, and this is the bloodline we want to continue with.
And Bill Mott with Elite Power. This is his 13th career start, his 9th career victory, his 2nd win in the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. You can see Bill there as they pose for the picture. This one for the Juddmonte stable out of a Vindication mare, Broadway's Alibi, a $900,000 yearling purchase in the Keeneland September sale of 2019. With that victory here, the earnings go well above $3 million.
Big day for Juddmonte as well. They were also victorious with Idiomatic today.
It's actually close to $4 million. They're just shy of $4 million here. It's going to be 3.9.
Maybe they'll race him again.
Hey, you got a goal for him in their race. Let's take another look at the replay. And, you know, Speedboat Beach did what we thought. He was going to be fast early, and he was going to get the lead, and he did that.
Beat the gate, ran him off their feet early. I thought Nakatomi actually ran very well here to push up along the inside and put some pressure on Speedboat Beach.
Yeah, Nakatomi, the post position dictated his style a little bit. He had to protect the rail and had to come right up in there and really take on Speedboat Beach. And Speedboat Beach's best game and over his home track throughout his career. Nakatomi is a horse that's actually been stalking the pace or come from off of it. Drops back for just a second here, but he was all guts to finish 3rd today. Re-rallies in the end. In the meantime, your eventual winner and your defending champion in that pink cap, I mean, he was always traveling.
How does Nakatomi
under a doubt that Elite Power was going by these horses.
So I didn't mean to interrupt, but I saw Nakatomi going backwards in the turn there. How did he re-rally for third? And
some horses don't
from?
take those turns as well. Like I said, Elite Power was able to make that move on the turn. A lot of horses fall back on the turn because they just can't handle it, and that can lose you some ground. Elite Power with the early move and being able to move his speed in the turn without slowing down secured the deal for him.
If Nakatomi didn't have to angle out there, he might have been able to get second today over a very game Goodnight. But that was a sensational finish there in the Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. A beautiful shot of the grandstand here. The grandstand is full. There's no more parking, as you can see. It goes all the way out to Huntington Boulevard there, and it is a sea of automobiles. That is the last of the Breeders' Cup races. We still have the nightcap, the get-out race. If you're like me, you probably want to try and take a stab at this. You don't want this day to end, and we've got wagering action for you. And you can still sign up for an account, even though the Breeders' Cup races are over. Breeders' Cup Day is not over, so we're still running that sign-up offer.
We have 10 races tomorrow.
I'm coming. Are you working tomorrow?
I'm working tomorrow. You can catch me right here at Santa Anita on the simulcast.
I got a hotel room. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not even driving home. I'm going to stay here, grab a coffee.
Right here on the desk.
I don't want to go home. Who wants to leave this place? It's the most beautiful place on the planet. Once again, no sweat first bet up to $200 when you sign up for a new account at FanDuel Racing. You can make that bet on any racetrack.
Santa Anita. Maybe the last race here in like 15 minutes.
And you'll get up to $200 back in wagering credits. Use the QR code on screen for details. Just waiting the final winner circle presentation here of the afternoon for this Cutter Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint. I know we're going to want to take a beat and maybe have an adult beverage and relax after 2 long days of work, but I think what we really are going to do in the next couple of days is go back and look over these races, and that's going to be a lot of fun because we always do that. We have to figure out, what did we just see? It's kind of a blur when you're working. Go back, what did we just see? I'm actually anticipating this. It's going to be a lot of fun because we saw some very special races over the last 48 hours.
I agree.
Go back to Cody's Wish. I think that was the highlight
Christina, you
for
didn't
both of us. We're both stealing each other's highlight every time it comes up.
August Rodin. I'm going to go back and watch that race again. I mean, that up the rail performance. Innsbruck coming wide on the outside. I also think that it's really important to highlight some of the horses who ran second.
Championship Saturday with the defending champion squarely in the winner's circle once again. Elite Power for Juddmonte Farm. Bill Mott and Irad Ortiz for the trophy presentation. For the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint, we have the Qatar chairman, Sheikh Fahad.
Well done, well done. That's fantastic. To win this race 2 years in a row is an unbelievable performance. Well done. I mean, great race, and unfortunately we finished third, but...
I'm sorry, I wasn't going to bring it up. Did they make you still hand out the trophy? That doesn't seem very nice.
Well, got to do what you got to do.
Garrett, it was not too long ago that we were down here celebrating what Idiomatic did in the distaff, and now another win for Juddmonte, this one in the sprint with Elite Power. Just tell me what you were thinking as he was making his bold move around the turn.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, maybe I was a little bit nervous about the pace setup and the California speed, but I saw Irad's rear end pretty high in the air coming around the bend, and I have to say he never gave us a moment. It was a very dominant performance, I thought, today, and showed the champion that he is.
And he is now retired. He goes out a winner, exactly what you would want to see. What do you think that he will bring to his sons and daughters on the and bring to your entire stallion band from what we've witnessed on the racetrack?
Well, he's a curlin out of a mare that was second in the Kentucky Oaks. He has a classic pedigree. He's got classic looks. He's got unbelievable speed. He's got unbelievable looks. So, you know, I mean, I think he's going to be a magnificent stallion prospect, and we can't wait for the phone to start ringing.
And I'm sure they are. Is your phone ringing? I know it was earlier.
It will be.
In terms of this entire weekend as a whole, to go home with 2 championship trophies, just put that into words, what it means to the entire team.
Well, you know, these are the goals that operations like us, like Godolphin, like the Coolmores, all the big operations have the goals to come here. And some years we walk away very disappointed, but so it's huge when we do pull it off, and keeps everyone motivated.
A big congratulations to you. Congratulations to Irad Ortiz. We'll know he has a lot of horse if we see that body language. And one word from you to describe your exceptional weekend, Bill Mott, with 3 victories?
It doesn't get much better than this.
That it doesn't. And that is a wrap on the Breeders' Cup races. It was the Qatar Racing Sprint defending champion, Elite Power. Surely elite today, Ahmed.
And his trainer, year in and year out, one of the most elite in this sport. We were talking about it earlier in the day. He sets, in an interview a couple years ago, I heard him say he always sets one of his goals every year is to be in the top 10 in earnings in the country. And when you go back and you look at Bill Mott's stats, he never drops out of the top 10. It's unbelievable. Whether he has the elite powers in his barn or he doesn't, he is just truly a tremendous horseman. I do think he gets some attention, but perhaps not as just due for just how impeccably good he is.
And he always wins a race on his birthday.
Really?
Yes.
Saratoga in the summer.
Good to know. I'm going to have to take that angle with me. We've got one more race to go. We're a quarter hour away from the nightcap. We will be back with that in just a moment.
Trade Storm to win the Rico Woodbine Mile.
She's going to do it. Simple Verse has won the Ledger. Snake next spear and Sheen Murphy get through and have won. It's getting really tight. The star of the season, Roaring Lion. The purple cap. Kamiko the far side of him. Kamiko's won. The other midline. Mongostina has just won it with Mosse.
Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road.
It is going to be Parabel to win the turf sprint.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Okay, so we didn't run the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint down the hillside, but we're going to run the last race on Breeders' Cup Day down the hillside. So I'm going to take it and call it a win. It's been a fantastic 2 days of racing, but don't go anywhere. We got one left.
We do. One more very good race. Non-winners of one. Allowance Company coming down the hill. Our favorite right now is Irish Patsy, and she is actually trying the hill for the first time today. She does exit a win for Michael McCarthy last out. She comes in some good form.
I didn't use her, actually. I went towards the outside for my top pick with the 7, Gem Mine. I like Gem Mine better. Daughter of Cantharos for George Papapatromo. Has been knocking on the door in her last couple. You get third, start off a layoff. You get Frankie to Tori. There were just a lot of things that I liked about that horse. So I went in that direction.
Well, my top pick here is Lunar Impact at 13-1. How about that? Tried the hillside turf course last time out. Didn't fare well in the unzip me stakes, but had some trouble, was tight, checked. And here's the thing. I like a horse doing anything for the second time. So I will take a chance with her trying the hillside for the second time. And the trainer, Dan Blacker, I know someone that has an in that stable that can give me great information on Lunar Impact.
I didn't get that information.
She did have a lot of trouble last time out, and she's not really one that you can stop her momentum. She's pretty big, daughter of Zoostar. He was very precocious. He has had a lot of success in his early days at stud over at Tween Hills, I think it is. And I would not just be discouraged by her effort in the NZME at all. I think that last race where she broke her maiden was something to build off of, and she just needs to be kept in the clear today to show her best running.
Mike, if you like a horse doing something for the second time, maybe look one to the inside with Mediha for Craig Delassie. She's coming off a runner-up effort down the hill in the Cal Distaff.
To Rose Maddox, who's a nice horse.
Very nice horse. And, you know, even though Craig Delassie is winless at this compact meet, he's had a pretty darn good year.
Hey, it's not like he forgot how to train and he hasn't won a race here. He's been a trainer for years, second-generation trainer. He's had some very good horses over the years. For some reason, I had an affinity for Brando the bartender, which was one of his horses.
loved Brando.
He was one of those horses, I just loved him every time he ran.
Jerry Westlow owns him, and they've actually sent him on to his second career, but his sister Court Snort is running here at Santa Anita.
What is his second career, do you know?
I don't know what Jerry's going to do with him. I think that they sent him to, like, Old Friends or something. Like, not Old Friends, but a retirement farm like that.
Nice. Yeah, he was a cool horse.
He was very versatile, too. He could do anything. He was successful at Los Al at night, wasn't he?
Check that guy out. Dan Blacker putting the saddle on Lunar Impact.
That's not a saddle, Mike. That's a bridle.
I don't know anything about it.
Fixing.
Winkers. He's got a shadow. Why does he have the winkers sideways? Oh, it's a shadow roll.
I feel like at the last race we can go off the rails.
Oh, I've been off the rails for 3 already. I went off the rails at the Turf Sprint. That's Medea, who we were just speaking of, for Victor Espinosa, Craig Delassie, affiliated by Shaman Ghost. Second in her first try down the hill.
She ran a good number that day on Thoroughgraph in that second place effort behind Rose Maddox. Repeat performance there, definitely good enough to get the win here this afternoon, 6-1. And the Shaman Ghost, you would think that they'd want to go a bit further. He is son of Ghost Sapper, but you definitely get your fair share of sprinters through this line. Mediha, a live horse. And when you're coming down the hill, being drawn to the outside can actually be helpful because they turn right before they turn left. So if you do have a little bit of speed and you break from an outside post position, you can almost carve a straight line out of the course.
What about Alvina for Phil D'Amato? This will be her first try down the hillside turf course, making her 5th start stateside after beginning her career in France.
She's run just okay, in my opinion. It seems that they didn't quite know what to do with her when she didn't run a bang-up race in her first start. Then they stretched her out, and she was just kind of flat there. They cut her way back to the 5 at Del Mar, which you only really have a one turn and 1 2-turn option there. And then last time, again, she was just meh. She's just not firing for me. Maybe shaking it up and putting her down the hill will do something, but I prefer this other runner, the 4 Northeast Star. Antonio Fresu going to be aboard here, 17-1 on a D'Amato trainee who just broke her maiden by 10. I get that it was in an off-the-turf affair, but this filly has run a couple of okay races routing, and I feel like Myler's cutting back I always like, so I would look to her at 17-1.
17-1, excellent.
That's wild, right?
That's a get up, right? I've got a great get out race story about the late great Mel Studi. There was, I think this was told to me by Tom Knust, the jockey agent. He was following, and Mel Studi has a world record, even though it's not recognized by Guinness because there's nowhere to prove it, but I believe him, and he said it. He's never been at a racetrack without a wager on a live event in his entire life. He lived to be about 99 years old, and there was never, to the point where he won the Preakness with Snow Chief, he left the NBC interview early to get down on the nightcap.
That's awesome.
Yes. So anyway, he was walking to the window after the last race, and Tom Knust walks up behind him, and he bets a horse that was 80-1. So Tom Knust goes, well, Studi's got to know what he's doing. I'm going to follow him, and he bets him at 81. So the race goes off. The horse comes out of the gate dead last, and he continues to lope around the racetrack like a slow pony. And Mel Studi threw his ticket up in the air, and Tom Knust goes to Mel, and he says, Mel, did you really think that horse could win? He's like, no, he had no shot, but it was the only horse that could get me out for the day.
Oh.
That's the race we're at right now. So if you're giving me 17-1, that might be the only one that could get me out today.
It could indeed. I mean, we had a pretty formful day overall with the returning champions, with the Euros that showed up to perform. I mean, the stars were here, and the stars ran accordingly as they do.
But you know what? The wagering and the return on that investment, when you have a formful day at Breeders' Cup, there's still money to be made. There's still good
million-dollar
payouts.
pools in every sequence.
And the payouts aren't bad because your favorites aren't going off at 2 to 5. Favorites are going off at 5 to 2. And then if you can hook them up with some horses, Nakatomi made that trifecta in the last for 50 cents, worth like $46. That's not bad money with chalk to second chalk.
What did Derma Sotogake make the exacta for the Classic?
He was really the forgotten horse coming in this year, wasn't he? Because he brought so much buzz into the Kentucky Derby. We didn't talk about him a whole lot in the last week leading up.
You know, when he won the undercard race, he actually ran faster than Ushba Tesoro in the Classic.
Ashley?
Thanks, guys. I'm joined by trainer Doug O'Neill, sending out the number 1 Stay In Scam. Doug, in terms of her campaign so far, she's been bouncing back between the dirt and the turf. Has that been by design?
Well, no, it's kind of just the races that have gone, but she's training well. I think she's better on the grass here. The rail coming down the hill isn't the greatest position in the world, but she's training well. Mario knows her, so we're going to just try to hug that ground, save ground, and try to make a march late.
You think the 6.5 is going to suit her well?
I do, yeah. The distance should suit her perfect, so just a little bit of luck, good clean break, and I think we got a chance.
Awesome. Good luck here, Doug.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Let's go to Joaquin now.
Yeah, thank you. Here, trainer Craig DeLassy has the 10 in here in Mediha. She surprised the betting public last race, running second at 24 to 1. Did she surprise her trainer?
A little bit, but not really. You know, we wanted to try her down the hill. We saw this race here on this big day, and she ran against Cowbreds last time, but ran a real good race. And I just gave Victor last instructions to go over the tracks a couple times. Horses get a little hesitant when they go over from the dirt to the turf, so that was my last instructions to him. I said, have a good ride. So,
did she not cross the tracks last race?
She did well, and he did the same thing, but I just reminded him sometimes these horses, you know, they're creatures of habit, and I just want to make sure she gets over that. It's important to get over those tracks there, but if she can run back to her last race, she'll be right there.
Appreciate the time. Good luck.
Thank you.
And they're coming onto the racetrack one final time today as we take a look at the field. There's a look at Stay In Scam for Redham Racing.
She could be the speed in this field. She's fairly quick. She exits a couple of 5-furlong races on her resume. Daughter of Square Eddie, making the 6th career start today. She is 19 to 1.
Vitalaria here at 50 to 1. Tyler Bays aboard for Marcelo Polanco. Going to add blinkers on today, which we haven't seen from her in the entirety of her career, but she has been nowhere to be seen in her last several.
Irish Patsy tries the hill for the first time today. Irad Ortiz Jr. looks to pick up another victory before heading back east. She's in good form. She cuts back in distance. Great profile for a hill runner.
You never know, Christina. He might stay. Everyone else wants to stay in California for the winner. There's Northeast Star, very playable here at 17 to 1 for Phil D'Amato, coming off a 10-length score last time out in an off-the-turf maiden affair where she took him gate to wire.
The 5 horse is Alvina at 13 to 1. She's been here stateside for 4 races. She's been kind of an even finisher in many of those starts. She does try the hill for the first time today for Phil D'Amato.
Flavienne Pratt will be aboard the 6 Woodbine Way for trainer Mark Cassie. 2 of her last 3 efforts were very solid affairs, and both of those at 6 furlongs on multiple surfaces. She'll be trying the hill for the second time.
The 7 is Gem Mine. Frankie Dettori in the saddle on the gray daughter of Cantheros. A nice effort down the hill, 3 starts back versus Simpler Company. She was 6th by just 3 lengths.
Real Fire coming through next, coming off a 3rd place finish last out under Umberto Brispoli, who will be back aboard again. She's going to be getting a little bit more real estate to work with, which I think works in her favor.
The 9 is a scratch. The 10, Mediha, 2nd by 2 lengths in that Calbred California Distaff. You just heard from Craig DeLassy. She tries the Open Company today, and this is her 2nd attempt down the hill.
Lunar Impact will move through next for Dan Blacker. A disappointing effort in the Unzip Me last time out, but with an excuse and with the experience down the hill now, we'll see if she can't jump forward.
The 12 and 13 are both scratched. The 14 does draw in. Divinely Bolt for Mick Ruiz runs fresh this afternoon. It was 6th most recently. That was going the mile in the 16th at Del Mar on the turf course.
Rounding out the post parade is the 15. She's bulletproof for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners. Peter Miller, your conditioner, and Luis Saez will be aboard, stretching out in distance. And this filly has run down the hill before, not with any real appeal, but it was against much tougher. Maybe this group she fits a little bit better.
2 minutes to race number 12 here, the finale on Breeders' Cup Saturday. The Breeders' Cup in the books. A lot to discuss in the coming weeks as the road to the Derby is right around the corner. And then also with Feature Stars Friday, it's never too early to start talking about next year's Breeders' Cup.
This is true. We have a couple of great circuits going right now here at Santa Anita. Big day tomorrow, closing day with 10 races to look forward to. Of course, back east, a very busy couple of days here in Southern California. If you follow this circuit, we'll be down at Del Mar for their fall meeting not too long from now.
And it is a leap year, so it's 365 days until next year's Breeders' Cup. Joaquin, give me a horse here to get out on.
Well, Mike, unfortunately, the top pick that I turned in was the 3, currently 2-1. Irad Ortiz hopping aboard the first time for trainer Michael McCarthy, a horse that has won 2 of the last 3 starts, a horse that has run longer, going 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs and 8 furlongs at Del Mar and Santa Anita. So I don't think the turn back in distance is going to be any issue here for the 3 and Irish Patsy, who's currently on the board as the favorite.
And there's a look at Irish Patsy, 2-1 currently.
They've almost made their way to the top of the hill, completing this warm-up here.
So have we. So have we.
Are you at the top of the hill, Mike, or at the
Pushing
bottom
that
of the
rock
hill?
up the mountain.
We can do this together, guys. Come on. Look at that sun.
There's nowhere in the world I'd rather be than sitting here with the two of you. It's been a fantastic day, and it's been a pleasure to work with the both of you all day.
Samesies.
Same. Oh, I got a ditto and a samesies. Must be my lucky day. Beautiful sight here as we are looking down the hillside turf course. You really get an idea of just how dramatic that right-hand turn is. You don't understand it on the pan view, but they do have to make a right before they make the left curve.
Not only the right-hand turn, but also like the leveling out. So you're going to run down the hill. It's going to kind of level out, and you run down the hill again. It's kind of like one of those fun bumpy slides that you see at the park.
I think the word you're looking for is undulating.
Yeah. But to me, undulating kind of means like up and down, very close proximity.
Yes,
Here
more
it's
undulous.
more of a gradual down and then a plateau and then down again.
We should also make note, so daylight savings kicks in overnight tonight.
Thank
Tomorrow,
goodness we all get an extra
first
hour.
post is 12 noon.
Oh, really?
We've been starting at 1 o'clock.
Did you send out the one sheet for our schedule tomorrow?
If you guys keep talking, I'll do that right now.
So at 2 o'clock
so we're
in the
starting
morning,
earlier tomorrow.
all the trainers get an extra
12
hour of sleep.
o'clock.
And I actually this year, since I am not sleeping at home, and we have the nanny watching the babysitter. Oh no, the wife and I are both not sleeping at home.
I was
We got
very
our
confused
daughters.
right there. I thought this
Didn't you
really
see my
went off the rails.
tweet earlier about bringing an overnight back?
I
at
don't
any
follow
rate,
you on social media.
Oh, you should. I'm a hoot. At any rate, I do get to enjoy that extra hour of sleep for the first time in, I believe, 20 years. I believe it's the first time in 20 years.
You know what the problem is? I haven't told
Start
my kids
handicapping
about
tomorrow's card.
You haven't?
No, you.
No, I don't tell my kids about it, so they still wake me up at the same time, which means I don't get that extra hour.
Doesn't. They're gonna tell them. Don't tell them. They're gonna wake you up. Waking myself up to the reality that we only have. Well, it says post time, but they still have a little bit of a way to make their way up
Did you
the
have
hill.
a top pick in this race? We know who Michelle likes.
Yeah, the 11.
My husband has the 11, so that's
Lunar
who
Impact. I'm
on.
Team
clearly.
Blacker here.
All right, let's do it.
Come on, Danny boy. I mean, how
Finish
often
out
does Dan
today.
Blacker get to ride Ocean Murphy on one of his horses?
That is, yes, it is definitely exciting to go ahead and have him up. And of course, he rides quite a bit for Qatar Racing back in England, being that he's here. Logical fit on this filly, and Zoostar was a horse that they campaigned and that they stand. So there's a lot to root for, a lot of rooting interests with Lunar Impact.
This Dan Blacker fella, he's 33% at the meet, and he's a 20% trainer overall this year. What more could you want?
He's had a good last couple of months. 7 for 17, I think, over the last bit.
But who's counting?
I like she said, I think.
Or
Someone else
thereabouts.
actually put it on Twitter.
There is a look at Lunar Impact. But 2-1 on your favorite, and the Joaquin Jaime play, Irish Patsy. Irish Patsy from Michael McCarthy. As a slow climb up
This is
that
some
hill.
post-time drag, considering the fact that
Who is
all
your
of
price
our...
again? Remind me your price. Was it 4?
Yeah.
Still 17 to 1.
Yeah, first post was 7.5 hours ago, guys. It's giddy up here.
So I do wonder if part of the reason that they are delaying right now is because of the way the sun is setting. So there have been issues before. We've run races a little bit later on in the day where the jockeys complain because they don't have a good field of vision and they have to wait for the sun to set more, because otherwise you ride right into it and you can't see in front of you, and it's a safety concern.
I'm happy to loan them my sunglasses.
I'm not. Well, what about the horses?
They could see that.
Yeah, they can look right into the sun, no problem.
Put the horses on the sides of their head. They're not looking directly at the sun anyway.
Well, when they turn, they see.
I think you're getting a little technical on me. They're making their way to the starting gate.
早晨啊，早啊，早啊，早啊！
And the sun is shining at a lunar solar angle of 25 degrees. We will wait for it to set just a few more feet so we can get this race going.
Your favorite winner yesterday.
我真係瞓。
Friday between Big Evs, fierceness, hard to justify. Just FYI.
Lord Bullingdon.
一瞓到。
Bullingdon. There's a look at the sun. Did you have a
一瞓
favorite future star?
Just FYI was pretty impressive. I think fierceness was pretty cool. I like that.
105 buyer for him.
早啊，早啊，早
Yeah, I
啊！
think I'm going with that.
早晨啊，早啊，早啊，早啊！
I would agree. I loved seeing Big Evs too be so successful because looking at his races, overseas and
大失敗啊！
wouldn't be considering a European 2-year-old to compete in a turf sprint with some of our American 2-year-olds, but he is very, very special.
Mine was Wet My Beak.
Yes, that's right.
Wet My Beak.
18-1.
Nicely done. I'll tell you one of the things did not fall on deaf ears with me. It was
我 miss 咗啲乜嘢？我想問。
being non-committal with August Rodin. The possibility of that horse running next year is still on the table. He said we could stand him in the U.S., we could stand him back home in Coolmore in Ireland, or there is a possibility of a 2024 campaign. I'm obviously rooting for the latter. For one final time today, a man who has been calling races impeccably all day long, and I'm happy to call him a friend. An excellent job, the voice of the Breeders' Cup this year, and the voice of Santa.
最後一場已經唔重要啦。
Thank you so much, Michael. Great job by you and this incredible.
最後一場已經唔重要啦。我想問。
Long days and great work from all of you. Irish Patsy coming up. Northeast Star coming up. There is Madiha, Team Levenger.
救命！好失敗啊 ！miss 咗勁多嘢喎。
Alvina will be second to last. She's bulletproof, follows Woodbine Way. Divinely Bolt.
多產巨匠贏咗，打到第三。靈寶輸咗，然後取勝秘技第二。所以就日本全輸。
is flashing sharp speed and now up to take the lead. And just in behind them comes Madiha and Woodbine Way fires through to take third.
救命啊！
Followed at the rail by Stay and Scam, who races about 4 lengths off the speed.
我真係好眼瞓，真係好攰啊！瞓到一瞓到8點，一瞓到8點半。
Followed on the inside by Vita Lara as they head behind the trees. And they are still well behind Gem Mine, who has opened up a 3-length lead. At the back of the field, Divinely Bolt is racing just in front of Real Fire.
咁得啦，咁即係一陣間可以睇阿根廷杯啦，我哋。我已經有足夠嘅精神，我已經有足夠嘅精神睇阿根廷杯啦。唉。 可以去，我睇埋呢度 ，OK。
What a performance here! Madiha with the victory at 6-1.
Looking for a horse,
Michelle.
Yeah, looking for a horse who had tried the
好差啊！我覺得自己好差，好差啊！點解呢個人瞓到8點半？
Until they finished up over the crossover. We heard from Craig DeLassy in that pre-race interview saying school her back and forth over that one more time, remind her what to do. She got the jump on the closers and she had something left to finish with today. 6-1 on Madiha. But the Hall of Famer Victor Espinoza in the saddle, and she was
太差勁啦！竟然
As we take a look, slow motion.
瞓着咗。
Christina with dance horse.
得 OK， 我哋晏晝睇翻阿根廷杯，補翻數。其實係咪放紙皮？唔係啊，我真係諗住瞓一陣嘅，但係我一瞓就4個鐘。啊，係喎，啱啱好喎，4點，我4點8，係咪？4點半，我瞓覺，跟住瞓到8點半起身，好整齊嘅4個鐘我瞓咗。算啦，唔緊要啦，唔緊要啦，唔緊要啦。咁瞓都瞓咗，可以點啊
？Nothing sensationally fast that we've come to see down the hill. 22-1, 44-3, and 107 flat for the 3 quarters.
That's her 3rd win now in 21 career starts. She's a 4-year-old daughter of
都翻出上去可以睇到好多嘢。
Very few details. This was a big step up in class too. I know she was in against stakes competition last out, but those were in the Calbred ranks and open non-winners of 1 here this afternoon.
And not only does she take home her winner's share of the purse, she's also going to get a nice bonus. Because of the Calbred fund, a Calbred facing open company takes home a extra bonus. So congratulations to their connections. Very 11-year breeder and part owner of Mediha.
As there is a look at Mediha loping back to the winner's circle at 6-1.
Victor Espinoza successful in the finale this afternoon, and they've definitely found a course that.
點解你見我瞓着咗就唔好俾 super chat 我啦？我瞓咗就瞓咗，唔會因為 super chat 而醒嘅啦。跟住真可以直接步行到一日。
Flew by.
And then we got Del Mar right around the corner. So we have
3.5正 Q 牌，3.5正 Q 牌，479個半。乜嘢啊？做乜嘢？聽住體育台等等起身，升到冇咗影。係喎，最後。
a great 2 days of racing here in Southern California as the 40th Breeders' Cup World Championships have concluded.
We have some nice stakes races to look forward to tomorrow as well.
睇先，仲有乜嘢？
Again, if you spent the weekend here in Southern California, just curious.
天荒跑第4，仲有乜嘢？
Will be the Golden Cova.
盈保留碧血。
And I think we have some out-of-town horses in each of them. People
跟
bringing
住咧，仲有乜嘢？世界村田、
some
休
nice,
眠做。
stakes races on the Sunday program, definitely worth sticking around for. So a little bit
可能7點都未醒。
Sunday card than you might otherwise find this weekend.
There's a look at your prices for the finale. The late double, $58. The trifecta there, $472 for 50 cents. $136 exacta. We have a tick 3 paying almost $200 ending in race number 12. I've broken the hydraulics on this chair. It keeps collapsing on me. As the super high 5 comes back $20,000. The late pick 4, $1,000 and 55 cents. And that is going to do it for this broadcast. And the sun has set. The horses will be led back to the barn.
嗱，碧血其實代表咩事？好多原因，但係唔係臨場睇唔知道咩事喎。如果係咁。
Excellent few days of racing. Thanks to the horsemen and women for working tirelessly, not only this weekend, but just in the days, weeks, and months leading up to this event. And of course, to the Breeders' Cup team, we know that they are not only working on this all year round, but completely around the clock for the last couple of months.
Also, thank you to the horses.
救命！我真係 miss 咗勁多嘢。救命！
And I would like to thank everyone who made this show possible, but I can't. So I'm just going to thank Dave Weaver. Thanks, Dave Weaver. That'll do it from the Breeders' Cup World Championships here at Santa Anita.
當我知道究竟發生乜嘢嘅時候，個主持已經同大家講話，多謝大家今日同我哋一齊去睇育馬者大賽。唉，好啦，咁我哋真直接改 title 定係上一陣重新再開？重新再開啦，唔好搞咁多嘢啦，我哋唔好搞咁多嘢。真心諗可以直接瞓多陣，直接瞓多陣。係啊，一陣間再開個。
The official watch of the event is the Mini Dolce Vita. With its discreet profile, classic styling, and aesthetic variations that are at once timely and timeless, it is a masterpiece that exquisitely expresses equal parts Longines quiet luxury and
幾點再開啊？我估1點半啦，1點半再開啦，我哋。哇！誠實心第6。
And just in behind them comes Madiha, and Woodbine Way fires through to take third. That group is followed at the rail by Stay and Scam, who races about 4 lengths off the speed as they head past the half-mile pole. Just outside of her is Northeast Star. It's another 2 lengths back to Alvina. Lunar Impact, who broke well, is next, followed on the inside by Vita Lera as they head behind the trees, and they are still well behind Gem Mine, who has opened up a 3-length lead. At the back of the field, Divinely Bolt is racing.
因為咪爭好多啫喎，其實。因為爭好多啫喎。
Has a lot of ground to make up as they come to the quarter pole, and Gem Mine has been the controlling speed, maintains a 2.5-length lead. On the outside, Madiha's running a good race and closing stoutly after her. Stay and Scam is in the mix too.
搞都係豬晒啊！頭豬晒啊！港鐵大王都豬埋。哎呀！一定係因為冇起到身，冇起到身就豬晒啦嘅就。港鐵大王。人生到底少咗，已經係呆到開始喺度諗人生到底有咩意義？我突然間喺度諗。睇翻 replay 可以，我哋睇係喎，睇翻 replay 可以，有冇得睇啊？有冇 replay 可以睇啊？有 replay 可以睇喎。有 replay 可以睇喎，我哋。
And they're all in line, ready for the start. They're off in the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic. And Arabian Night storms out of the gate. Saudi Crown couldn't get to the front as Arabian Night immediately comes to the inside and will grab the front end as they.
應該冇問題係嘛？睇 replay。
Saudi Crown is forced to go to the outside. Dermasotagake is next. White Mario is fourth. And then it's Zandon alongside of Proxy, 5 lengths off the lead. Miss the Cut is next. After that.
等先。擺出嚟一齊睇啦，我哋。
All in line, ready for the start. And they're all in line, ready for the start. They're off in the 40th Breeders' Cup Classic. And Arabian Night storms out of the gate. Saudi Crown couldn't get to the front as Arabian Night immediately comes to the inside and will grab the front end as they race by us for the first time. Saudi Crown is forced to go to the outside. Dermis Otagake is next. White Mario is fourth. And then it's Zandon alongside of Proxy 5 lengths off the lead.
博雅攝得好靚，睇下先，睇咗呢場先。天風騎士帶頭啊，跟住取勝秘技跟前跑。
is fourth. He's 3.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's Zandon. 3 back to Proxy alongside of Miss the Cut. Ushpa Tesoro has moved down to the back of the pack now. He's 9 lengths behind up the backstretch. And then it's Dreamlike Clapton and Senor Buscador. Bright Future trails 45.73 was the half mile.
哇，其實好快喎，感覺呢一場個步速。都幾快下喎。
So too Zandon. They're both being asked to run, as is Ushpa Tesoro, and he's 9 lengths off the lead around the far turn. Arabian Night, wide up Barrio, circles up on the outside. Saudi Crown all out between those two. Then it's Dermis Otagake. Ushpa Tesoro is beginning to move on the outside, but work to do as wide up Barrio and Arabian Night turn for home together in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Wide up Barrio has taken the lead. Arabian Night gives way. Dermis Otagake and Ushpa Tesoro.
哎呀，呢度俾人走甩咗啊！ 冇啊，俾人走順咗啦呢度。跟住仲有睇下先，點樣去睇埋另外嗰場？啊！呢度，睇埋多產巨匠點樣贏先。白馬必勝，小川白馬香嘅喎，咁犀利啊！有大戶支持。Adamo is running in second position. Mostadaf is third. King of Steel moving early now. He's only 5 lengths off the lead in the initial stages. And then it's up to the mark. After that slow start, Broom is going by horses on the far outside. And Broom is getting closer. He was expected to be close to the lead. And he's about to be. But after that slow start... 好啦，咁啊呢度港鐵大王，其實個位都攞得幾好啊。波爾明。Adamo tracks them in third. Frankie Notorian, King of Steel, fourth, and they're 3.5 from the front. Up to the mark is right alongside. At a brink of another 2 lengths back to the Japan runner, Shariar, who's got 7 lengths to make up as they head to the backstretch. Then Mostadaf to the outside. A Goose Rodas to the 其實大帝個位都幾尷尬個大帝個位。多產巨匠掹住佢，前面仲有隻誠實心。哎呀，波爾明冇氣啊，已經。
Rodin got through on the inside. A dream run for Auguste Rodin. Up to the mark, takes him on with a furlong to run. And then comes Shahryar. But Auguste Rodin under a perfect ride from Ryan Moore.
哇！大帝其實都哇，真係前面散晒，前面嗰陣馬散晒嘅啫喎，其實贏。成實心就兜咗大圈啦，蝕咗好多啊呢度。唔係喎，我覺得呢場多產巨象完全係贏自己喎，係前面嗰啲馬自己散晒追唔到啦，波爾明又係啦，跟住一堆馬都係咯，自己散晒，跟住之後拖慢咗佢，留咗喺後面攝到個窿位，跟住就走咗上嚟咗佢。
Michael Tabor, MV Magna, that was a little bit special, wasn't it?
As special as it gets. It really was an incredible ride and great race, and I have to watch it again and again to see.
完全同佢冇乜關係，佢正常，跟住之後嗰啲乜嘢啊嗰啲。呢場咧多產巨象完全係有啲冇啊！我考80分啫，但係唔知點解其他同學咧佢哋全部唔合格。我考開80分，但係其他同學唔合格，咁我咪第一咯，我咪全班第一咯。笑死啊！真係完全係。波爾明真係冇力啦，轉中距離或者收山。苗德隊都係啦，苗德隊都預咗佢唔得㗎啦嗰段。Up to the mark， 即係你睇下大帝其實呢一場都唔係跑得特別好。係後上馬冇辦法啦，後上馬就遭殃啦。苗德隊前面又係跑到好頭，跟住唔夠氣，波爾明又係，跟住呢隻又係擋住晒喎，呢隻又係啦，擋住晒。多產你咪真係跑完呢場退休，又話唔退啦，唔退咪唔退咯。彈弓手呢啲嘢唔係淨係大圖嚟嘅，係咪？唉，救命啦！大帝鋼鐵大王係最慘嗰隻。不完全燃燒啊！呢一場，你想發力都發唔到啊！你前面咁樣擋住晒，你係多產巨象，真係咁啱，就即係咁啱你前面散咗，但係向外散，你入面有個位俾你攝咗上嚟。大帝都好彩嘅，即係大帝就。跟住佢喺嗰個缺口嗰度走咗出嚟。唔係喎，老實講，我覺得呢場係唔好睇嘅呢場。即係睇完，即係睇事前會覺得哇，好 好緊張啊！有誠實心，有多層巨像，有鋼鐵大王，仲有大帝。但係嗰個賽事嗰個成件事係完全係咁就完咗㗎啦。咁就完咗啦。Master of the Sea 都贏到，反而我覺得 Master of the Sea 贏又唔係咁出奇。Classic 嗰場好睇嘅，係啦，睇取勝秘技係啦，不過都係點講好咧？又係前面走順咗，跟住追唔到。救命！救命！救命！可以瞓多陣。阿根廷呢個阿根廷杯睇下先。我係完全冇做功課。我本身都諗住唔睇呢一場，但而家冇辦法啦，我哋都要睇嘅啦。為咗補償翻俾大家，阿根廷杯唔係阿根廷跑，咁好多杯都係咁樣嘅，外國都有好多。我全部都係第二頁咯，已經係有啲兩性 class 嗰度上嚟呢啲。Hit on Beat 都係第四熱門咋，救命！木刻紀念冠軍都係第四熱門。當你知道你唯一非洲金都仲有係咪？當你知道你識嘅馬裏面最高嗰隻都係第四人氣，你就知道大鑊啦呢場。重睇，啱啱重睇咗 ，miss 咗嗰兩場，唔得好，真係好澀啦又。我哋瞓多陣，跟住就食早餐，跟住晏啲我哋再嚟睇阿根廷杯。又可以再早唞，係啊，又可以真係可以再早唞啦，我哋。大混戰，唔理啦。銀袋啊，銀袋啊，銀袋有咩特別嘢要注意嘅地方？ 銀島香港話燈未必識，咁唔係嘅，我睇下先。醬菜姓萬金係咪姓千里啲 friend 嚟啊？姓千里姓萬金，跟下就咪姓益乜嘢？中環16。又係洋菜嚟嘅呢啲，美麗宇宙 OK 呢啲美麗係呢啲美麗在線洋菜啊有啦，新力高升，直線力山，直線力千，發財先鋒啊！呢場多啲馬色啦呢個。但係4點喎，4點，喺呢度啦。莎莎化妝品唔係執咗，冇執到嘅，不過少咗好多間咯。卓越好似仲有係嘛？仲有直線力千，救命！即係得第7場我係識嘅咯，其餘嗰啲都係完全唔知道發生緊咩事喎。即係淨係睇呢場得啦，淨係睇第7場 OK 啦。反正你哋睇銀朵日，你哋都係淨係睇林明正嘅啫，你哋。你坦白講，你都淨係睇林明正嘅啫，你哋都唔係，你哋今日如果入場，你哋都唔係去睇馬㗎啦，睇穿咗你哋啦。有幾多人係諗住？有幾多人諗住入場睇林明正？我咪講咗啲你哋唔願意承認嘅事實。林明正係邊個？林明正係今年代言人喎，今年。馬會係咪要俾翻廣告費我啦？要呢個林明禎喎，拍呢個 乜嘢啊？嗰套叫做同黃子華拍嗰套嗰套叫做乜嘢？嗰出叫做死啦！我真係未瞓醒，我個人係完全係我個腦係完全係撈唔到究竟嗰套叫做乜嘢？唔係合家樂啊，黃子華嗰套合家樂係Eden 啊嘛。嗱，我會問翻鄧丁版權費。係啊，飯氣攻心啊，記錯咗。唔係嗰年，我係記得嗰年係好多戲都係4個字嘅，係咯，正義迴廊，窄路微塵，白日青春，但係頭先點諗都諗唔到，究竟叫咩名咧？嗰套叫做咩名咧？飯氣攻心，合家樂係 Eden。邊個係色油美子？係咩人嚟？我 Google 會唔會出現啲奇怪嘅1978年？1978年。OK， 係正常人嚟嘅。你知啦，一陣間，你哋，唔知你哋會俾啲乜嘢我睇㗎嘛？1978年出世。人攞似啫，算啦，我唔理啦。我哋呢次河北採花由邊個嚟㗎？好彩我有第二個。嗱，你睇下，我一講完之後，你哋即刻俾啲乜嘢我睇。咁既然係咁，9點3啦已經。食個早餐，再瞓一陣。今次我哋1點半啦，我哋。開定係喎。既然係咁啦，開定個直播先，開定個直播，整定張 cover 圖，開定個直播先。但係完全識過今場嗰啲 功課又冇做。求其揾張熱門馬嘅相嘅就係好懶啊！我想講咧，你知唔知呢個 cover 圖咧係一個好嘅 design 就係可以重用再重用，係啦，簡單、快捷、方便，重用再重用，係啦，你哋知唔知道？究竟有幾方便？依家開個 Photoshop 出嚟，跟住咧將張相搭上去，跟住改埋將個賽事名嗰度再改一改。阿根廷共和國杯 ，OK。阿根廷共和國杯，打字已經係係成個工作最麻煩嘅一個地方。睇下你哋勁快搞掂。再懶啲，用翻上年張圖改年份月。唔係嘅，我覺得一年到啦，用1年左右啦。下年我會轉一轉個新 template 嘅啦。同埋呢啲恒常節目咁係咯，恒常節目最好唔好成日轉啦。慣咗係呢一個模式係咯，呢個樣大家見到呢一個差唔多嘅嘢就知道，有比賽睇啦，有嘢做啦，有嘢要睇啦，咁係最好。係呢個。個人未瞓醒就會講啲好奇怪嘅説話。好啦，咁啊，我哋一陣間1點半啦，1點半差唔多啦。開定個台先，等我開埋個阿根廷共和國杯。 跟住1點半，OK。出埋個 Twitter post 就 OK 啦。日頭瞓贏走先。登後台睇唔睇到？睇到今晚時段幾時多人睇，幾時少人睇？今晚我淨係睇到我自己直播啫喎，睇唔到全個咩嘅喎。4點半睇完前人組織輸咗之後，一分分天光，為咗補數，所以我哋睇埋阿根廷共和國杯啦。OK，Tita 都出埋 post。瞓着咗最多嗰個時間點啊，係6點咯，6點到6點半咯，即係跑呢個最重要嗰幾場嘅時候係最多人睇咯。跟住就大家就去咗食早餐啦，應該7點半嗰段時間得20個人睇啦，即係大家去咗食早餐啦。最多人係4點半都好多人睇，其實好多人睇呢個前人作息，跟住之後5點半瞓晒，6點多人睇，6點半都多人睇，跟住之後就冇啦。瞓着咗嘅時間最多人睇，一醒咗你哋就走晒。佢醒咗啦！佢醒咗啦，走啦，醒咗啦，冇嘢睇啦，走啦。嗱，唔緊要啦，呢個時間係食早餐嘅時間嚟噶嘛，正常啦。唔得。我都係一係去食早餐，去瞓陣覺先。把聲已經拆咗勁多啦，已經。好，咁啊，我哋1點半再講啦，1點半再見啦，我哋。貓同馬瞓緊覺嘅時候就係最開嘅時候，但係貓瞓覺嘅時候就係日頭。然後夜晚喺你瞓覺嘅時候，佢哋就會搞破壞。 好啦，咁啊，我哋係啦，冇乜特別嘢嘅話咧，我哋1點半見啦，真點1點半見啦。我之後會同馬會講收翻廣告費啦，我幫你哋播咗呢個林明晶嘅廣告。因為呢度係咪擺喺呢個位咧？跟住隔離有整個下條影片嘅連結，跟住撳呢度就可以去睇下一條影片啦。我哋呢個要問短嘅破壞力應該唔係咁高嘅啫，係嘛？呢個廣告其實好一般，好正路咯，就係你請得林明晶嚟，然後就係拍林明晶有幾靚完。咗啊！但係我準備買早餐啦去。我哋1點半再返嚟啦，我已經係咁打喊路，你哋聽，你哋，我唔知你聽唔聽到。我雖然係有特登離開個咪先打喊路，食老媽。我尋日先食咗麥當勞早餐。食咗，我見佢難得咧有呢個，即係你哋知啦，呢個柳粉係劣食嚟噶嘛。跟住但係咧，我見佢最近咧出咗個番茄濃湯柳粉，咁咧係啦，真係嗰種見到劣食係會有一個衝動咧去買嚟食嘅嗰種係啦，人哋中意食好嘢，我係中意食劣食。咁跟住我就諗試下啦，不如係啦。然後我想講咧嗰個，即係佢嗰個濃湯係非常非常之甜。咁我嗌咗呢個番茄濃湯豬柳蛋柳粉。咁咧，跟住我係嗱，大家可以想象就係佢嗰個湯係非常之甜，又非常之結，佢係甜到會確喉嗰種甜。然後漢堡扒，你知道麥當勞嘅豬柳蛋嗰個漢堡咧，嗰個柳啊，嗰個豬柳咧係都幾鹹噶嘛，係咪？咁咧，跟住之後咧，佢係有一種極度奇怪嘅口感，就係咧，你將嗰個飲咗濃湯，係啦，番茄濃湯嘅豬柳蛋，係啦，放落口嘅時候，係首先係一個超甜，甜到你會覺得驚嘅湯，然後再咬落去。嗰個豬柳嘅嗰種鹹咧，就會衝出嚟，係啦，因為嗰個番茄濃湯太甜嘅關係咧，令到嗰個豬柳強嘅嗰種鹹咧係更加加倍，係啦。然後咧，跟住嗰種非常濃烈嘅味道咧，係啦，又甜又鹹嘅味道咧，就會充滿你嘅口腔嗰度。咁係，我覺得係非常之搶啊！唔知點講啊，嗰個感覺。甜湯鹹食，我都係要翻正常嗰個味精湯。 但係想講佢個味精湯勁差勁，好差勁佢嗰個豬骨湯咧，個豬骨湯仲衰過清湯。月尾去東京競馬場睇春王，有咩要準備？去官網嗰度抽啦入場券，係啦。不過多數都抽到㗎。其實我見秋季天皇賞呢，我識嘅朋友個個都抽到，所以係啦。雖然話就話要抽，但我覺得應該你登記咗就入到咁滯㗎啦。但係你要登記啦，你要去官網嗰度登記咗先啦。冇豬骨都係味精。呢樣咁難食，係啊，所以我唔想啊，我唔想食麥當勞啊。尋日食完佢個扭扭粉之後，唔係好想食。今日食 DQ 個9.49 CA 嘅包 ，DQ 係乜嘢啊 ？DQ 係有煙肉加芝3塊芝士夾3塊牛肉，9.49 CA 即係幾多？即係港幣幾多？我想問。老麥早餐有熱湯嘅就係扭扭粉，扭粉。咁你可以唔食扭扭粉噶嘛？你可以食其他嘅，不過我都唔好想食。Dairy Cream， 香港冇，我哋香港得 Five Guys。嗰日贏咗馬之後，第二日即刻飛去食 Five Guys， 跟住然後我食唔晒啊個 Five Guys。Five Guys， 其實我覺得佢好食嘅地方係有嘅。但係佢個包就好濕，勁多汁。係價錢，我覺得如果一個好食嘅話，我覺得價錢唔重要，但係佢太濕啊！嗰個感覺口感係啊，一個。我唔知我算係大食定細食啦。我覺得一個漢堡咧，我胃口好嘅時候，我食完個漢堡包係啦，Five Guys漢堡包就一個券 ，OK 係啦。但係即係嗰個胃口唔係話特別好嘅時候咧，我係食唔晒嘅咯。N 記早餐唯二可以食嘅全餐同埋熱湯餅。都得喎，係我食熱湯餅都 OK 喎。又嚟甜蜜在10:19後前，唔係後前。甜蜜在10:59前，你哋有冇聽過呢首歌？睇日本杯嗰場呢，要左幾多企定喺跑道嗰邊？去完沙圈之後係咪塞唔入去跑道？最好嘅方法就係唔好去睇沙圈。即係如果你想霸定嘅話就放棄唔好睇沙圈咯。多數都塞唔返埋去㗎啦，你行得去嗰邊就冇㗎啦。係千祈唔好有，如果你想睇終點嘅話咧，你就千祈唔好有去睇沙圈嘅諗法。沙圈你都係喺跑道嗰個大熒幕嗰度，佢都會播下俾你睇㗎嘛。 一早就咁甜，唔得我喉嚨，我突然間好想唱嗰首歌，但係我喉嚨嘅狀況係唔得㗎，應該。熱香餅勁甜，係啊，冇錯，但係你食完個人係好開心噶，我想講，食完係超開心啊！睇完三兄弟隨時係外面都出唔到，係啊，所以千祈係啦，你真係想睇終點位嘅話咧，就係啦，唔好諗住去睇沙圈啊！做咗幾多企定定啊？我好難講喎，日本杯我未睇過現地，所以我唔肯定。但係咧，佢哋根據過往經驗啦，基本上你基本上人到咗你就直接去霸位㗎啦，我要。佢哋有啲係會擺陣喺度，係啦，有啲可能咧擺喺度鋪個地席喺度啦，野餐咁樣咧，守住喺個位嗰度就唔走㗎啦，咁所以。最好就係啦，當你入場嘅時候，你就直接去啦個跑道嗰邊霸位啦。通宵霸位就啱。如果你話你唔係一定要好近距離咁樣睇嘅話咧，都可以。係啦，下面嗰啲自由席嗰度，你坐定喺度，你就唔好走咯。係啦，你坐定，見到係啦有啱嘅位坐定就唔好走啦。自由席都多數都你日本杯前嘅3-4場左右咧，都仲可以有機會俾你坐到埋去。係啦，跟住你坐定咗就唔好走啦。係啦，買定嘢食。買定嘢飲，然後就去揾位啦。第8場，如果你坐都仲有啲機會可以揾到位俾你坐。千祈唔好似小筆嗰啲咧，小筆睇光轉菊花賞嗰場咧，咪最後嘅時候先跑過去嘅。你多數係啦，呢個係你冇可能咁樣跑到過去，係冇可能跑到過去揾到位俾你噶啦。靚位就一定係大家一早搶噶啦。都可以嘅，係啦。如果你唔介意俾多少少錢嘅話咧，你就可以 book 呢個指定席，咁就好啲，係啦。至少肯定有個位俾你坐。M 記早餐有個包真係用 pancake 夾豬柳蛋，食過一次又鹹又甜，超奇怪。呢啲咪叫有層次咯？呢啲係有層次嘅感覺嚟嘅喎。呢個唔理咯，傾多幾分鐘真係去買早餐啦，搭9啦，我哋搭9收台。師兄直嚟跑到好似好遠，咁但係調翻轉嘅啫，即係你會坐得舒服啲咯，係啦。如果你真係要好近咧，你要好早噶咯，同埋日本嗰邊有呢個通頂組嘅，佢哋有啲人係 係啦，嗰一晚已經係喺嗰度霸定，然後係啦，已經係喺呢個馬場嗰邊咧排隊入到去就，即係點解成日都會有呢一個影片睇咧？就係呢個馬場啲人入場日本啦大賽啊，入場嘅時候咧，人都係衝閘，人都係一開頭嘅時候咧，就好多觀眾咧就湧埋去呢個終點位嗰度等噶啦。係啊，佢哋唔好想像可以同佢哋鬥，你冇得同佢哋架 FC 鬥。係遠啲咯，即係指定直就遠啲，但係就其實嗰個視線你都好廣嘅，你可以睇晒成個大直路嘅狀況嘅。同埋最好嘅地方就係你唔使同人逼，你唔使同人逼已經係一個好大嘅優勢嚟㗎啦，同埋你可以居高臨下咁樣去睇比賽。好，咁啊，仲有冇嘢問咯？冇嘢問嘅話，我去買早餐㗎啦。係啦，冇嘢問我就去買早餐。希望你抽到飛啦，係啦。無論最後係買唔買指定席都好，希望你抽到飛入場。多數都 OK 嘅，多數都抽到嘅，唔使太擔心。好，咁啊，好食早餐啦，大家收台。